that, and then I'm going to start the theme tune now.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville. No surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket.
Well, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket and to the second ODI between the Netherlands and England. As if you didn't know, England won the first one. They got the record ODI total of all time of 498. There were 3 centuries: Butler, Milan and Salt. Jos Buttler missed out by 1 ball on his own personal best fastest 100. 47 balls here versus 46 is what he got rather here. And he was just one behind A.B. de Villiers' 150 record, 150 in 65 balls. He got 14 sixes, which was 3 behind Owen Morgan's 17 in the World Cup. And we think, assuming that the cost of the Kookaburra balls here are just about £120 each, they lost about £1,300 worth of balls in the Amsterdam woods, which won't please the Dutch Cricket Association. And amidst all of that excitement and run fest, Owen Morgan got a first ball duck. And the poor old Netherlands, well, goodness me, whilst all that's going on around them, they're having to play not their first choice team because a number of players, Klaassen for example, are playing for their counties, where frankly it seems they get better paid. Anyway, with me to talk you through this are going to be two men whose feeds are so behind, they're probably going to be commentating on the 1568 Dutch War of Independence. It is Ian Forth and Messi Jez.
Is that what it is? Oh, I was wondering why the hell they
You
were
wonder
going
why there
with
was so
each other,
much
hammer and
blood and
tongs?
guts all over the place. There it was. It was 80 years, also known as the 80 Years War, apparently. Was that
That's a
particular
long war.
conflict? Well, it was long enough. I hope the current one doesn't go on like that. We'd love to give you team and toss news. All we can tell you is that it has rained in the Amsterdam Bos, the woods of Amsterdam in Amstelveen. The covers are still on. The umpires have even declined for now to inspect the pitch. So we're going to have a shortened game, we think, whatever happens.
Another inspection at 11:30.
11:30 local time, which is half an hour from now, is what we hope for and expect. The skies do look a little bit grey and leaden. So, do I have all three? Al, have I got you on the line there as well? I think
yes. I'm here. I can see you and I can hear you.
Yeah, we can see you. Actually,
I hope everyone can see and hear me. Good morning. Good. Well, hello to everybody.
Well, hello to you. Hello to you too. I should have.
Yes, we can see you too.
Yeah. So, well, chaps, we're here. We're going to have a little chat. What do we think? Is this an unfair mauling for the poor old Dutch, or is this a credible exercise? Let's start with that discussion.
Well,
Who wants to go
everyone's got to
first?
start somewhere, haven't they? I mean, you have a look at South Africa's entry into world cricket 100 years ago. Very similar. Same with New Zealand when they started playing sort of cricket at this level. It's just your sort of cost of entry because there is such a gap in world cricket between one level of teams and the next. It was a fair old mauling, but that said, you know, when England were getting smacked around the park by the West Indies in the mid-70s, I think that the young English in the crowd so admired your Viv Richards and Co and Gordon Greenwich and the fast posse that they took to cricket anyway. I don't think you maybe quite so nationalistic, and I think there would have been a fair few youngsters in the Dutch crowd who would have said, God, this cricket can be a great game, can't it, regardless of who was wearing what colour.
Yeah, I think I would go along with that. I mean, it was entertaining. It was massively entertaining and exciting, just a little one-sided. Messers, had the Dutch held their catches, though, I mean, I think England would still have won, but nonetheless, it might not have been 498.
It might not have been, and the tables have turned a bit from England last year to their opponents this year. It's been interesting because the same could be said of New Zealand in the Test match. I just to bring some perspective to what you were talking about, Tony, it needs to be remembered that England beat the Netherlands by 232 runs. Now, that's a big margin, but it's only 4 years since England beat Australia by 242 runs. And nobody said, well, that's a game not worth playing because Australia are just too much of a minnow. So, you know, shit happens. And there are times when even the best of sides can get absolutely whooped. And it has to be said that, you know, England were at their absolute peak on Friday. So I think it's valuable for the Dutch to get that experience. I would love to see today be a tight struggle, and for maybe some comeuppance to happen to England. It'd be great for the Dutch and for their psyche as well,
and for the Australians as well.
Well, I am going to talk a little bit in a minute. We will chat about Australia for a reason I'll let you know in a little while.
If cricket's truly going to be a global game, if it is that the powers that be really want the idea of cricket to be an Olympic sport, Commonwealth sport, the way that they want it to be, and it's beholden on the established nations, the powerful nations, especially India, England and Australia, to organise these games and to go and play them and to take full strength sides and to play. And what you saw in the first game was England play about as well, or certainly bat as well as they probably will ever bat. Yeah. I mean, what is it, like 26 sixes? It's the highest, not only international total, but the the list A total. The idea that lightning like that strikes twice, pretty unrealistic. I mean, I'd like the Netherlands to win the toss and bat, because the idea of England chasing would be a slightly different game. I'd like to see the chance the bowlers to be able to bowl the way. But if you want to know how good you are, you have to play people who are better than you. And credit to the Netherlands for sort of organising the game and England taking the challenge and then them taking it seriously. I mean, the fact that they didn't just come and muck about is credit to the Netherlands in and of itself.
Well, I 100% go along with that, Al. You've beautifully expressed. I mean, my analogy would be the wonder of the FA Cup, a competition much devalued in football. But if a team from the Conference South battles their way through and ends up away at Manchester City, that's the luck of that is still part of the game. And sure, they may get a tonking, but they make money in the process. And one group of people who I would imagine in a way don't mind about the result but are just thrilled to bits is it the KRA, the Dutch Cricket Association? But they'll be happy as Larry, won't they? Because they've got a full house, they've got people spending money at the concessions, they've got media rights, and they've got a great exposure. They will come out of it considerably more well off than they went in, which is what we want, isn't it, for cricketing developing nations?
Indeed. I think one of the things to be considered in it all, though, is the need to make it as attractive as possible for the I was going to say associate, they're not associate, the smaller nations players to actually play. As I understand it, two of them, the leading Dutch players, didn't play on Friday, and that may well have to do with the fact
Ackerman
that
and Klassen, I think, would fit into that category.
They probably got played a lot more for playing in the Blast than they would have playing in an ODI, which seems wrong.
Well, and this is, bilateral ODIs as well. I mean, fourthly, in a way, if it's a World Cup year, then they acquire some significance, don't they? But by and large, they seem to come at the fag end of Test series. No one can ever really remember who wins them, or maybe that's just me. But they can be entertaining on the day. I mean, they're sort of like in a way bilateral T20s. They're the sort of the McDonald's of cricket. You feel a bit guilty. You enjoy it while you're having it, and then
no one really remembers. I mean, I think people might remember. I mean, funnily enough, you remember the odd highlight. Remember, it was actually quite oddly a memorable ODI. With the balls disappearing into the woods, the highest ever score, Butler going crazy, first hundreds from Milan and Salt. There might be some things you remember, but I mean, sport does have to have meaning for it to be worth watching, and I sort of agree. There's limited meaning, but it's part of the Dutch. I'm not going to say learning curve because that sounds patronising, but something like that. And actually, for England, at this stage of their sort of reset, if I can put it that way, this will be a good spur, a good virtuous spur, I think, to the Test team as well, to say, okay, that's the way the ODI team are playing. We've begun playing like that at Test level as well. If we carry on playing like that, it's entertaining. People will get back into the game. You can see the excitement of the last day of Trent Bridge. You saw the excitement in Amstelveen here. It's all part of a sort of virtuous reset, I think, for English cricket more broadly, so I think it has that positive effect as well.
Well, that sort of segues into another kind of interesting discussion, Al, is that in a way Matthew Mott and Brendan McCullum have got totally different challenges in the roles that they're taking on, don't they?
Yes and no. So
are you getting splinters from that fence you're sitting on?
No. So hear me out.
Right.
Every successful team you've ever watched, one of the fundamental cornerstones of that team is its culture. What is good and bad, right and wrong, acceptable and unacceptable, who we are and how we behave and how we play. And so to that end, both Mott and McCullum have got exactly the same challenge. Because what they really should do, and what you kind of want to do when you look at things in the idea of like culture first, is you work out how you want to play, and then you go out and find the players who are going to make you play the way you want to play.
That's that's a very interesting.
That's exactly what happened at Celtic this year, actually, isn't it? When you think about it.
So Celtic, the football team in Scotland.
Yeah.
Well, I have no
Complete
idea.
change.
I don't really follow Celtic. What happened at Celtic, Mr.
Well, they came from losing the Premiership, Scottish Premiership by 28 points last year to winning this year with a new coach who completely changed his lineup.
Messi, tell us what nationality the coach was for Celtic this year. Can you tell us?
Was he Australian by any chance?
Oh,
yes, he was.
Perhaps he was.
Well, then no wonder we've
That's why I
suddenly...
know.
So there's been lots of conjecture. You know, I mean, with the way that Butler's batted through the IPL, and then sort of carrying on that form, maybe even exceeding that form with the first ODI. I know that 12 months, if this had all happened 12 months ago, what we would have been talking about is Butler must be in the testing.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, I think that's true.
And what we would have done is completely ignored how folks have played in the two tests.
Yeah.
What is interesting to me as well, I think, is in a way Matthew Mott is taking over a McCullum team, because you have to remember that Morgan in 2015 built his whole ethos and the way he wanted to play white ball cricket on the model that McCullum had built with New Zealand. So in a way, Matthew Mott, I hear what you say, Al, but they have a similar challenge, but a different start point.
Oh, absolutely.
So, you still want to evolve, you still want to develop, you still want to become even better. You want to sustain England's white ball dominance. And I think, Messrs, the sort of divorcing or keeping more separate the two disciplines should work to the strength of both. It does leave question marks about the likes of maybe Stokes and Bairstow and possibly Root, but by and large the diversification between the two formats seems to be becoming more broad or more divided, doesn't it?
I agree, and the beauty of that is it provides more opportunities for more players, ones who may find a particular forte in one form or the other, without detracting from the capacity to develop the players for, say, Test cricket. I mean, the interesting thing in all of it, of course, is that red ball cricket is the nursery for all the cricket at the end of the day. To learn the discipline, the shots that are required, the bowling that's required, starts in red ball cricket, and then you may have a particular strength elsewhere in the white ball cricket. But it's a really interesting path when you look at it, that virtually all the successful white ball cricketers have started off doing very well in red ball cricket at some level, not necessarily at Test level, and being able to hone their skills.
Well,
So I agree with you entirely, Tony.
What I would say, Messi, is I wonder if it's a little bit like the middle of the 19th century when there was one game which was neither football
I told
nor
you we were
rugby.
going back in time. Is that what you're getting on your feed at the moment?
It's not quite that bad. So we have
Talking about my youth
which
there,
was a
Forty.
hybrid of football and rugby, and then over the years, over about maybe 30 years or so, a bit like a language evolves or a species evolves, they became two separate games, and funnily enough, rugby split off into another game again.
Yeah.
But I do wonder if we are starting to see the beginning of almost 2 or even 3 games beginning to emerge, where the techniques and skills you need for red ball long form cricket are beginning to look so different from the white ball equivalent. I wonder if in 30 or 40 years we might almost have 2 games in the way that we had football and rugby became 2 distinct games by 1900, even though
That's
they didn't
true,
start
and,
out.
but with the ability occasionally to cross over, as people still do now.
People can play both, of
Not
course, but
not
there's
soccer,
a
but
few
between the
different
rugby
codes.
league codes, rugby league,
Between the
and
rugby
union.
codes, so I mean, obviously they're much
Yeah.
closer.
Well,
but
hold that thought for a minute, because there was
Yeah.
a really interesting article today in the Times, I think by Simon Wild, is it? He was talking to Jason Gillespie. But we're going to come on to that in a minute. Messrs, let's take an opportunity to see who might be listening to us with and what's on their mind, and then we'll see if we want to discuss things based on that.
Yes, it's nice to have time to bring them all in. Mog was the first on board. He said you could always have a crack at the Sri Lanka game if it all goes too moist, to which a certain Tony Bishop said, don't say moist, you'll wake up you know who. Farong says, think we could be in for a dad's joke fest as the wet outfielders delayed the start of play. Mog also says, do you remember, any of you remember that Spaceman song by Babylon Zoo? By Nana's right boob, it was fucking awful. Might be time to use it for a jingle. Also, hello.
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 Martin Lawrence, hello Martin. It says I could keep an eye on Sri Lanka versus Australia for a few hours if you want. I can tell you that David Warner just got out for 10 or so. Australia 14 for 1 after 2.3 overs. Leah's with us. She says, hello all. And to be fair to the players from India, they promoted cricket workshops in Germany and recorded videos wishing German cricketers of all levels good luck and a good time. Yeah, that sort of stuff is actually really important, isn't it? It was noticeable the other day when Australia beat Sri Lanka that there was a young Sri Lankan bowler who got thumped around the place to lose the game by Maxwell. And Maxwell particularly went out of his way afterwards to just go and console him. And that sort of thing is really important in cricket, whether it's between teams of different standards or similar standards.
Is Maxwell an Australian, Messi? Is that right? Just to clarify. He's Australian, yeah. Like.
Shut up.
Is it tomorrow yet where you are?
Yes, definitely. Mrs. Luigi Magpie says, isn't this what was once called paying your dues? Think about Irish cricket, similar sort of development. Yes, good point.
Well, with that point, Jez, something that's really important for Ireland and the Netherlands right now is that they've had a generation of players who have brought the nation this far, piqued the interest of trying to bring this outlier sport into the mainstream as far as those two countries are concerned.
Yes,
but that generation is reaching the end of its sporting life. More and more of that original Irish team is retiring. Porterfield retired internationally just this last week, and so it's this continuation of trying to be out. How do we get the next generation of people? How do we keep that standard? You know, and that seems to be the
look at what's happening
difficulty
in Ireland, though. Well, I don't know that, say, in Ireland it is a difficulty necessarily. One of the things I really enjoyed about the guerrilla coverage of the Ireland Test match a couple of years ago was the interviews with a number of people involved with Ireland cricket, and the plans they had and were putting into place to develop cricket in Ireland were really impressive, and the level of first-class cricket in Ireland now has developed out of sight to what it was 10 years ago. And I just think when there's a preparedness to put some resources in and real effort, it pays off like that. I've been really impressed with what Irish cricket have been doing.
Yeah, sometimes you've got to do the stuff that enables further growth. It's unsexy. It doesn't necessarily grab headlines because you don't always see it, and you don't always see it immediately. But that's really positive if that's what's been the case.
Yeah. The lovely Hombre Nuevo is with us. He says, morning, lovely gorillas. The rain I was cursing yesterday, I'm very grateful for today, as I would have missed the start otherwise, and we now get to listen to your musing. Thank you, Hombre Nuevo. I think Tony Bishop might have something to say about you, too.
Yes, no, I had a lovely time yesterday, meeting Mr. and Mrs. Nuevo and Baby Nuevo. And it's a fabulous exhibition at part of the Kingston... I can never remember it. It's KOAC. It's an art collective of artists around the Kingston area, anyway. But Hombre Nuevo has his artwork at the Rose Theatre as well as his own studio. So if you get a chance to go by today, please do. It's well worth a look. I can assure you, we had a lovely time. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and a nice cup of coffee as well.
Josie says. So sorry, I'll just finish off a couple more tweets. Josie Oak says, as red ball and white ball cricket diverge, I assume the white ball will become oval. be an interesting development, wouldn't it? Although it seems to happen quite frequently, given the number of times they have to use the handcuffs on him. He also says it's a good day when Warner gets out for not many. That's channeling the bear there. Mog retweets a thing from Cricket Finland saying, "Thank you, Jonathan Trott, for ringing our 5-minute bell." Picture of Trott. Cricket Finland. My God, are you following Finnish cricket now, Mog?
Well, I know we've had Icelandic. I used to love going to Finland. I used to go there regularly. I was working with a paper company, would you believe? And Nokia briefly.
You did get around, Tony.
I know, so I spent many hours in Helsinki. It's the only place I've been and gone skinny dipping with a client. And
Oh my God.
Oh, goodness gracious.
And I have to say,
this is Father's Day with a difference. So when you say Father's Day, if it's Father's Day in Finland, is that significant to you, Tony?
well, but it was quite amusing. So we had a sauna, and then you'd run out the sauna towards the lake, trying your very best not to get swan poo stuck between your toes as you ran. Also very conscious that the ladies were up on the balcony, so you'd sort of be trying to run, protecting, as it were, your modesty. And then you'd fling yourself into the lake and just have a swim for a while.
Freezing cold, presumably. So anything that was showing before will withdraw.
This was it. Running to the lake, one felt reasonably confident.
Yes.
Getting
Some
out the
more than
lake
others.
and running back was a little more embarrassing. Let's put it. Let's put it that way.
There's a Seinfeld episode where George is surprised by Elaine just after a similar situation. As he turns around, she goes into the wrong room. Spends the rest of the episode saying, "I was just out of a cold shower. I was just out of a cold shower."
How the other half lived. Tony goes skinny dipping in Finland. My mum went to Iceland. It's just a completely different kettle of fish, really. You know.
Oh dear, kettle of fish indeed.
Well, similar fish in some ways.
Well, they have
Mog
national
says,
heritage
hang on,
in
when did
Finland.
Messi move to Australia? Martin Lawrence says, Warner Garn caught 1 for 16 after 3. They're actually now 1 for 20 after 4, I think.
What nationality is Warner again? I just want to...
No, I'm just trying to remember. Let me think. It'll come to me.
Fuck off. Mrs. Luigi Magpie says the Irish women's cricket programme is high octane too. Their social media game is on par. That's actually really important sometimes. And Mog says you should see how much Botswana, unrelated to porn bots, and Uganda cricket tweets. And finally, to get us up to date, Mrs. Luigi Magpie says rugby union, rugby league, rugby sevens. Sevens are now an Olympic sport. Apt comparison. Yeah, it is. Very much so, actually. All start with the same basis, don't they?
I'll just throw out something for social media, because we've got a lot of intellectuals on social media. What do Finland and Hungary have in common in linguistic terms? So we'll just leave that one there. No doubt very rapidly someone will tweet in. Maybe some of my colleagues know the answer.
Great.
Yeah,
Well, let me give you a quick update on the situation. Whilst I'm sure everyone is pondering that little
sure they are.
fourthy conundrum, there should be a pitch inspection in just under 10 minutes' time. They have rolled back the covers on the pitch itself, which obviously is good. It's pretty gloomy there still, and there's a lot of mopping up going on. So we hope maybe we might get news of a start at 11 UK time, 12 local time, maybe a bit later. But it will all depend on the pitch inspection, and we'll update you on that as soon as we know it. Forthy, do you want to give us any clues about...
can I have a guess?
Yeah, go on.
Who's guessed that they've got the same language?
Obviously in the right sort of area, but no, go Al. Go.
Oh no, well I was going to say, is it something to do with things like tenses of language or anything like that? But I'm going to guess that...
Not tenses as such, no. Shall I spill the beans?
Yeah, go on.
I mean, it's only moderately interesting and only really interesting to linguists, but they're outliers in Europe, in as much as they're not Indo-European languages. They're Finno-Ugrit languages. So two different tribes. Everyone else speaks Indo-European except the Basques and some people, well, a few tribes in the Baltics. But Finland and Hungary have a language which is not derived from Indo-European, which is what everybody else in Europe speaks.
So Mog had you there, I think. He said, I hope you aren't going to say that Finnish and Hungarian are languages isolates. If that's
is that what that means? Is that the word to describe what Forthy just described?
Probably.
Well, they're not quite isolated in the sense that Basque is an isolated language. No one knows where that comes from or what it is. It's a mystery. It is not mysterious where Finnish and Hungarian come from. They're Finno-Ugrit languages, but they're not part of the.
Well, I think what you have done there, Forthy, is come up with our new strapline for Guerrilla Cricket. Is we're only moderately interesting. I mean, then only to linguists.
It's not that interesting.
If you are a cunning linguist, then we'll be of huge interest to you.
Dear, oh dear.
Well, they've still got 14 cases. They're in an inflected language. Finnish, of course. They've got the collative and the allative. They've got all sorts of sorts of cases.
You're reminding me of school.
That we don't have anymore. Well, it's actually quite a primitive language because it is so inflected. I mean, English was an inflected language.
Wooden desks and quill pens.
Joseph,
maybe we should move on. Maybe we should move on.
I was ink monitor in my first school, I'll have you know. Leah wants to know if you ate the famous Finnish sawdust sausage in Helsinki, Tony.
I didn't, that I recall. I was there on
don't think so.
National Herring Day, which was rather exciting.
Thursday.
Was it? It's a Thursday, was it?
No, I was National Herring Day in Finland. I just imagine there was national dish and all that. Yeah.
Well, no, we had a chef come into the office that I was working with, and like a whole buffet where everything was made of herring. And I mean, it literally, I couldn't imagine ever how many things you can actually do to a herring. I mean, it was literally cooked in every single possible way. And I remember the creative director, Forthy, you'll remember this, Alpo Reiner, his name was. I even remember his name. He was a lovely chap, but dare I say it, I hope he's not listening, just a tad dour. And,
oh dear! Wow. They can be.
But he came, and normally, let's say, he was very rarely sort of effusive and outgoing sort of chap. He was always a bit kind of, frankly, a bit of a downer when you chat to him. And this one day, my colleague and I, a chap called Trevor Pettit, who's an Australian, you might be interested in him.
Oh, Messi would be interested.
So we walked into the office expecting the usual dour, rather gloomy Alpo greeting, and he came running up to us. I said, "We're so glad you're here. We're so glad you're here. What? Why? This is not like you, Alpo. I've never seen you so animated." And he went, "Because today is National Herring Day." And we genuinely thought he was taking the piss. Until we actually found out it is a thing, and it genuinely was National Herring Day in Finland on this particular day.
Do you think you were spoiled, Tony? Do you think that if you'd have had all the things you can do with herring over a longer period of time, you'd feel differently about herring? But having it all in one go, can a man have too much herring?
Well, I think one can, and I'm not sure it will ever be my favourite fish. I've got to be honest.
We had a
fricassee incident or whatever.
A funny incident at our agency where our creative director many years ago, who was fond of a drink, and was collapsed in the gutter outside the agency at the end of one very long day. And the CEO, who'd just been trying to talk round our major client into staying with us, sort of walked him down the stairs and out of the front of the agency. There was the creative director, who fortunately the client hadn't met at this point, in the gutter outside. And he said, thinking quickly, our CEO said, "Yes, we've had a lot of trouble with derelicts and tramps in the neighbourhood recently. I really do think the council should do something about it. Anyway, nice to meet you."
Well, rather than drift off into drinking tales of advertising, let me drag us back to where I was going to go earlier. So, the article in the Times, Sunday today, isn't it? Yes, article in the Sunday Times was an interview with Jason Gillespie, already talking about whether the new McCullum approach, McCullum-Stokes approach, will work when England take on Australia. And on the one hand, I thought it was absolutely, it's a very, as ever, as you'd expect from Dizzy, a well-constructed, very well thought-through point of view. Theirs being the Australian point of view, being that you want to play England at their absolute best and still beat them, rather than, you know, weakened, deflated, or whatever. But the other part of me when I read it was, the one thing we've been guilty of for years is worrying about a series way down the pipe and not the game in front of us. Surely one of the key things of the new era is not to be thinking about Australia, because that's a while away. Let's just worry about being brilliant against New Zealand at Headingley.
I'll be slightly more blunt, Tony. I really like Jason Gillespie. I really respect Jason Gillespie's opinion, but he couldn't be more wrong if he tried. Who cares about playing Australia? Tell me before they come. Tell me before we go out. But we've got a test match against New Zealand. We've got a test match against India. We've got test matches against South Africa. That's it.
Could not agree more, Al.
I don't think you can actually blame Jason Gillespie on that. Presumably somebody from the Sunday Times.
He was asked, and it was a very well constructed point of view. So I think I'm with you, gentlemen. I think we're all saying the same thing. It was the wrong question to ask at the wrong time. Why are we now worrying about Australia in the future when we've got three test match countries to play, possibly more than that? I can't remember when the next Ashes is, but
one thing I will say is it is very peculiar that England managed to hit their absolute nadir every time they come out to Australia, and Australia absolutely managed to peak every time they host England. It just seems to be the way of the world. But I completely agree with you, Al. Let's not get obsessed with these bloody. It's gone since 05 in particular. We've just gone Ashes crazy, and unfortunately, great as the 05 series was, it's a bit like that magical holiday you had with that girlfriend, and you try to recreate it ever since. When you come back home again, you just can't. And there's all these other things happening in life, including all these other great series.
I do hope nobody's listening at home.
Do you know what you just reminded me there? Sorry, let me. The Major in 40 Towers. Do you remember when he's reminiscing?
Oh my God! Says, don't do the whole quote because anyway, go.
No. He says I was talking about a young lady in his past, and he said, "Well, I must have been keen on her. I took her to see India at the Oval."
That's right.
It's either from an England point of view, it's an inferiority complex. It's a big brother complex, or what it's just this idea. I mean, the idea that only those matches matter shows a willful ignorance.
Well, you're right.
I don't dispute that Gillespie had an erudite answer, but if that was a question that he got asked, it's an erudite answer to a bloody stupid question.
Yeah, well, somebody at the Sunday Times is obviously stuck in their ways.
Yeah, I don't think it's even a stupid question.
As an Englishman in Ireland, I enjoy the banter. I always bring up that Ireland's most successful sportsman plays cricket for England. They come back with, well, he's captain as well. Happy Father's Day to all listeners.
Yeah, happy Father's Day.
Leah says Finnish and Hungarians are the only members of the Finno-Ugric language family, Forthy. That's a small family. And Mog says, but they are part of the Uralic languages. Same with Estonia.
Same with Estonia. I did mention the Baltics. There's some sites in the Baltics. I did mention them.
Oh God! Everybody's trying to outdo each other. Josie Oak says Finnish and Hungarian are members of the Finno-Ugric branch of the Uralic language. Some dozen or so that are still spoken in some countries bordering the Urals. Mrs. Luigi Magpie says Hungary and Finland linguistics. J.R.R. Tolkien used them to develop his Elvish language.
That is correct. Yes, that is very interesting. Yeah.
what's your Robert Robinson impression like? What did it cost?
What did it for? What did it for? What does it for? Fish, fish.
Tish
And Mog-
and Tish, sir.
Well, Morgan, you can talk forever, I think, Forthy. He says, I didn't get a degree in linguistics not to talk about isolates.
Yes.
My favourite is sadly dead Sumerian.
Where I am
good.
today.
And Leah says, yeah, Finnish needs all those cases, though, as they don't have prepositions, if memory serves.
That's correct. They don't. Very
And she's
underdeveloped
also
language.
sent a picture of what presumably is the Finnish answer to McDonald's, which is Bismarck herring is the best herring. I'm willing to die on this. There you go.
Bismarck
So that's
herring.
brought us back up to date. Yeah,
Wow.
brought us back up to date on tweets. On YouTube, there's a lot of patter going on, which
Are the Spannermen
actually
primed and ready?
Colin Soto was scheduled to come on about now. Is he waiting in the waiting room, Tony?
Not yet. So we probably need
That's
to have
right.
a little think about some practicalities.
While you're thinking
which
about
always
practicalities,
amuses me, and I'm in charge of them. Sorry, go on then. Al.
while you ruminate, digest, and cogitate. I became part of another family since I last commentated. I have become part of Forthy's Sombrero Fallout family. I just wanted to say thank you for welcoming me, Forthy.
Yeah, you are extremely welcome, as are all our listeners if they want to join. Friends of Sombrero Fallout on Facebook.
Indeed, easy to join. Felt made to feel very welcome by all of the other friends. I do need to facilitate Forthy having a conversation with a mate of mine, Rich. He has the Unheard Indie podcast, which looks at new indie music, which I think complements your themed music podcast very well. So
Sounds like a very good fit.
So at Unheard Indie, Ian, to give that a go, and I'll facilitate the pair of you sharing a virtual room to be able to have various chats and the like about music and all of its variations.
Okay, so a decision can be made. I will tell you. First of all, let's just have a quick update from where we stand at the ground. It would seem that they've got the stumps in, which is encouraging because they normally might not bother to do that if they didn't think something was going to happen fairly soon. But we don't
Next
yet
inspection
have...
in 35 minutes, according to Colin
Oh,
Soto.
no! Oh, really?
That was
Yeah.
So we do have a choice to make. If Colin wants to jump on, and if you, well, basically, people just want to stick with the rotor and just continue to chat. So perhaps Forthy would then take the reins and delight us with more tales of Eastern European
Oh,
Aqua
God.
stuff.
I'll create a space. I'm going to tweet
So
into
many
our
stories.
timeline with a link to Forthy's podcast as well for anybody who's
Oh,
interested.
thank you, Miss. That's very kind of.
Yep. So Colin, if you want to jump on, Al, you could stay.
yes, I can.
Messrs can go for a lie down and a sort of a rub down with the Sporting Life.
The Australian sporting
whatever
life.
this
Yeah.
Australian. Well, it doesn't exist over here anymore, does it? Forthy.
Not as a newspaper.
No, rather sadly.
No,
Yeah, it's the website. You're right.
Hang on, it's the Racing Post, isn't it, that exists over here
Yeah,
still?
you can't rub yourself down with a website.
Well, many have tried, Tony, but
Well, you can actually.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
that's.
But don't get the porn bot started.
No, well, we probably shouldn't. So, Colin Suter, Earth, calling Colin, head Spannerman, as he will now be known, Spannerman in chief. I don't know which chief, and if he can pop on, then why don't you chaps just carry on chatting? Think of anything you like.
Forthy, while we're looking at Tony behind the scenes, do you think this is
Yes.
this is reminiscent of what Thunderbird 5 was like in the sky?
I imagine so. I wasn't a big Thunderbirds guy because I think it was on ITV, and we were a BBC household growing
Yeah.
up. My mother frowned slightly on.
I always found the
commercial.
acting a little bit wooden. I've got to be honest.
Well, indeed.
That's very good. Yeah.
But I was a big fan of Parker, obviously. Lady Pinot. Who was it? It was Scott was Thunderbird 1, Virgil Thunderbird
Yes.
2, Alan Thunderbird
Yeah,
3,
they're
Gordon
all-
Thunderbird 4, John Thunderbird 5.
Yeah, they're
Wow, look at
all named after Mercury pilots.
Were they? Oh, you
Yeah,
know.
they were named after the Mercury pilots in part of the early American space race.
Ah,
Scott Glenn, it would have been then, would it?
Oh, yes, that's a good point. Yes, probably.
Okay.
And I remember
I
from
mean, I think that's as much as I can do, possibly.
FAB, which is what they used to say when they was apparently was an acronym for function as briefed, but I don't know whether someone retrospectively made that up. But that apparently is what that used to mean. Anyway, I'm going to go and just have a wander around, a bit of fresh air.
Yes.
I will leave you with Forthy steering the discussion. Lord help us, who knows where it's going to go. Tales from the 90s in advertising. Colin can delight us with
Morning.
with
Morning,
telling us
Colin.
what he's been doing with his spanner.
I'm on time. I don't know what you're talking about.
Owl will just be Owl. I'll love you and leave you for a while.
It's hard to be anybody else.
How are we all?
So, Colin, I'm quite intrigued, and you've probably told this story before, but what's it like being a sort of Scottish cricket buff, so to speak? Where's the sort of do you have cricket-loving friends in Scotland? Have you always loved cricket? How does it work, loving cricket in Scotland?
It's certainly weird, and it's a lot. It's not as niche as you would put it down to, because for some reason the northeast of Scotland there's quite a lot of cricket being played, and I think it's down to there's a large representation from Indians, Bangladesh and Pakistanis over in the northeast of Scotland. Probably due to the oil and gas industry, where a lot of, and even English, there's quite a lot of English that live in Aberdeen representing in oil and gas. So the leagues they've been diminishing as of late, but there is quite a lot of teams up here. Like the team I play for, we celebrated our 150th year.
Oh wow!
Not too long ago.
Did you play yesterday, Cole?
No, I'm taking the season out because of my knee.
You had a knee off, didn't you? But did the team play?
Yeah, we had a T20 game for a cup game that we lost, but yeah.
So I was going to ask you how it went, but you
yeah,
it didn't go well.
It didn't go too well. I was following it on the website just to see what the scores were, but unfortunately.
And can I ask, how do, obviously, when it comes to football, we know how the Scots feel about the English, and understandably so. How do the Scots feel about the English cricket team, by and large, or maybe you can't generalise?
I would say it's quite the opposite compared to the football. Majority of Scottish fans, or just Scotsmen in general, actively celebrating sport, the English. I was a bit different because I've got Australian family, so there kind of is in my ties before the English family. Yeah, but it's not quite as rivaled and hated. You can maybe describe it in the football realms. And
so you obviously go for Australia when England play Australia, just to give an example. But the average cricket-loving Scot might go for England.
Oh yeah, 100%. And certainly in my club, I am the massive outlier and not the common. But and we've had, Gavin Hamilton and the likes that have played for England before, who are Scotsmen. So it's quite common for a Scots person to support England.
Sounds lovely. I remember Mike Denness from the 1970s. Was actually an excellent player and happened to catch Australia when they had Lillian Thompson, and got is remembered for that really, and having to resign in the part of the way through the 1975 series to give way to Tony Greig, who also wasn't English, of course. But yeah, it's interesting actually. Interesting little bit of social history that.
Look at the England team now. It's rife with South African and New Zealand background. It's not quite a. Well, you probably describe the boarding school and socialist kind of or unsocialist form of English cricket of past, where it's all posh and proper. It's starting to break out into everything else.
So, Al, how do you feel about people who weren't necessarily born in England, people who may have grown up abroad and so on, representing England? It's obviously a vexed topic that people tend to have extremely firm views on. Where do you stand on it?
I think that there is. I think that sometimes circumstances can be out of your control. Simply the idea about where you were born is probably the very first thing that you have no control over. So the idea that and this is where you can't treat every case the same, is to be able to turn around and to go, well, say for example, Colin is born in Australia and moves to Scotland when he's 2 years old. Well, are you going to turn around and go, now, but because, first 2 years, formative years, I mean, the bit that always doesn't seem quite right is where the rules that are there, which seem to be there for good reason, are sort of deliberately flouted, or flouted either by the individual or by the sporting organisation. And so, I mean, Jofra Archer's probably the most recent really complicated example, because it did seem like the person the people who were most interested in Jofra Archer being English was the ECB. Now, I mean, it's all down to the individual, and provided you meet all the rules, then that's okay. You just got to make sure that you apply the rules fairly and equally and equitably for everybody. But I don't know, sometimes it leaves a bitter taste in the mouth. But I certainly didn't think any differently about Lamb, Hick, Smith, Robin Smith, of course, in my sort of formative years growing up, that I didn't look at them and go, they're not English. So, it's where it all starts to get. It feels like it's when the rules are manipulated that it feels like it's not so great. So my hat is now firmly in that ring.
The Jofra Archer one is quite a weird one, because one that was quite. It's the first one I remember that the rules have been fast tracked to enable him to play for England. I can't remember how far it was fast tracked, but it was definitely fast tracked beyond what was the normal rules for citizenship or for nationalityship. And it was also the one that sticks in my head for poaching. It was well written and documented that Chris Jordan basically tapped him up to come and play for England, and the West Indies were quite looking forward to having Jofra Archer in the future.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. I think manipulation feels wrong. You got to have some rules, because people move around the world these days. It's not like we all grow up in one village like we might have done 200 years ago. I mean, if you have a look at your family tree, suddenly it goes bananas, and people are marrying people from other countries and so on in the last 2 generations, and it's slightly absurd to think that the country you happen to be born in and live your first 5 years of your life in is the country you have to represent. So you have to bring in some sort of a guideline, a rule. But no, I agree with you. There have been some manipulations, and I think we all remember. I thought it wasn't Graham Hicks somewhat manipulated into the team. I can't remember the details of that now, but maybe he served his time. I remember Zola Budd. She seemed to be manipulated into the English athletics team.
Zola Budd is a classic case. Well, Zola Budd was not only manipulated in order to get to the Olympics, but certainly manipulated once she was there in LA in 1984. That was quite the unsavoury incident, to which the British Olympic Committee, the British Olympic Organisation, really didn't cover themselves in glory and kind of hanging her out to dry, really.
No. There was much fewer support mechanisms in those days. Not that they're all perfect now, of course.
Thinking about it now, I certainly think there should be an argument for a rule whereas if you have not represented your country of birth or where you currently are within a certain time frame it should be halved. It shouldn't be the normal process of 3 years or something like that. If your country is not showing any inkling or desire for you to play for that country, then it should be easier for you to represent another country.
But it's an interesting subject, because you take someone like Tony Gregg, his ancestors, so to speak, probably not the right word, his family for generations had, as I understand it, been English for as long as they could remember, or certainly British. They happened to go, to Africa for a generation or so, but they still felt they were an English family. And then and Tony Gregg happened to be born in South Africa, but I think felt certainly equally English as he did anything else. So, what do you do? Ken Beatson has an English mother, as I understand it from memory.
No, it's not like some of the cases of because there always used to be a joke about Jack Charlton's Republic of Ireland team, that some of the ways in which some of the links seem to be slightly more tenuous than others, but
particularly, if I may just come in for a second now, in the case of Tony Cascarino, who towards the end of his international career discovered he had absolutely no connection with Ireland whatsoever, and when he said this to the authorities, they said, "Well, just keep that quiet, would you, mate?"
Yeah. Tony, love you as an outspoken person, but shut up in this case.
That's right.
Yeah, mouth is open, Tony. Mouth is open.
Just let us have this one, please.
And I think it's an interesting one, isn't it? The Irish situation, because everybody says, "Oh, Irish, the larrikins, they see what they can get away with there," and people accept that from a small nation. You accept it from a New Zealand. There's only 5 million people in New Zealand. You take what you can get, and it's rather different in the case of the English, where you feel that they oughtn't to be manipulating the rules. Well, there should be plenty of local talent.
To go across sports, New Zealand were guilty of this with the Fijian Islands the Polynesian Islands, for years. So I think England have always been in a particularly lucky state because of the Commonwealth. We're seen as a net attractor rather than a net. We're not we're not usually an exporter of talent, which probably means we view it very differently.
It is remarkable how much money the Great British Isles for their sports seem to generate compared to other smaller nations in such worlds. It's quite remarkable. And as you mentioned, that Australia are quite the same for their rugby as well. They've had quite a lot of some Polynesian Isles that they represent as well coming over. But there's very little talk about that, or even.
To look at it the other way, if you look at the 100 meters final, for example, where it seems to be either American or very Caribbean focused. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, most of those Caribbean athletes would have gone collegiately to the United States. And maybe 1-2 of them would have turned around and been, American citizenship, qualifying for the American team. And so maybe when you look at, say, the Tokyo final or going back to Rio and London, that maybe half that field wouldn't have been in the final at all because they wouldn't have been able to have all been selected for their what would have been their respective countries of representation. So it's swings and roundabouts in different countries for different sports, I guess.
I'm going to just come in for a second. Al, you might be the best person to explain how Patreon works for our listeners.
Yes, I will endeavour to do my best with regards to Patreon. We really hope that you enjoy guerrilla cricket. You are, as our viewership, you are the lifeblood of guerrilla cricket, but this this service that we provide is unfortunately not able to be provided for free, and so what we humbly ask of you is that you find it in your heart to be able to donate whatever it is possible to be able to donate to us. And Patreon is our way of being able to do this. So
Very good. And what do you get if you become a Patreon subscriber?
So if you go to patreon.com and you search for Gorilla Cricket, you will see that that there are a variety of packages that, based on a certain donation, there will be certain things that we provide back to you. So let's have a look at Gorilla Cricket. So for just £2 a month, which I know for some might be a lot, but if you are you will have our undying gratitude for £2 a month. For £4 a month, you will have unfettered access to our archive, including matches and over 1,000 jingles. The Smaximum newsletter, although Smaximum is a term that might well change as we go on through life. That is available to you. There is also the access to the Twitch feed, which allows you to converse with other Patreon subscribers. £8 a month, your name in lights. Maybe you see us on YouTube. Maybe you are bemused and confused. Who are all these names that scroll across the bottom of the website, the bottom of the feed? Who are these people? Well, these are people on the Gorilla Cricket Roll of Honour, and just for £8 a month, you're able to find your way onto that Roll of Honour. You can, and there's opportunities to sponsor a day like this. Maybe Twitch comes with slightly more subscriptions, I'm going to say. Oh, sorry, Discord, not Twitch. Sorry, other method. So many different ways of communicating. Bound to get some of this wrong. Sorry. So Discord is the way that you would converse with other Patreon subscribers. There's opportunities if you wanted to sponsor a T20 or a day at a test or a full test. But really, any contribution that you would be able to make would certainly make the life of the Bear and Tony, who are working frantically behind the scenes. It keeps Hendo in pasties.
There's one other thing I think that some people might find quite easy to do. You could sponsor a YouTube shout out. I think it might have a special name, but there's a little $sign at the end of the YouTube
like
commentary feed.
Super chat.
Super chat, that's what it's called. Thank you very much, Colin.
Colin, you're our YouTube expert.
You're morally obliged to read it out, aren't you, Colin?
We are. It's written in every one of our contracts and signed in blood that we must read anything you put there, and we generally will say anything. We'll put a caveat in that just in case.
As long as it's legal.
Yeah, we don't want you getting banned, but let's put what you want in there, and we will come out with it. You just have to donate to us via the super chat on YouTube.
And I'm conscious, so thanks for putting us in the picture on that chat. So I'm conscious, Colin, we probably ought to just check, is there anything happening on socials so that you may have taken your eye off that for a moment. If you want to have a quick look and see if anything's happening.
Say no right now, but
I'll leave that with you. I'll leave that with you. Okay, so we're coming up to the top of the hour. I don't know, Colin, it's Tony rather. Are we having a change of batting formation at the top of the hour? Don't know whether, not sure that Tony's listening. He's doing his rota. So we've got a couple of minutes to go. Anything you'd like to, that's the thing that Melvin Bragg always says at the end of start the week when they do the extra bonus material on the podcast. So, professors, was there anything that you wanted to cover that we didn't cover during that session?
Yeah, on a show like the Moral Maze, that's it. It's that you could go for days.
Yes.
No, I think the next inspection is in 15 minutes. So I think 15 minutes will give us our understanding of where we're going to be. No, I think we've covered Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. I'd like to shout out my own dad in that particular regard. So, Dad, if you're out there.
That's nice. What a nice thought.
Happy Father's Day.
My dad
Actually, I
will
think
be listening.
you're staying on, aren't you, Al, for the next half hour or so?
I could be, absolutely. I'm going to give Tony this opportunity. I don't think anyone's ever given you this opportunity before, but it's Father's Day.
Yes.
So, Tony,
Yes.
what are your top 3 dad jokes?
Oh, do you know what? I can't do them to order. This is the point. I need to be spoon-fed the
I
opportunity.
thought there was like a Rolodex of dad jokes in the back of the brain.
No, my problem with jokes is I remember them on the hoof, as it were, and then immediately forget them.
Wow.
I've got one. I'm just going in a minute, so I'll just leave you with. I cannot for the life of me remember whether I've said this on air before or not, but I'll say it again. Which was my twin children. They had Deeble brothers. Let's say Fred and Sid Deeble in their separate classes, because we put them in separate classes so that they could develop their independence from each other. And I said, over dinner, when we found out that there was a Fred Deeble and a Sid Deeble in the 2 different classes, maybe it'd be a good opportunity to, get them round, and we could sort of mix them up. Maybe not, I said, because after all, it's better the Deeble you know.
Oh, God.
Very good.
That's what I.
So I'll leave it.
Well,
You did ask for a dad
I have
joke,
cheated.
so
I have cheated.
I'll leave on that.
Well, that's not bad. I have cheated and found a few, some of which are vaguely entertaining. This one's quite good. I ordered a chicken and an egg from Amazon. I'll let you know.
Fair enough.
Which I thought was very good.
I just wonder if Jason's waiting to get into the room.
He's not, Jason. Supposed to be coming on to Wibble, mate. But we don't see you unless he's knocked on the door. But then, unless he's going to appear here. But he's got a couple of minutes grace. We shall see.
And Mog has just done the right thing. He's just said, I do believe this is the YouTube super chat option of which you speak, and has donated $5 on
Mog,
Thanks,
he is a prince amongst men. There is no doubt about that.
Legend.
He is indeed an absolute legend. My wife said I was immature, so I told her to get out of my fort. It's vaguely amusing. How does a man in the moon cut his hair? He clips it. Very good. Yeah, there's plenty of them. I know.
I can give you something of a weather update. I can tell you that from all the sources that I can access, there's no indication of any further rain likely for quite a while. So everything is to do with how much it's actually drying out at the moment in Amstelveen. And Mog tells us that they are playing at Hilversum, which is only 30 kilometres away.
Yeah, the problem was with the covers overnight, so they found a leak overnight that affected the pitch to the side of the pitch they are playing.
Is that what the problem is? As soon as I hear the word Hilversum, I automatically think of kind of long wave radio from about the 1960s. Yes. Radio Hilversum.
Absolutely.
Messers will remember that.
Now, Tony, I've got to say to you that we spent some time on Friday talking about Tommy Cooper. And the little jokes about how he's gone just like that. And I just thought I'd check out, do you realise that how few of our audience are likely to have even been alive at the same time as Tommy Cooper? He died in 1984, for fuck's sake.
Jez, I was delivering a course in Leeds, and we were right by the main road, and there was this ambulance went past, full guns blazing, blues and twos the lot. So I just turn around to my class and go, well, he's never going to sell any ice creams going at that speed. Yeah, which is a great Morecambe and Wise line. And there's a girl on the course who's like mid-20s. I mean, it could be 12, could be 29, any age in between those things. But she looks at me and she goes, what are you talking about? So I go, well, it's a line from Morecambe and Wise. And she looks at me and she goes, who are they?
Yeah.
Oh, that's really scary.
And another person on my course just puts his head on the desk and just goes, I'm so old.
I know. So old. One of Tommy Cooper's best was, I've been on a whiskey diet. I've already lost 3 days.
Hey!
Like I was born in 1986, and I'm quite well aware of who Tommy Cooper is.
I'm glad to hear it. I mean, given television's propensity to repeat everything ad nauseam, it's not surprising. I mean, I think they're still playing F Troop on the TV on some channels here, which goes back to probably the 1960s.
Here's another one. I'll give you another Tommy Cooper one just for fun. Police arrested 2 kids yesterday. One was drinking battery acid. The other was eating fireworks. They charged one and let the other off. And somehow he's turned into Les Dawson with my appalling accent. But there we go.
There's a great Bill Hicks joke where he talks about I'm slowly trying to give up smoking. I'm down to 2 lighters a day.
Right, gentlemen. Who's supposed to be on now? And what shall we do?
Jason and Al and I are the ones who are supposed to be on. We're a bit Jason-less at the moment.
We do seem to be rather
should we take a break
Jason-less
until we know what more is happening?
Yes, because even if they have the inspection in 10 minutes, one assumes they're not going to run straight out. Colin, if what was your latest piece of news and intelligence that?
Well, it was still just the inspections in 10 minutes time. So
yeah.
But all the covers are off, so it's looking a bit more hopeful, should we say?
Well, that's okay. Well, that makes me think it's not really worth putting on highlights, and we should probably keep nattering away until we get to the inspection and decide what.
Well, I do some tweets.
Why don't you give us some social media messages and buy me some
So,
thinking time?
Roy Palm saying cricket in the northeast of Scotland have nicely rolled permafrost wickets. And that would be very true. We
I was
don't
going to
bounce much.
Everybody is short sleeves mandatory. Colin, up there, or
I tell you what is weird compared to down south and Australia playing is the lack of helmets. When you see someone coming out in a helmet, you kind of think, what's this guy doing? Why's he got a helmet? It's not going to bounce that high.
Oh dear.
Leah saying, I bought the biography of one of your fellow Puritans yesterday, Solomon Kane. Maybe you've heard of the guy. Moving on. Mog is going on our chat with people switching allegiances in countries. Fawad Ahmed got some extra visa love so he could line up for Australia. Yeah, that's correct.
True.
Palm again. These delays just remind of Gary Naylor saying cricket doing its best not to play cricket. And,
that's disingenuous. That because it's not about whether it's raining or not. It's about whether the ground's safe or not. I'm considering how many. What's the most stupid thing in the world would be to turn around and to find out, it's like, oh, we'll just play anyway, and to have someone injure themselves by going base over apex on a wet outfield.
Yeah. Mog, Jesus wept, Colin is old.
Wow.
And he's even commented the old by going, old.
Wow. Colin, you are the spring chicken of this terrifically talented trio. Let me tell you by some distance.
I do feel old.
Don't do that. Don't do that. You're a go-getter. You're a whippersnapper. Come on.
Not with
Well,
my
let me
knees, I'm
put it
not.
like this. I look around at 70-year-olds and I think of them as them rather than me. You know what I mean?
They're not the same species, are they?
No, that's right. So it's all a matter of who you hang out with, I think, and that's why I'm sort of draining the energy from you youngsters.
Thank you for that vampirific reference.
And that's us pretty much up to date on tweets.
So,
anybody on YouTube apart from you and Mug?
Do we want to talk about? Do you want to talk
Not
about
really.
the 2 tests against New Zealand? I love all this talk about the fact we win against New Zealand. We win, like I'm in the team. England win against New Zealand, and all of a sudden the reset's finished, and it's all fine. Stokes is amazing. McCullum is the human equivalent of the horse whisperer.
there's two kind of glaring things from the two tests.
Yep.
One is the dramatic performance of England in this change of ability or determination that they're playing with, and two, how has New Zealand suddenly gone so backwards in the space of months? Because some of that New Zealand team was a bit toothless, is the best way I'd describe it. Especially Southey. Southey seems to have fallen off some sort of cliff.
He did all right at Lords. I think in the second test he really had a poor test, and people do that. But I do think that New Zealand are past their peak, and particularly with Williamson having had a long run of ordinary form, put it like that, makes it much harder for them. But their bowling was really up against it in the last test, particularly once they were down to 3 bowlers basically for the whole of the second innings. That made it hard. But
something that I thought was
one thing I just want to say in relation to all of the test matches is they have just brought home how bloody important it is to catch your catches.
Yes.
That's why England won the first test, and it certainly contributed to New Zealand's downfall in the second test.
Yep, I can totally agree with that. I mean, the interesting thing for me is that we talk about New Zealand like falling off a cliff. It's just how little Test cricket they play compared to some of the big three nations. You know, there's been this comparison because Root's like re-emerged. He's carried on his pre-Ashes form post-Ashes. And it's like, oh, how many centuries has he? There's a big four of Williamson, Coley, Smith, and Root, and how many runs has Root scored compared to the others, and how many centuries has he scored? And it's incredible. But the outlier in it all is Williamson, just because of how few tests he's played.
Yes, that's true.
And how good he was.
Well,
like that is outstanding to be up there with that little test.
It's no, I think what's been interesting for me is where there is this, and I don't know whether New Zealand kind of cultivate the idea of coming all this way for a boring 5-day draw is not necessarily anyone's idea of fun, but there's something about the way that those two teams match up against each other that seems to bring out exciting cricket in the match as a whole.
I think that's certainly true. One of the things that does strike me about what's happened in the last 2 test matches is England has certainly done well, but I think to sort of see that as a harbinger of a great team is it's a very long way off. Particularly given the fact that the second test was played on a beautiful batting track, basically. And even so, they've still got 2 batters who look seriously suspect to me.
Could we even describe the track as un-English-like?
It happens from time to time in England. Not that often, but and a really fast outfield. I mean, I really enjoyed having that. I thought it made for a fantastic competition.
Certainly.
But I do think England still face really fundamental problems in terms of their batting lineup, and even in the bowling lineup, given the ongoing fitness problems of people like Wood and Archer and Overton to some extent.
Isn't it interesting that these games were scheduled between the second and the third test? Because I think if we were commentating on like the 3rd or 4th day of the 3rd test, I don't think Stokes will be playing.
No, you're probably right.
Yeah. And it was always the bit that I didn't quite. I mean, I understood that Stokes was made captain basically because he was the best choice and in many respects the only choice. But I'm not entirely sure how he's going to keep himself fit for all the games, especially with the South Africa series when they start to come a bit thicker and faster.
And he's wanting to be not in the limelight, but a part of the game. Like, he always seems like he wants to bowl, or he wants to be that cover fielder that's bounding about everywhere. It's like your body can only take so much of doing all that punishment on your own.
I think to a certain degree, I think he can be a magnet to the ball sometimes. I think I've heard goalkeepers be described like this, that somehow they just manage to get themselves in the way rather than let the ball go past them. But no, I think sometimes, it's just interesting how he tends to be at the epicenter of lots of things.
To move on a little bit, but from England, my biggest take on it is how will they survive after a negative game? Because of this way of playing, at some point or other, it will go bad, and you will have a series of batsmen getting caught at long on for 10 runs and then losing by an innings. That's always the point, that when you see, are they actually truly with this proactive and just attacking cricket?
No, I mean, I keep on thinking back to the Ashes, and Jez will be
We're not meant to do that.
No. I mean, you've got to. But I mean, the point I was going to make is, Jez, at some point, it must have been clear to everyone in Australia that this is over.
Yep. Well,
there's more tests.
It almost was over from the first ball.
Yeah.
Because there was, that must have deflated England so much to lose that very first wicket from the first ball to a bloody awful shot. But yeah, it's. I think what Tony was saying earlier on about what Jason Gillespie said about wanting to play teams at their best, and a really good Ashes series against a good England team playing at their best is so important. But there was never any sense of threat from the English team in Australia last year.
Yeah.
But I do believe that what Colin says is really crucial. I think we look at the rest of the summer. I think the Test match at India is going to be a bit random, to be honest.
Yes.
I don't think India will really be properly prepared for that. But the series against South Africa is really looking interesting. I mean, they've got a fantastic attack, and
they're coming back up.
Coming back in, yeah. So I think that will provide a really good measure of whether England actually has some strength to sustain into the future, certainly in English conditions. That's the other question that occurs to me, is England are a different team to England overseas on the whole. And it's really hard to know whether they, what they can do in English conditions is repeatable. You've got bowlers who, if they can bowl at 80 miles an hour in England, that's quite possibly going to be fine because of the conditions. But 80 miles an hour in South Africa or in Australia is probably not going to get them too far. So that's where the loss of Archer and Wood has been so crucial, in my judgment.
I'll tell you what we could do. I've got some cricket anagrams for you.
Oh God!
Right.
Some of them are quite easy.
I'm having an anxiety attack.
Here's the first one.
I didn't know there was going to be a test.
Here's the first
I'm
one.
not prepared.
Uncrushable gas man.
Crushable gas man.
Uncrushable gas man.
Okay.
Australian recently crowned #1 men's test batter in the ICC rankings.
Marnus Labuschagne?
Yeah.
No.
Yep. Yes, it is.
But that's not that one to Jez. Colin, are you keeping score?
We're just going to note all to Jez. That's what's going to happen here.
Yes.
Well, the clue is a giveaway.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a bit.
Well, I'm just trying to. It's just I've now got to type the answer in, which is taking me the time. Hang on.
Oh.
It's hard life being a quiz master.
A.
Good luck spelling Labuschagne.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
Marnus will do. Everybody knows. Oh dear. And
Oh, hang on.
Yeah,
Yes, we got that one wrong.
What?
The next one.
What?
Oh Lord, hang on. Show answers. Oh, hang on. Let's show answers. Oh, right. Here we go. I've found the quicker way to do it. Okay, here's another one for
good.
you. Absurd Otter. His dad played cricket. His wife's a pop star, and he's a second leading wicket taker for his country in tests. Absurd Otter.
Stuart Broad.
Very good. Okay.
Is his wife a pop star?
Molly
Apparently.
King.
Yeah. Sorry.
I didn't
What's
know
her
they were
name?
married. I thought they were just. I thought they were just in love.
I don't pay attention to
Are they-
these things.
All right. Well, here's another one for
what's
you.
her
Colin,
what's
they're
her name?
courting they
What's
are.
her name, Alan?
Molly King.
Never heard of her.
Molly King.
Molly.
Molly King.
It sounds like a term for being round the back of the bike sheds or something like that.
Doing a bit of Molly
Doing a spot of Mollocking. Yeah, I was thinking that. Here's another one then. Manic Stump, newly appointed skipper for his country.
Ben Stokes.
No,
I just.
this was a Christmas quiz from 2021, which might help you out.
God.
Manic Stump.
Manic Stump.
Messers, you should get this, based on
Yeah,
where you are.
Pat Cummins.
Pat Cummings, very good. Timeouts, eh? New Zealand Quick, who plays all three formats. Timeouts, eh?
Timeouts.
We have a jingle for him. It's to do with flying. Do 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 do.
Oh God. I can't even think of any.
I
I
can
need my pills.
The Grandham and
This-
Southey.
Southey.
It's Colin Southey, yes.
Colin Southey, who the hell's he?
Sorry, not Colin. It's because I'm on with Colin
Tim.
I've had your
Southey.
pills today, missus.
My room is filled with the smell of burning rubber from me having to think this hard. It's just awful.
Well, here's an easy one. You're going to get this. To turn belt.
Pills. Did I take my pills today? Did I take my pills today, Tony? I don't know. Did I?
3:15, Jez. 3:15.
To turn.
Oh,
To turn
next week,
belt.
then.
Another Kiwi.
What?
Also a bowler. To turn belt. Come on, that's an easy one. boys.
Trent
Trent
Bolt.
Bolt.
Ben Bolt, yeah.
Yes. Woman like nails. Quality batsman, captain. Shares a name with the Undertaker's brother. Don't know what that means.
Oh, Kane Williamson.
Yes, Kane Williamson. Very good.
What's the Undertaker got to do with it?
Nan Jin Southwards plays all three formats for India. And first name's also a capital city. Nan Jin Southwards.
I feel like my brain's fried.
Like, my brain
You want
can't
me to
process
commentate?
this.
Ravi Ashwin, is it?
No, Ravi Ashwin. What, the famous city of Ravi?
Oh,
Wow.
Who's got a cricket? What
Tony,
cricketer has his,
were you this complimentary about your kids doing their homework when they were growing up?
What cricketer has a first name of a well-known capital city? Come on. Nan Jin Southwards is the anagram. Have a look on Twitter. Someone's probably got it by now. See
Yeah,
who's
someone's
there.
I never thought I could cheat.
Nan Jin Southwards.
no.
You've got access to the entirety of social media, Colin, and you're trying to do it yourself.
I know that this is why I'm exceedingly bad
All right,
at this.
I'm gonna let you think about that one. I'm gonna give you another one. No cost heel pieces. No
Oh, God.
cost heel pieces. Born in Chester, a spinner, women's #1 T20 bowler in the world. I met her recently.
Oh,
No cost heel pieces.
She recently retired.
No, she's very, very much still playing, and she is the world's #1 T20 bowler in women's cricket. And you should get it from that, chaps. I'm ashamed
I know
of
you
you
should.
if you can't get that.
yeah, I'm ashamed of myself.
No cost heel pieces. Sophie Eccleston.
Oh, of course.
All right, I'm not going to give you the other next one. I'll give you this one. Dad Aim Lawn. Dad
Dead?
Aim Lawn. English batsman,
David Milan.
Yeah, I was about to update the question to say recently achieved a century in all 3 formats, or has just got that.
Mark says, "Geez, Tony's a real bastard."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Twitter, you've been
Welcome to our. He's a slave driver, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing this under protest.
Well, that's it. You'll be glad to know that's the end of your anagram quiz. So now let's have
Are we going to enter the numbers round? Can we play? Is it big money where the points can really change?
it's
Maybe we
Gorilla
should go to
Cricket,
the
there won't be
birthday
any big
game
money.
next.
Yeah. You talked about British. Batsmen who scored. Also, batters who had scored in 100 centuries in all 3.
Yep.
Someone who I follow on Twitter, who's it? Nat Skyver was apparently the first English player to do that. And when it was mentioned on Twitter, she got.
That's true. Yeah.
She got a stack load of abuse. So if you give people abuse for turning around and pointing out that female cricketers did things before male cricketers, you're not a very nice person, and you should think about what you say to other people.
Nope.
Who, me?
What's-
Who's that? Who was that aimed at?
No, just people in general.
Oh,
was
what's this?
something. One of the Twitter. So I think it was someone main as well. Someone fairly important within cricket tweeted, just the males within that trio, which I thought was quite wrong to do. Yeah, it was just,
Well,
it was
let's
quite
give you a
weird.
quick update. They are inspecting the pitch. There was a considerable applause as umpires Paul Rifle and Nitin Bhathi walked out to have a look. They do appear, it seems, though, to be concerned about a damp patch. Well, who wouldn't be?
Well, indeed.
And so they do seem a tad apprehensive. I'm reading this from Cricinfo, and with full credit to Cricinfo, should anyone from Cricinfo be listening to us. So there is still some concern, although the sun is peeking through the clouds. But the latest still rather seems to be, we have no news.
Well, Pokey Bumfinger on the YouTube is saying 12:15 pitch inspection.
Yeah,
But that's
going
the
on.
one we're talking about.
Oh
That's-
yeah, I
that's-
suppose
that's-
because he's
that's
put
going on
local
right
time.
Yeah.
Mr. Bumfinger is he? Where does Mr. Bumfinger live?
I think he is in Amsterdam.
He lives in Amsterdam.
I think so.
Ah, well, there we go. He's very local. Well, Pokey, do give us a weather update. Have a look out your window, or are you at the ground indeed?
He says.
Have you
next
got your
inspection
spanner? Is he walking round the Amsterdam woods carrying
No,
his
he's just
spanner?
told us. He's just
Is it-
updated to say the next inspection in 35 minutes, confirmed from TalkSport.
Oh my lord! Right. Well, we probably and then
Oh,
We
yeah.
can
Just
definitely go to updates now, can't we?
I think we should probably go to some highlights of
I
some
just, I just remembered I was talking to Pokey at length about how he was at West Wales in the back of Beyond as well.
He's in West Wales.
Yeah,
Well, what made you think he was in Amsterdam?
I had it in my head for some reason.
West Wales. I mean, one is extremely flat and one is quite mountainous. So there's a difference.
Leah's got it. It's Washington Sundar.
Yes, Messrs. Of course it is.
And the Naked Fan porn bot has come up with an anagram for Colin Southey. Which, well,
Is it something
it's
you
not
can
a
read
word
out?
I'd normally use. Well, not normally. Well, let me put it this way. It's he oil Bradmans. Now, I know there's no B in Colin Southey, but make of that as you will.
Oh, Lord. Yes, I think we might want to give that as wide a swerve
Moving
as
on.
we possibly can
Moving on.
from our friend. Now, I wonder if that gives us any clues as to the real identity of our friend GC Naked Fun Porn Bot. It's been something of a mystery. We've been debating it. We're wondering if it is the same as it's the Ghost of Zoob or Crack the Bear or Hendo's Kidney Stone. But
I've
we're
got a
not
99%
sure.
chance of certainty in my guess, but I won't reveal him until he wants to come out, as it were.
Ooh, all right.
Come out as an HD.
Yeah,
porn
we
bot.
shouldn't. It's been very topical in the news. in Australia. We shouldn't out anyone who wants to be outed.
Yes. Dame Kelly Holmes. She has just
that's
Congratulations to
outed
her.
herself, so well done her. Absolutely right. Right. Well, I think I'm gonna, if I can, I'm gonna line up some. What time did we say the next inspection was, Colin?
I think it's another 35 minutes.
So I'm
12.
1
assuming
p.m. local, which will be 12 p.m. here, so that's in half an hour's time. So that will give me time to. Apparently, there's loud boos, and you don't know what you're doing. The umpires, which to be fair, I think they do know what they're doing, and people on the edge of the pitch of the boundary are not going to know that it's sloppy and sloshy underfoot.
It's just the same English football fans. That's all it is.
Well,
I'll just give you
probably is.
an update from Colombo. Australia 94 for 2 after 21 overs.
Okay, that'll be interesting. Right, well, I will dismiss you gentlemen for now. Do stay close to your radios and or computers and or whatever it may be, and indeed probably stay on the Zoom, because my rotors are all shot to hell and I have no idea. So it may be us carrying the day through, because I think we're the 4 who are absolutely guaranteed to be on all day. So I'll go away and have a little think about how
What
to
you've done
balance things.
to us with anagrams.
Yeah, if you come back with more anagrams,
Yeah.
All right, I promise.
I will drive down there.
Assault with a deadly anagram.
No more anagrams. I promise you, or anagrams,
Okay.
or anybody. All right,
Okay, well, we can catch you in a little while.
you
See you on
sure
this
will.
side.
Cheers. Take care, and I think I'll play a bit of my conversation with Anindo and Ashley Gray, which is wonderful.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Welcome to this Guerrilla Cricket podcast. Now, in March 1706, a man called William Goldwyn published a slender volume of his early verse called Musée Juvenile. Inside was a poem that would lend him a very strange kind of immortality, 95 lines in Latin, which that were titled Incertamen Pile, on match at ball. Why should we care? Well, as far as anyone knows, it is the very first piece of cricket literature. Cricket has a genuine appeal around the world, and today is certainly the topic of conversation for my two guests who are joining me from Singapore and Sydney. Most importantly, they are both best-selling writers about the game that we love. And I'm very happy to say that I've been lucky enough to record extensive interviews with both about their work. So today, we will of course discuss their latest books, but we're primarily going to dive into the pain, rewards and sheer hard graft of the writer's craft. Firstly, Aninda Dutta is a banker and now writer and guerrilla cricket commentator, who for a while has been keeping the likes of Sourav Ganguly and MS Dhoni off Amazon India's top spot with his latest book, The Greatest Year, the story of India's 1971 tours to England and the West Indies. Anindo, hello, and a very warm welcome.
Hello, Tony. Thank you very much for having me here. Delighted, as always, to be with you.
Delighted to have you. And with him, from Sydney, Ashley Gray. Ashley's a sports writer whose stories have appeared in Wisden, Fox Daily, The Daily Telegraph, The Guardian, and All Out Cricket. Most recently, he's written The Unforgiven, Mercenaries or Missionaries, the untold story of West Indian cricketers who toured apartheid South Africa, which has been nominated for a Wisden Book of the Year prize. So, Ashley, a huge welcome to you as well.
Oh, lovely to be here, Tony, yet again, and looking forward to our chat.
Well, let's then. Shall we start with you, Ashley? Because what we're really going to focus on today is the art of creating stories and writing, and particularly about cricket. Ernest Hemingway once said, "There's no rule to how to write. Sometimes it comes easily and perfectly. Sometimes it's like drilling rock and then blasting it away with charges." But let's start, if we may, with you, Ashley, and just tell us a little bit about yourself and how you came to be a writer about cricket.
Yeah. Well, I was always a cricket fan as a kid. Perhaps what you would now call a cricket tragic. I combed the statistic books and for the right stats of the players that I loved. I used to play as well. I read all the biographies. I used to get Cricketer and Wisden when they'd come out to Australia, 3 months late by a ship. And obviously I'd watch it all on TV as well, so I mean, I don't think I was particularly different to a lot of other boys growing up in Australia. Late 70s, early 80s, that kind of period, and it left an indelible mark on me. And those guys that I admired then, like the Lillies and Thompsons and Chappells and Marshes, I still love them now. I mean, they're heroes to me, and they still stand out as different to the men of today in some way or other. They just seem realer. Maybe it was just because I was just a little boy, but even now that they seem like, that they're from a different age, a different epoch. So, it's kind of in my blood. My cricket career was, I was coordinated. I could hit the ball, and occasionally I could do something with the ball bowling. But the way cricket was organised back then, especially in Australia, was that often it was up to dads to coach sides, and dads always had favourites, and if you weren't in with the in crowd, you didn't always get a bat. So sometimes you'd be fielding for like 3 weekends in a row. But I suppose it was character building, standing at swapping from third man to fine leg for an hour, in a very hot, blazing Australian sun. But ultimately in the end, I probably wasn't good enough. But I loved it, and loved playing, and I still play with my son out in the backyard, and I love taking him to games and scoring, and it's just I think the thing about cricket as opposed to, say, football or soccer or rugby league, which is also popular here. It's more of a game of the mind, and that appealed to me. It's a dreamer's game to some degree. When you are at fine leg, there's a lot of time thinking. And,
there is. It's a very psychological game. So, but you too often got the Adil Rashid Award under Joe Root for turning up and neither batting nor bowling, by the sounds of it. Let's move on to Anindo. Now, obviously, we kind of know each other a bit now because you've been the seer of some of our cricket commentaries. But pretend we don't know each other, Anindo. Again, it's the same story for you. I remember asking you this before, but from the world of international finance to the world's best spin bowlers. Was that a huge journey or a smaller journey than you might think?
Well, I think it was an unimagined journey, more precisely. I didn't set out to be a banker, I became one. And somehow you can say I didn't set out to be a writer and became one. So it's just at different parts of my life. I was a banker until fairly recently for 26 years. For much of which I didn't write at all, unless I was writing things for my clients or for my bank. And a feedback that I always got was that it was interesting reading even when I was writing on very dry finance, and I was a trader for most of my life, so I was writing on trading. But I never thought much of it. And then a few years ago, I wrote an article for one of the Australian websites, and it came out, and there was immediately I got a lot of feedback saying that they really liked it, etc. Then I got a call from Kersi Meher Homji, another Sydney-based writer, and he said he loved the writing when I'd written a couple of articles, and he actually picked up one of them and said that there's a book in it, and I'd never contemplated writing a book. So it was a 1,500-word article, and I was like, Kersi, you've got to be joking. I mean, I can't turn a 1,500-word article into a book. And he said, no, it's there. I've written 14 books, so his 15th was yet to be published, and I can tell you that there's a book in it. I said, okay. So I did something as basic as call him back again and ask him how he structures a book, because I didn't have the remotest idea how to do it. And he told me how he does it, and of course he put the caveat there that you've got to find your own way. And so I've found my own way since then. And then I started writing. This was about 7 years ago, something like that. And then I found it to be an all-encompassing passion, if you like. So I was working full time. I was writing in the morning. I was writing at late at night whenever I got a chance. And the nature of what part of cricket interested me made it more difficult, because I've always been interested in the history of the game, which obviously involved a lot of research. And the one thing that I've been always very careful of, even when I wrote for financial matters, was that I shouldn't get a single fact wrong, and which makes life very difficult when you're that nitpicky about something. But then you have to be when you do research,
especially with cricket.
Exactly. And you're going to be found out very quickly if you don't, right?
Well, it's a rich theme.
Exactly.
Which is good for us. It's interesting that from three of us, I think, two of us, probably me and you and Indo, have taken the path via other industries and things, and sort of worked our way into a hobby becoming kind of a work.
Yep.
Actually, perhaps a little bit different for you in that you are by trade a journalist and a writer. Is that fair?
Yeah, and a sub-editor as well.
I always think that must be a thankless task.
Yeah, the thing about being a sub-editor is that people would say to me with this book, they'd say, look, just pump it out, just write it and get it done, then go back and correct it and hone those sentences, make it sing. But the trouble is, when you're a sub-editor, you're used to polishing as you go, So I couldn't do that because I would feel uncomfortable knowing that something I just left wasn't perfect, in my eyes, So I couldn't go on that way, and I had to do it this way. And people would say to me, "You're crazy," but that's just the way I did it. And in the end, I got there. But I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. But that's one of the sort of drawbacks of the trade, I suppose, is that you learn how to do things in a certain way, and that kind of works for me. But I've always, like I said, I've been doing it for 20 odd years now, so I've always been sub-editing and writing, and not always on sport, not always on cricket either. But I think having to write in different tones for different publications and on different subjects sort of rounds you out as a writer as well, because you can draw on a lot more different expressions and ways of putting together stories as well, because one magazine might have a certain style that you have to adhere to, or it might have a certain way of structuring things, but the newspaper will have a different style and structure again, depending on which one it is. So I suppose that's been the benefit of my
that's an interesting. You've touched on an interesting point there. So the idea of style. When you're sub-editing or writing for someone else, if it's advertising copy or if it's even autobiography writing or any of those things, you have to sort of adopt a different persona, that of your audience or the editorial style of the publication you're in. But when you start to write your own books, it's you, even if the subject matter is very relevant to a particular group or a particular audience. It's your way of putting it across. So I think one thing I'd like to ask you both is, your books are or the books certainly the ones I've been reading, have similarities and differences. One is very much about a history of a certain type of art or craft or of a team. So in Indo, perhaps you're more the historian, but you're a storyteller in the way you bring that game history across. Actually, you're also a historian in that you've picked a very specific, or the current book, The Unforgiven, is sort of politically charged. It's sociologically charged with so many different sort of depths about those West Indian cricketers. But again, you're essentially telling a history story through multiple personalities. So in some ways, the books have similarities there.
Sure.
So anyway, that's kind of a long-winded way of asking the question, which is, how do you evolve, Ashley, your own style and way of your own storytelling so that you feel this is me, even though you're telling the story of something else?
Sure. I think at some point you have to back yourself and back your experience and back your way of looking at the world. Otherwise, there's no point in writing a book or a long form article. I mean, you have to trust that what you're writing about and your perspective is unique in some way and is valuable. I mean, there are many times when you're writing something and you feel that isn't the case. And that can kind of freak you out as well. I mean, there was a time here when I was doing Lawrence Rowe's chapter, and I could not get past the first paragraph, and I was sitting right here, right where I am now. And it was a lovely summer's day, and I was looking outside, wishing I was outside. And I just couldn't get... And I found that there were 3 or 4 different options for the next paragraph where I could go with the story, each chapter, and they all seemed quite appealing. But when I'd start them, they wouldn't work, and it was just this utter sense of frustration, and I just let out this primal roar. It was like, "Ugh!" And it didn't work, by the way. But I had to go on, and even I've got a book here from Neville Cardis, his autobiography.
Yeah.
And it's got some great stuff in here, because obviously he wrote for the Manchester Guardian, but there's interesting bit here, which I really related to, when he said, the Manchester Guardian was a great but dangerous school for young journalists. It made us so word and phrase conscious that sometimes we suffered the embarrassment of the centipede, which one day became aware of the complexity and delicacy of its muscular organisation and reduced itself more or less to permanent immobility by wondering which foot to put forward next. Well, that's where I was at with the Lawrence Road chapter, and to move on to the next part of the narrative, I had to take a chance and believe in myself and get on with it. At some point you have to bite the bullet, and that's ultimately what I did. So, that's kind of how I approach things, Tony. But usually with a lot more, with a little more success than I had with Roe in that beginning.
What finally unblocked the start to the Lawrence Road chapter then? What was the critical moment that you went from blank page to you felt you were onto something? Stephen King said the scariest moment is always just before you start. After that, things can only get better. And he wrote a few books.
Yeah, he did, yes. I think I went out and had a walk and experienced some of that sunshine, came back and just looked at the first thing I had written, which is often the best thing in a way, because you come to you're closer to being pure about the subject when you approach it, and I went with that, and it just started to roll. I knew a lot about him obviously anyway, because I'd researched him so much. I'd interviewed him, I'd seen him, I knew the man, and the thing about my book was, even though it's well structured in that there are 20 chapters on different guys that went on the Rebel tours, each chapter itself, I didn't have a particular structure for it. It would just sort of happen, and I would just sort of work it as I was going. Once again, the sort of the polish as you go thing. I couldn't move on if the stats weren't right and the words weren't right. Like you were saying before, if the stats aren't right, you can't go.
Well, the rigour certainly comes out, and actually you've said something there I will come back to, because it's the 20 different people. I have a slight feeling that each chapter gets to the heart of those personalities, so it's slightly different in its feel, because I think you almost inhabit the trials, tribulations of each of those people. But I'm going to hold that thought, because I was going to ask Anindo the same question. For you, as I say, a kind of a historian. I don't know if you'd like to be called a historian, but you're a storytelling historian in cricket. Yeah. But tell me about the inspiration for you, because it's not just the Wizards and the Story of Indian Spin. You've written about Don Bradman. You've written about the Gentleman's Game and the old style. We imbue the history of cricket. Even when none of us were born, even me, who's older than you two, you somehow in your mind have a vision of what cricket was like that is actually probably black and white and men running around impossibly quickly. And yet you feel like you were there because you've read so much. So tell me a little bit about your inspiration to get pen to paper for your first book, perhaps, Anindo.
Yeah, it's interesting, Tony. You say that what you just said, because the first book, although it's not the first book I published, the first book I actually started working on was Spellbinding Spells. That's the one which Kersey asked me to encourage me to write. It just took a while to write, so by that time I had The Gentleman's Game, which was almost like an experiment, because The Gentleman's Game was more a collection of articles that I had written earlier, and I sort of polished them and I put it out there to see what the response to my writing would be while I was still writing Spellbinding Spells. I wanted some feedback, if you like. So it's interesting that a lot of people even today are writing back to me and telling me that they love A Gentleman's Game, which is nice to know. But that's the reason why I wrote it. And then when I started writing Spellbinding Spells, it was quite interesting because for some reason I decided to be very bold. And I said, I'm going to write this in a manner which I have not used earlier. And in line with what you were talking about, that where if if I can call myself a quasi-historian, just because I guess I read so much of it and enjoy it. I actually thought that a unique approach would be if I were to write a book where I'm visualizing what's going on in front of me and I'm writing the entire story in the present continuous. So, which was an absolute experiment, because it's a 50-page book. And it had to be right because the facts in there were very important. It was the first book ever written on single bowling spells. So no one had really dissected a single bowling spell and, ranked them. So I have, I think, 6 chapters with 7 of the top bowling spells, which first I had to make sure, cross-referencing, that I didn't make a mistake. And thankfully, in the last 4 years, no one's come back to me to say I've made a mistake. But maybe someone will someday.
Well, you're the reference.
Yeah,
you say it's true. It's true.
Well, they'd have to go back to a lot of archives to prove me wrong on that one, because for the 19th century spells that I wrote about, a lot of them, I have to say, are quasi-conjecture, because you only have the scoreboards. There's nothing else. And you look at those scoreboards and then you try and cross-reference a bit of writing from somewhere about the match, and you try to make up your mind as to whether it was logically a single spell or not. And then I thought that if modern readers read it, they can't relate to the same way to an 1890 test match as I would. So why don't I narrate it like someone would watch a match on television? As if it's happening in front of them. So my entire book is written in the present continuous. And I can tell you I was one tired man by the time I finished.
Well, that's definitely something we're going to come on. Now, you both said something here which I think is really interesting. It's almost as though you're cricket statisticians and historians first, and then the writing wraps around that. And is that perhaps something that's sort of almost unique to the sport that we have in common, because it is so incredibly rich in data to start with?
I think if I may just take that one for first. I think it is unique, but then it's a huge challenge as well, because if you only depend on the statistics, you're going to get a critic or multiple critics coming and telling you that you're just regurgitating statistics.
Yeah.
Right? And that's not the point. The point is to tell the story that the statistics suggest. And I think therein lies the art. Right?
But isn't that what Neville Cardus was famously so good at doing? He didn't rely upon just the stats and the chronology of the game that he was talking about. Quite often he wasn't even there. The line I've always loved, it gets trotted out on, probably shows like this, I don't know. Trent Bridge, a lotus land for batsmen, a place where it was always afternoon and 360 for 2. I mean, again, we'll come back to it, but I'm not sure you get that sort of language. Ashley, what about for you? Historian, statistician, wrapped in prose.
Yeah. I think that. I've always had a head for stats because cricket is unmerciful in that way, in that everyone that plays in a game is ranked. Where you come in, when you bowl, your score you get, everything that you do is accounted for. So it's a good basis from which to start when you want to historically analyse something. But as Alinda was saying before, it's just the bones. You've got to put the flesh on it, and that's the real art. But it's just so important in cricket as well to get those stats right, because they can be interpreted in so many ways, and if you haven't got the right one to work with in the beginning, you're not only doing the record books a disservice, you're deceiving your readers. So you have to get those right. But I would consider myself a writer before I would consider myself a.
Well, yeah, it's interesting you say that, because if when you think about the Unforgiven, interestingly enough, there are stats in there. Of course, there are.
And that's why I put the scorecards at the end. Because it's important to me. Because if I read a book and I've got all this stuff, I want to be able to refer exactly to what happened.
Any cricket fan would be lying if they weren't worrying. Well, but what was the scorecard that day? Who got how many wickets? I mean, they still will do that. But, and again, I think this is a commonality probably between both of you and books of yours that I've been lucky enough to read, is there's a huge amount of personality and emotion, quite raw emotion in perhaps more in your case, Ashley, around the personalities, the issues that they were going through, the challenges, the moral challenges that they were facing. So stats alone are never going to tell that story. What was the point at which you said there is a really deep seam to mine here that goes far beyond just cricket, and led you to that book?
Well, it probably was just meeting Richard Austin in the first place and finding him in the gutter. I mean, I didn't see him on the cricket field racking up a century or taking 5 wickets or making a spectacular catch. I saw him in the gutter drinking rum from a plastic Coke bottle and pleading to me for money to feed his cocaine habits. So the story could never be about the statistics, or I was talking to a guy today from my hometown. I think I told you before, Tony, that's doing a story from Newcastle here, and I actually played cricket with him as a kid, and he was saying that the book is more about the decisions that people make in their lives and the ramifications and how they reconcile them later in life, if they ever do. So yeah, that always had to be the focus for me. I had to get the other stuff right, because to not do that would be to
it's the price of the ticket.
Fall out with so many cricket fans, and also myself, because I got to get these things right. Because if you want to get your argument right, stats have to be right. So but the story is about people's lives and how people make calls on their lives that sometimes are wrong and sometimes can lead down very dark alleys. So that's more what it's about, and also the political ramifications. There are so many variables, other themes that sort of interweave there, and it got so complex at one stage that I just thought I couldn't do it. I just thought there's just so much going on in this book. It was doing my head in. But I'll just quickly give you a little anecdote. It was Christmas night 2018, just before Christmas, and I was having lunch with a mate up in the suburb here called Marrickville, which is in Sydney's inner west, and we were having some Vietnamese, and I was telling him about my problems about the book, and I was halfway through it, and I didn't think I was going to make it to the end, and we were outside, and I looked up at a building across the road, and there was a mural there, and it was a mural of a picture of Nelson Mandela, and it had a big painted picture of him, and also had a quote down the bottom, and the quote said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." And it just felt like he was speaking to me, because he was South African. The book was about South Africa. It just felt like a very profound moment for me, and I just thought, well, okay, I just got to do it. That's all you can do in those situations. Anyway, yeah.
So ultimately, Nelson Mandela helped you to get to that's quite a story. And Indo, what about you? I mean, your book again is certainly all of them really, but certainly Wizards it is about a range of different personalities and personal stories that are wrapped in the statistics of that show achievement ultimately. Who stood out for you, perhaps not just for achievement, but as a personality, where you felt that the backstory around the individual was as big, or perhaps even bigger than just the sporting achievements themselves? Was there anyone in there you'd pull out?
Yeah, there'd be a couple of them. The first one is the person I start the book with, and who just historically happened to be chronologically the first Indian spinner as well, Palvankar Balu, and it's an incredibly interesting story from a sociological point of view, from a political point of view as well, besides the cricket. So he was not only India's first spin bowler, he was also from the untouchable caste of Indian society, and at a time when Mahatma Gandhi had not even started his campaign against untouchability, here was Balu, the best spinner in the country by far, known in places as far off as Surrey, where nobody had ever seen him bowl. But
as far off as Surrey?
Yes, and they wanted him. They wanted him.
The wild back of beyond.
Exactly. From where he was in Pune. Yeah.
Oh right. Well, yeah.
Yeah. So it was interesting, and then so how he came through that whole sociological barrier, if you like, and then became the famous man that he was. And I think that's an incredible story. And then he became a politician. He was a failed politician, but that's in the end he sort of he went out of politics. But then he became unofficially the first untouchable to ever captain a team of Hindus, which was just an incredible achievement. So I just found that fascinating, and also his craft, of course. And then there was the story of Subhash Gupte, who's rated probably the best spinner in the world at his peak, when the administrators basically threw his career away, and he left the game disgusted, went off to the West Indies, never came back. It's just these kinds of stories made the whole book for me really fulfilling. And then just on the question that you were asking earlier, I was just thinking about that in terms of when you were asking how you write it, and Ashley was talking about his struggles with the Lawrence Rose chapter. So I write in a particularly disjointed manner, if you like. I don't know anyone else who writes like that, where if I have a book of 20 odd chapters, at any point in time I'm writing 10 of them. It's just well, I that's the way I work, because I'm maybe from my banking background, I'm just used to multitasking in different ways, and I get bored very easily. So if I'm working on 10 completely different things, if I get stuck on one, like you said, got stuck on the first paragraph, I just leave it aside for the next 3 weeks, and I work on something completely different.
That's how my father used to attack the crosswords, particularly with the paper he used to read. He'd say, don't get stuck on one clue. If you can't do it, move on and come back to it. And you'll probably find, you're trying to solve one clue somewhere else. The one you were originally stuck on, the answer will come into your head.
Yes.
Yep.
Sounds sounds quite similar. What about you, Ashley?
That sounds quite reasonable, Ninja. Yeah, and makes me sound quite unreasonable, really.
Well, are you more linear in the way you tackle your
I didn't write a couple of chapters at the same time. I had to get really involved. I had to get a feel for the people I was writing about. Often the closest I came to what Ninja was saying is, sometimes I'd have to make calls or field calls from guys who were important in other chapters. I just have to record that and slot that away. But I would just focus on one chapter and totally immerse myself in it, because I'd be doing a lot of archive reading as well about the guys. I'd be going through the interviews that I'd done, looking at the photos I'd taken of them, the videos, really immersing myself in who they were and what their personal culture is, you know. So that's just how I work, and it works for me in this instance, you know. But I admire India's way of going about it, and I wish I could do it like that, you know.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you have a market, people who will read books. You have publishers who are the conduit through which your wisdom and storytelling gets to that market. Do you ever get any publisher pressure? The dreaded deadline curse, was that ever an issue for either of you? Ashley, what about you first?
Yeah, it was. I mean, the thing is, you know, my publisher pitch, you know, they're really lovely people, and you know, I respect their publishing nous and their ways of going about things. But yeah, there was a time when I requested like a 6-month extension, which was because there were certain people who were holding out on me, you know, for the book, and, you know, weren't coming around, and you know, I didn't want to put out a half-baked book, you know. I didn't want to put out a book that didn't do justice to myself as a writer, but also the guys, you know, and the tours and what really went on, and the fullness and wholeness of it. So I requested an extension, and I mean, they weren't that happy about it, but they understood that, you know, it had to kind of happen. And then towards the end as well, you know, because cricket is so stats based, as we've said before, you know, you have to get these things right, and I was just so anxious and worried about it, about putting out a book that had, you know, one fact that was wrong in it, you know. So I drove them a bit crazy at the end with my insistence on checking, you know. But as well, you know, these were living these are living people, you know, and to do justice to them, you have to get the facts right. I didn't want to have one of them say, well, no, I didn't play there in that game, or no, I actually got 54, not 53, or, you know, just those little things that can really shit you if it's written about you. But but maybe in the eyes of the publisher, they wanted the book out, you know.
I guess it's the difference between a book and a match account or a newspaper news article.
Yes, I mean, exactly.
That has a deadline. The book, by definition, mainly can have a more extended order. There's a wonderful quote. I think there was Douglas Adams. You know, wrote Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I love deadlines. I love the whooshing noise they make as they go by, which is kind of fun. What about you, Anindo?
Can I just have one more thing?
Oh yes, okay.
I did ultimately get the book done, obviously, but I also had, you know, my wife was very helpful because she's a copywriter as well, and I was running copy past her, and she doesn't know that much about cricket, but she knows where the emotional punch is in a sentence, and, you know, how to make that come out. But the thing with my wife was, well, she said, well, you spent like 18 months on it. Like, you know, how much longer are you going to spend on it? So, which was a fair enough question. I mean, I was still working, but there's a point at which you have to pull stumps on it and go with it, you know. Yeah.
Nindo, what about you? Did you find at any point people starting to yank your chain a bit and going, well, where is it?
Well, for one of the books, I did, like Ashley, have to ask for an extension, and Wizards was that book, and the reason for that was I'd been working on it for 15 months, something like that at that time, and the book had been commissioned as a 60,000 word book, more or less, and I ended up submitting 115,000. It's just because I honestly had no idea at that point in time how much more work was involved in terms of the people I was researching and writing about, because there were just so many of them who I actually didn't have an idea, from the 1930s, 40s, 50s, who were as significant as they had been at that time until I started going back to the archives, reading about them, etc. Because you don't hear about them because they haven't gone and taken 8 wickets in an innings. Right?
Sure.
But they've done other very significant things which you need to talk about. So that took a while, and I rewrote the book 3 times. So because I was not happy with my writing. I thought I was happy every time, but I wasn't. So in the end, plus my wife didn't like it.
Well, she your biggest. Well, you've got something else you got in common. You've got supporters and critics wrapped up in
because she likes cricket, but she's not a huge cricket fan. But then she knows that as a lay reader, when she reads it, is it interesting? Is it what she wants to turn the page on? Right? And that's valuable feedback. So that's sort of me. So I had to ask for an extension. Where I got lucky was that the editor who's worked with me on my last 3 books, and the third one is not a cricket book. It's a sports book, but it's gonna come out either end of the year or early next year. He himself is a huge cricket fan and a writer. So he understands the process, and he's pretty accommodative in that. And I think from his experience, what he does is he actually gives quite a long rope to writers in terms of the actual publishing time, so that when writers come back and ask for an extension, it doesn't upset their schedule.
I guess there's always that.
So that's but the new one, The Greatest Year, that was an exception because it's the 50th year of the 1971 victories, and they literally took the call that they wanted a book out there 2 months before publishing date. And they called and asked me whether I could put out a fairly short book, because that's what they were looking at.
So they actually commissioned you effectively in this case to write the book, as opposed to you saying, this is the book I want to write?
Exactly. So they asked me whether I could write that book in 45 days. Which was a huge challenge to me, because I'd never written a book that fast, right? Because I had to do the interviews, I had to go back and check everything. Fortunately, the spinners, the quartet, were involved in both of those series, and I had extensively interviewed them already for Wizards.
Yeah.
So I had a lot of the material from them with me, and they were a call away if I wanted to speak to them. And I managed to get some of the other cricketers to talk to me as well. And I managed to turn it around fairly quickly, only because it was a fairly short book.
Yeah, I remember Duncan Hamilton actually saying when he was writing The Great Romantic, he also dashed off, sorry if you're listening, Duncan, but he also dashed off a book called Kings of Summer. And I asked him, precisely a very similar situation, and he said, well, interestingly enough, yes, I did it at the same time because I was inspired by a particular match, but also it was easier because I was in the process of already working on the book about Neville Cardus, and hence Neville Cardus kind of infuses its way through Kings of Summer as well, so almost like a side project that came out of a bigger project kind of helped the deadline there. Were there any moments for either of you where you just thought, God, this is really, really harder than I wanted it to be? Ashley, I remember you emailed me one particular story of someone who'd been considerably less than complimentary to you personally and basically told you to fuck off, I think.
Yes.
Who was, I mean, that can't be easy if you're trying to write the side of someone's story that's in a way beneficial to them and then being totally told, they don't care. That must be quite hard. Well, tell us the story about what it was first.
Yeah, I'll tell you the story. I mean, I won't name names because I don't want to put this guy aside unnecessarily. But you might have an idea who it is. Anyway, I did over 150 interviews for the book, so interviews were essential to giving the book the emotional heft and the historical heft that you need in order to make it convincing and authentic. So there were a couple of guys in Barbados that I really wanted to speak to because Barbados was the was the rebel hub in a way. I mean, they 10 of the 20 guys that went on the tours were from Barbados. So it was important to me to talk to their contemporaries. And when I was in Sydney here, I got the numbers of a few of the test batsmen, the Barbados test batsmen of that time. And and one of them, he was a bit offhand, and he said, look, if you're here, maybe give us a call. He wasn't particularly helpful, and it seemed like, he was very eager for the call to end, But I eventually got to Barbados. I thought, hell, I'm here. I've got to call him. I've got to make the most of this. And so I did. I called him Saturday. Sorry, not on a Saturday. It was just probably about 6 o'clock in the evening, and I told him who I was, and he wasn't too impressed by that. He said, "Yeah, I remember you. Yeah." And then I said, can I just have 10 minutes of your time? I want to ask you about, one of the rebels in particular that you made your debut with. And he said to me that he didn't care how far I'd travelled around the world to see him. He didn't care that, that I had a wife and kids. He didn't care that, I'd paid out all this money to come there off my own bat. He didn't care that I was, only probably 5 or 10 minutes away from him, and he told me in no uncertain terms, and he essentially told me to go and shove it, because he wanted nothing to do with me, and he didn't want to hear any more of my story. And he then told me that, when he was a test cricketer, we didn't get paid a lot, and he sort of had this sort of rant about his own problems, I suppose. And then he essentially told me to get effed, at the end, and that was it. So I felt a little bit down about that, and that was at 6 o'clock. But later that night, I had to go and see Emerson Trotman, who was one of the rebels, and probably the least famous. I mean, Emerson Trotman is not a name that turns most cricket fans' heads, because he never played for the West Indies, and his contributions were mainly with Barbados and in South Africa and in Holland as well. But so I went along to his bar in St. Lawrence Gap, the glitzy area of just out of Bridgetown there, and I sort of sidled up to him, and he wasn't happy to see me, and he sort of told me that if I wrote anything bad about him, that he'd sue me, and he didn't want to be a part of the book, and that although he did sign my sort of autograph book, my leather-bound autograph book that I brought along for all the rebels to sign. He signed that. So it was a pretty horrible little meeting that we had. Although he did give me a beer. He gave me a free Banks beer, which I downed rather quickly. But then I just sat there, just sort of watching him performing his bar tasks and watching karaoke singers, and sort of British.
That sort of sums up a little bit some of the schizophrenic nature almost of some of the stories that you tell in that book. You had players who were clearly good enough to go on that tour.
Yeah.
Great achievements. Feelings of guilt and uncertainty about whether they should have done it. It sounds to me like that almost encapsulates a bit that sort of thin dividing line between the way they feel about having been involved in it.
Yeah, well, see, he's coaching Barbados Pride, which is like the first class side.
But you're not going to say who it is. But you're giving us enough clues.
Emerson Trotman is. Emerson
Trotman. Sorry, right, yeah.
He's the coach of the Barbados Pride side. So, in some ways, he probably had something to lose. But he told me that he's a professional, and that if he's a professional, he deserves to be paid. So that's how that kind of panned out. So the next morning, I wake up in my little hotel room. I look out and I see the azure blue sea. I see it's beautiful and sunshine everywhere. The palm trees, the golden sands, and I felt like crap, because I'd been rejected twice that previous night, and it was a really tough moment for me. And so what I did was I elected to go on a tour of Bridgetown, the sort of historical Bridgetown. And what happened was the tour guide, a guy called Trevor Marshall, just happens to be a cricket fan and a very erudite historian, And so the tour itself was fantastic. But afterwards, he took me to a game at Queen's Park Oval, which is probably about 10 minutes walk from the centre of Bridgetown, and the famous Spartan Cricket Club. So he took me to the pavilion, the Walcott stand. I looked at all the memorabilia, and it was just great to be out and about. And all of a sudden I was recharged and I was back into it, and I had my mojo back, and I was like, okay, I can get out there again and start calling these guys up and telling them I'm here, and the whole thing. So it was back in train. But that was probably my toughest moment, I'd say. When I was
quite lucky in a way that you had a very positive experience to follow the negative one. It's almost like it sounds like it sort of recharged you when you needed it. The shot in the arm. What about you, Anindo? Was there any moments when you thought, "Oh God, I'm not going to do this"?
Well, I think the interviewing part is always difficult because it's unpredictable. Like Ashley was saying, it depends. You don't really know the person, right? You know the person as a cricketer. You don't know what the person is like face to face, or even on the phone. And sometimes by email or text. It can be bad on any medium. I think in the beginning it was a bit challenging mentally when people would refuse to speak or be rude, and you'd wonder why that was so, because first, I'm not sure there were 1,000 people walking around wanting to know their story anymore, to be brutally frank.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then you're not necessarily trying to say something which is going to be construed as bad against them. Of course, they don't do that, and that sometimes worked in my favor, where because I'm not a journalist, I have no pretensions of being one. Mm-hmm. Sometimes people treat me much more neutrally, if you like, and are happy to talk to me more than they would to a journalist, because they just have such bad experience with certain journalists.
Journalists often have an angle.
Yeah. So
not always favourable. If you're
I've learned to tell exactly. So I've learned to tell people that, look, I'm just a writer. I'm just telling a story. I have no intention, and you can go back and read my previous books. I have no intention of making judgments when I write something. I might have my views, but they're not judgments, and they will always be backed either by someone else's quote or by facts. If I ever say negative about something negative about someone, so that's. But then what happened after a while is I've just sort of got used to. Now nobody's literally asked me to F off, but they've said that in not so many words. But I've sort of got used to the fact that let's just move on. As long as I've got enough secondary sources for this person, and this person does not want to talk to me, I'm not going to get put off by this. I'm just going to move on and talk to someone else who is willing to talk and who's willing to give me stories. And my experience again is that, like Ashley was saying, sometimes it's so much easier to get stories from people who were not central to the theme, if you like, and they have so many more stories to tell which have not been told before. And for me, that's really interesting because then you take that and that makes it something different from what a journalist could have written about during that time.
Sure.
It's an angle which I enjoy.
So I'm a bit conscious of time. not least because I want to be able to get this edited into something we can use next week during the Aussie games. But there is a question I wanted definitely to ask you both, a couple more questions I wanted to ask you both. One is, writers and influencers for you, people who have influenced you in what they've written and how they've written it. Well, at least one probably in cricket. Ashley, what about you? Who books that you've read and writers that you've read and you thought, I need that there's something in that I want to be reflected in the way I think about the way I write.
Yeah, I think over time, guys like I was a big admirer of Peter Roebuck's copy. I liked the way he made cricket into something more than cricket, that it was a transformative experience for the batsman walking to the crease, almost as if the batsman is a callow youth, walks to the crease, takes guard, gets his eye in, makes a score, comes off a better human being, a better man, almost a man. I love the way he sort of pitched it in those kind of terms. I also appreciate the sort of the way that Gideon Haigh, he manages to quarry areas that haven't been written about before, but in such a poetic and in such a poetic way, which I think
Mystery Spinner, didn't he? Which I'm sure will be of interest to Anendo. I can see he's smiling there. So.
Absolutely.
And but the book that really I think is the best cricket book I've ever read, and I thought that immediately after I read it, and I've since been validated because it's been voted the best ever cricket book, was Golden Boy, Christian Ryan's book on Kim Hughes. And Kim Hughes wasn't even didn't even take part in the writing of in the producing of the book. He didn't want anything to do with it. So it was all secondary accounts. But the way it's written, it's brilliant. It's sharp. It's smart. It's sort of sassy. But it also brings alive that period, the early 80s and mid 80s.
I think it was subtitled "The Bad Old Days of Australian Cricket," wasn't it?
It was indeed. But what it also did was it dissected the way Australian males relate to each other. This really tough kind of bully boy way, of the playground. When you're a kid, and I grew up with it as well. And then it's played out as adults as well. So you have this scene where Dennis Lillee is bowling bouncers to his captain Kim Hughes in the nets in order to try and injure him, because he's got apparently a grudge against Hughes, because Hughes got the WA and Australian captaincy instead of his good mate Rod Marsh. I mean, this is what I think Jeff Lawson says, but things like that. I just thought it was a brilliant analysis of the way Australian. It was, to me, that's what it was more about, because I'd seen those guys, and I, even though they acted like school kids there, I still love them, despite
But again, you've picked a book though, and I think it's really interesting that you've picked a book there that is about, flawed would be unkind, but I remember Kim Hughes' tears. He felt it was all too much to him at one point. The 81 Ashes series and that capitulation. It's kind of interesting to wind forward 40 years, is it? God, is it really 40 years? And you think of something like Steve Smith's Men. And at the heart of that book is a relentlessly aggressive, win at all costs, slightly unpleasant culture. Actually, in some ways, things we secretly admire Australians for, though didn't hear it from me. But it is interesting. Those books were 40 years apart. One is the story of a participant. One is written by an observer, but it gets deep to the heart of a culture. Tackles therefore a similar subject in quite different ways, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Tony. I hadn't thought of it like that before, but I think you're onto something there, because it is almost a continuation of that culture. But by the same token, as you say, there's something ugly about it, but there's also something admirable about it.
It's what's fueled the Ashes for years.
That people, on the one hand, see Australians as bully boys, but on the other hand, they admire the fact that we go for it, and that we will absolutely give our all at any given point in time and do whatever it takes to get a victory. But the Golden Boy was a brilliant book, and I think Wisdom or the Cricketer, someone like that, recently voted it the best cricket book ever, and I thought, yeah, that's what I thought when I read it at the time. I thought, if someone betters this, they're doing a really good job. So I was inspired by Christian Wright. I actually did write for him when he was editing Inside Cricket here, and while I was writing, I was conscious. I mean, as Ninja will tell you, I mean, every sentence is laboured over. Every sentence has to be crafted. The words have to, they have to hum. The whole sentence has to hum. So, and I was conscious of how brilliantly Christian Ryan's book hummed, and so I wanted to try and duplicate that. I could not his style, but my own style, but to make it, as best as it possibly could be.
Wow. Somehow I doubt that the book Tim Payne, The Cuddly Years, is quite going to be may not make it in quite the same way, but maybe there isn't even an idea in that. And Nindo, what about you? Books that have inspired, books or writers that have really inspired you?
Well, Neville Cardus, clearly. I mean, I whatever you people might say about him, his writing being literature rather than have anything to do with facts. The reality is, you love reading what he writes. I mean, it just makes for beautiful reading. So every time I go back and read Neville Cardus's especially the earlier books, I'm like, wish I could write like that. And but I don't necessarily write like that, because I think people today don't necessarily want to read writing like that. So I think writing's become modern writing's become a bit more simplistic, if you like, in terms of the usage of words and storytelling in a way. But
I think it suffered a little because of that.
Sorry, you mean the romance of the language?
Yeah, because one of the things I wanted to close by chatting to you both about was very much how cricket writing or sports writing has changed. And I guess you could always say, from Cardus to any of the books we've talked about here, what is the thing that has most changed in the way we read and consume them?
Well, I think from my perspective, if you read, just to go back to your previous question just for a minute, so it's quite eclectic in terms of the writers that I personally enjoy reading. So there's Neville Cardus, there's David Frith. I'm a huge fan of David Frith's writing, and as you know, it's very different, right? I mean, there's nothing Cardusian about the way David Frith writes, but I enjoy the fact that he makes storytelling of dry facts very interesting. So I like reading that. Indian writer Ramchandra Guha, Corner of a Foreign Field is one of the best cricket books I have ever read, if you can call it a cricket book. It's a sociological study, historics.
There it is.
There you go.
Borrowed, of course, borrowed from Rupert Brooke, I believe.
Yeah.
Some corner of a foreign field that is forever England.
Everything's borrowed from the English.
Yeah, well, yes. I liked also the way that you have Cardusian, almost alongside Shakespearean or Chaucerian. We now have Cardusian.
Cardusian, yeah. And then a couple of Aussie writers. I like Ray Robinson, actually. I like Ray Robinson writing. and so to then go back to the question about what's changed, I think what's changed is the language that one reads today, and is much less flowery, if you like, than 100 years ago. So I think the language that people speak. So I have an interesting story here. About 15 years ago, I think, I was visiting London. I didn't live in London at that point in time, so I was visiting London along with a few clients, and we went out for an afternoon tour of London because one of the clients wanted to go, and we had a historian as a tour guide, and we started talking about language after a while, and he'd heard us speak between ourselves. Indians speak English between, I mean, we don't understand each other any other way in many situations. So we were speaking in English, and he said, some of the words that you're using, we haven't used in England in 30 years, right? But that was, my generation. If you look at the readers today, English is taught phonetically, which I just find, my wife's a teacher, so that's the first time I saw that, and which to me is completely bizarre. But that is the way it's taught in a lot of places. So what people consume in terms of language, I think, has changed. And to keep with that, if you want your writing to be relevant to what readers can relate to, I think the language needs to be more modern. And I believe that that's one of the reasons why the language has changed. So I tell young writers whenever they send me something or they ask for opinions or whatever, and I find that what they have written is something Neville Cardus would have probably written, and because they just love that language. And my feedback to them is, it's lovely, but it's not like cricket writing is today. So
you think it's poorer or better because of that, Ashley? What
I think it's just different.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you read Cardus, you're appreciating it, that it might have been written in the 1930s or 40s, so there's a different feeling to it, and I think that's part of the charm of it for us reading it now, because you're being immersed in another way of looking at the world and another way of describing the world. So yeah.
The world, it reflects the world we're in to a certain extent. I mean, if Reggie Spooner or Johnny Tardsley were playing today, there might be a little more, perhaps, investigation into what made them the way that they were, perhaps more than the description of what they were. I think of a book like, what's Marcus Trescothick's Coming Back to Me. Today we are probably more willing to explore emotion behind the personalities we watch. Probably because it's more available to find out about that, and people are more open about talking about it.
We are back, and I need to figure out who's supposed to be back with us. Who have we got, chaps? It should be, if I remember rightly. I thought I'd sent this out. I did somewhere, but where have I put it?
Yes, I think it is. Hang on.
For some reason I don't seem to have the picture of it. But I know I emailed it to everyone.
You, Messi, and Forthy.
With the new revised lineup, it's me.
Al, Messi, Forthy, and the three of you are there. I can sit back and relax and just play the jingles. And Al, I'll let you pick up the story then.
Very quickly, Tony.
Yeah.
I think I might have a problem with those first 10 overs of the second innings because of lateness and with the reschedule. So if any one of our 5 co-commentators wants to take that slot, I'd probably be grateful, but I'll leave that with you for now.
We'll find a way.
We'll find a way. Don't you worry, Forthy.
Exactly.
You can get yourself
Okay.
tucked up in bed.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give you the revised structure of today's game. Due to the delay, it's going to be 41 overs. Nice to know we're keeping things to nice round numbers. So 41 overs aside means that the power plays are going to be 8 overs at the beginning and at the end. And in terms of bowling, 4 bowlers are going to be allowed to bowl 8 overs, and 1's going to be allowed to bowl 9. Netherlands won the toss, and they have elected to bat. There's going to be 3 changes. In comes Niedermanero, Kingma, and Pringle. Tim Pringle's on his debut, and Seela, Musa Ahmed, and Boiseveen are going to be the ones who make way. So, Tony, if we can jingle up our opening batsman for the Netherlands, and then we'll talk about England's team in between deliveries.
No pressure. Oh, this is the big stage. No pressure. You're the future. No pressure. And now is the time. I'm so down. What will you do?
Who's the other one? Oh, Vikramjit Singh. Let me find him for you. Not to be confused with Vivian Kingma. Here's Vikramjit Singh.
Oh, it's not a lie. It's Vikramjit Singh. It's no lie. It's Vikramjit Singh. Come on in, 'cause he's making runs.
And time to wake up the porn bot, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be this chap.
You think the people would have had enough of Willie and Angel?
Willie in just outside Vikramjit Singh's off stump, and he plays it into the covers, and there'll be no run. England have made one change, which seems to be a change more about rotation than anything else. Out comes Curran, and in comes Bryden Cars, who's going to make his debut as well.
Yes,
We'll-
very
we'll
good.
see.
Well, it's
Team in two
Bryden Cass. Actually, I don't
Filth.
think it is Bryden Cass's debut.
Is it? May not. Oh, filth down the arse by Willie, and that is unhittable, and is a wide down the leg side. And the Netherlands are off the mark.
There's potential for chaos here because my feed and my TV is way out of sync.
Beautiful ball just outside the off stump, play back to the bowler, and there'll be no run. I stand corrected, it is Cars's 4th ODI. Apologies for getting that slightly wrong. But I think it's good that the Netherlands are batting first. It stands more of a chance of being a competitive game. England can't just take the game out of their hands by posting another massive total as Willie is in. And that is squaring up Vikramjit Singh, but he is able to get enough of him and the bat behind it, and it just dribbles into the covers where there'll be no run.
Very good. Again, apologies. My feed is way off yours, but I'll be a professional. I'll do my best.
That is an attitude of one who is sound. Soundness, I think, is being demonstrated there by all.
Sounds the only thing he's got. He hasn't got any pictures.
Well, I can tell you that we're starting about 3 hours late. There's still 82 overs to be bowled, and the Barmy Army are already completely tanked. So
Wow.
the beer snakes are going to be of record proportions by the end of the day.
Good ball just on off stump, and Singh is right behind it. And played back to David Willey, and there is 4 balls gone, and just the wide.
The wide. Well, it would never happen in Australia, Messi, would it? I mean, people would never have too
No.
much drink down under.
Be a fool or a communist to think about anything else.
You're really giving me a hard time for my adopted country. adopted nationality today, Forthy.
I'm sorry about
This
that.
this ball angling in towards the off stump, inside edge by Singh. It goes behind square on the leg side, and there will be a scrambled single. And the Netherlands have reached 2 with 1 ball left of this first over.
Oh, miraculously, I might be a bit more in sync, so that's nice. Well, this is already a little bit more sedate and normal than we experienced a couple of days ago.
Judging by the flags, Willie is bowling very much with the breeze. I don't know if that helps or hinders swing or movement, bowling with the wind. As that ball slants across O'Dowd, and he pushes that and times it quite nicely through the covers. It's beating the inner ring of fielders. Will this be 4? Nope.
Not
Livingston
quite.
will rein the ball back in, but not before 3, I think, has been taken. And at the end of that first over, with the wide, the total's 5. Jez?
Okay, so old fart at places. I just wanted to say how good Guerrilla Cricket is, but it does get in your head. I had to double take at this headline, which says Bears hit record total in win over Notts. Yeah, I know what you mean. O'Neill Harris says, game starting less than 5 minutes, and I was concerned till the great Bishop came back. O'Neill Harris says, filth down the arse by Wiley. What an image.
Indeed. Get that in your porn bot.
Yeah, Warren says, morning all again. Colin Sarter said, congratulations to Guerrilla Cricket, professionalism and Forthy.
Wow, that is harsh. We're going to have to start the second over. We're going to jingle up the bowler in just a second, but that is wide outside the off stump, but not wide enough to be a wide. And the new bowler is going to be this man.
KB once tried to kill him, and AB smashed him off the park. Then Boyd Rankin shattered his hand. But Reece Topley is finally in the side.
He is finally in the side, and O'Dowd has a ball that slants across, but just about to hit his off stump. He just gets the bat down in time, and it squeezes to mid-wicket, and there'll be no run.
My balls are now perfectly synchronised with yours, Al, so that's good.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
synchronised
Oh, I like
balls
that.
is just going to make everybody feel an awful lot better, I think.
Certainly the porn bot.
Jez, are your balls synchronised with our balls, or are they? We'll come to that.
I'm taking my bat and ball and going home.
That's just O'Dowd has let a ball run across him. He's let the ball hit the bat rather than play an offensive shot. But that's gone down to a wide-ish third man, and O'Dowd has moved his total to 4 with that single. Is O'Dowd just sporting long hair, or is that an official mullet that O'Dowd is?
Well, when does a out of non-trendy mullet become a very fashionable Liam Hemsworth style Viking look? He's sort of halfway between the two, I think.
Yeah,
there.
Thor-esque. Topley in, and that is onto Singh's pads. He can't beat mid-on, and there'll be another dot ball there.
Australian
It has to be
football is
said-
notorious for mullets.
God. Well, Guerrilla Cricket always gives you the most up-to-date tonsorial information.
Good word.
Absolutely. Well, we try. And then 10 minutes later, when we get our breath back, we try again.
Yeah.
There was we can probably get into a little riff of great names for barbers, actually, if we.
We'll do that maybe in just a couple of balls' time. Again, Topley is let one slant into Singh's pads. He'll feel that he's missed out on that one there. It's
yeah, he did.
Can't beat square leg. But really, that was a 4 ball there for Singh to take advantage of. We're down to just 1 ball left in the over.
Just a quick question for Tony Bishop. GPL question mark.
The bear was supposed to be on top of that.
That is edged.
Whether he is or
by
not, I'll
Singh.
call him.
But there is a third man. The third man is Adil Rashid in a huge plot twist. But that's a single kick strike. The Netherlands are 7 for no wicket after 2 overs.
Mog says, have a crack at a native-born Australian, you bastards.
Wow.
Brian
Racism
Barry says,
right there.
G'day, nerds. Well, I now have a 4-hour wait at Minneapolis Airport to fly into an airport almost 2 hours from my house, so it's up to you to keep me company. Make it count. Yeah, poor Brian, his flight home, direct flight home, was cancelled with no notice whatsoever today. So he's missing out on most of Father's Day, and he's not a happy chappy.
No, it wouldn't be a happy chappy too. That is edged by Singh. It just falls short of Mo and Allen. Let's slip.
Yeah, it's a funny one, that, wasn't it? Chopped into the ground, I think. Let's have a quick look at that again. Oh no,
You squared him up, man. It's
short, yeah.
seems to be a fairly genuine edge. There's this double left-handed attack continues.
Yeah, his technique's a bit wanting there. He comes down at an angle because it was a perfectly straight ball.
No deviation off the pitch so far, no swing in the air, as that is onto his legs. And he has clipped that behind square on the leg side, but Rashid will move cat-like and limit the damage to 2.
Had a bit of a loose willy so far.
Good grief.
The proceedings.
You're just setting it up.
I'm not. It's all in your mind. He's a loose willy. That is just
messages.
Your fact.
Your mind is the sink of bohemian depravity.
Well, so is Moggs. He says, I understand that when a group of men stay with each other long enough, their balls will indeed synchronise.
Well, indeed. Yes. This next ball is just on the off stump and defended resolutely by Singh. He's had the lion's share of the strike, 11 balls, compared to O'Dowd's 4.
Yes.
9.
Yes, he's got a reasonable strike rate of 80, which isn't disastrous for a one-day opener. You'd hope players who came in after him could up the rate.
Willie in, bouncer, and Singh dips underneath it, and there'll be no run. Just one ball left. Also, that's the one for the over. That's what Rifle is saying. Rifle looks unimpressed in all weathers, doesn't he?
You think he was very unimpressed this morning when he had Dickie Bird style. He had to keep going out and disappointing the crowd. No. All umpires hate that.
Well, it wasn't really down to wasn't anybody's fault, as that is outside the off stump and cut away by Singh, but only as far as Livingston, who's feeling quite short, isn't he?
You say that, Al. You say that, Al, but the reason that we had such a delay was because there was a storm overnight which lifted the covers and rain got underneath. Yeah. You would have thought that a few nails or whatever it took might have prevented that problem.
Yeah, but if you're the groundsman and you're not there because you're asleep because it's early in the morning.
And it was really windy, apparently.
Lesson identified. Willie in, outside the off stump again, and this time unable to beat sort of extra cover. And that's the end of the over. 3 overs are in the books, and the Netherlands on 9 for no wicket.
And the GPL is open with a rollover £117. I'm not sure quite how long for, so my advice would be to get in quick.
Get in quick. It's open until 2 p.m. UK time.
Oh, brilliant!
So do your own calculations. So it's open for 64 minutes, 64 Earth minutes.
Mog says, and we all know that Willie without wood is never as effective. Colin Sada says Willie is now bowling very low age. It's safe to say this Willie has gone soft. Oh God.
Yes.
It's actually a while since we've done the full gamut of Willie jokes, so yeah, let's go for it.
Indeed. Topley in for his second over. That ball runs across O'Dowd's stumps. He just guides the ball down to a wideish third man. Single taken. No boundaries as yet to speak of.
No. No, this is going to be a very different sort of ODI with the Dutch going first. There'll be a limit to what England can achieve in terms of record breaking, one suspects.
Topley in, wide of the crease. Singh can only defend this out towards cover. No run.
But
Yeah.
Bryden
Mog
Cast versus Max O'Dowd would be quite a contest with the arm wrestle.
There's quite the jet of water being. I don't know if that's being sprayed onto the crowd or not, as this is a full-length delivery, drivable, and Singh drives it through mid-wicket. It again will not reach the boundary, and 2 runs will be taken as Owen Morgan fields in relay.
I wonder if we're seeing a slower outfield there. Not surprisingly, with all the rain, I think those shots would have gone for 4 a couple of days ago.
I think maybe you're right.
Yeah. And it's only 17.5 degrees there today.
Balmy by northern UK standards. That is slightly back of a length this time. Singh gets on top of the bounce and plays that to cover, and there'll be no run. 2 balls left of the 4th. 12 for no wicket. It's your total.
I mean, I hate to bring up more Pornbot talk, but we all remember that classic bit of commentary from the 60s when the man got hit in the nether regions. We'll pick that up again in a second.
We shall indeed. As an aborted run up there by Topley.
Then after much physio action, he finally got up, and I think Brian Johnson was the commentary, said, "Okay, we resume again, 1 ball left."
Oh dear, oh dear.
Back of a length and wide, and Singh's been able to free his arms and cut the ball, and this time there will be no stopping it, and that is the first boundary of the Netherlands innings.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
He smoked that. That was a great shot.
Yeah. Managed to be compact and on top of it. It's gone at a catchable height, but safe as houses.
Yeah.
That is again back of a length. Singh backs away to leg slightly, trying to force the ball through into the offside, but can't beat what seems to be quite a packed ring of offside fielders. No run, and at the end of that over, 16 for no wicket.
Mog just says all the dick jokes. O'Neill Harris says, "Thank God Netherlands batted first. I know you gorillas enjoyed the carnage last game, but I switched off after the first innings. One-sided games aren't fun." I get
This, I mean, don't get me wrong, the second half of this might be equally uncompetitive, but it feels like it's going to be a game for longer, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah. The Naked Fun Pornbot says, "Huge damp spot in Amsterdam, delays start of play, click here." And O'Neill Harris says, "We all remember that commentary from the 60s. Really, nah."
That is. Willie balls, and O'Dowd's main scoring area seems to be that dab down to third man. He's played that shot a couple of times. He receives a single for it.
You never know what's going to happen in sport, let's be honest. Netherlands have beaten England at least 4 times over the last year. So I remember that time when Liverpool thumped Crystal Palace 9-0 and then subsequently lost to them in an FA Cup semi-final. Strange things can happen in sport.
The game is never played on paper, as Willie is in, and that is short and pulled. And I think out.
Down square leg's throat.
A mistimed pull by Singh and an easy catch at the edge of the circle. And he's gone.
You
I think it was Livingston.
little boy, what on earth were you playing at? No!
So the ball's climbed on Singh, and it's almost like he's tried to help it over the top of the fielder, but mistimed, maybe hitting the sort of the top half of the bat.
Yes.
No real power behind it, and Cars has taken the catch.
I think he was trying to chip it over square leg or deflect it more down towards long leg, but neither worked. It just went straight down square leg's throat.
Yep.
I think it was a little too wide for him, actually. He was hoping it would get onto him, but he had to pull it and suffer the consequences.
Indeed.
Guys, are we up to date on Twitter while we're waiting for our new
We
batsman?
are on Twitter. I'll just have a look over on YouTube. They're just discussing the fact the England feed, which is actually working okay if you've got a VPN. The problem with it is it can't pause it to sync with the Guerrilla Cricket commentary.
Yeah.
No, that is the problem. It's 10 seconds out, but nice clear pictures. A couple of things we should mention, Al, is that Jason, I don't know if we did at the top, I don't think we did.
I don't think we did mention milestones.
Jason Roy got his 100th cap, and he's here with his daughter today, so congratulations to him. And Joss Butler got his 150th cap, and he got presented with a special cap as a consequence, so terrific efforts from both of them.
In what might be a change from what might be the scheduled lineup, it's going to be Tom Cooper who's going to come in at number 3.
Oh yes, that's he was down for 4, and Nidamanuru was down for 3.
Is slanting across Cooper, and there'll be no run.
Hello, Tom Cooper. We all know that you're super. Have a coffee, one sugar, and a Dutch cliche cafe. Hello, Tom Cooper. Good to see you back, you trooper. And you find us a coocher. Mom, you're looking good.
Sing livid with himself. Maybe such a different shot in his mind, maybe. Cooper will face again, as that is right on the top of off stump from Willie. He defends to Phil Salt, who's stood at mid-on. And there'll be no run.
Tom Cooper is 35 years old. He was born 2 years after Tommy Cooper died.
The Cooper lineage remaining intact.
Yeah.
He actually looks a very handy player. He's got a one-day average of 48 with the bat and 33 with the ball.
Actually, 48 for an ODI average is really good.
Slightly back of a length from Willie there. A force on the on the offside, which Cooper can't beat. Point. Where Jason
I think
Roy is.
Sorry, slightly the giveaway for the Dutch is when you get to their strike rates. Tom Cooper's on 70. It was off 23 ODIs. I think that's what lets them down somewhat.
But this is a process that leads cyclically to World Cups and the like, as that is back of a length again. Cooper tries to tuck the ball to square leg. He can't. That's fielded by Morgan in the offside, and that's the end of a successful over for Willie. 1 wicket and 1 run coming off it. Cheers.
Brown Barry says the game isn't played on paper, but in Soviet Russia, paper plays you.
Well, indeed. That is, yeah. Wiser words cannot be said all day. We're up to date on tweets. I think people are taking a while to come back. I know Leo had gone shopping with her girlfriend to get dresses for both of them, but not matching dresses, if you're interested. Oh, Topley is in, and I think forgets to let go of the ball, which I think is the first rule of bowling. Is that the first rule of bowling?
Don't chuck it, maybe. I'm not quite sure what the first rule is.
Well, it's got
definitely let go of the ball. Definitely let go of the ball.
Yeah, it's got to be one of those things.
Yes, it's right up there. No doubt.
Yeah, it's part of the basics. So Topley will try again. Comes in right on O'Dowd's, slanting across to O'Dowd's off stump. He defends back to the bowler.
Looked a very useful player, didn't he, a couple of days ago? O'Dowd. Must admit it was the first time I'd seen him, despite the fact he's played 15 ODIs. We don't get to see much Dutch cricket. He looked very useful indeed. He's got an average of 45 and a top score of 89, and scored a very good half century 2 days ago.
Absolutely. And there's that. Tucks him up and then maybe comes a little bit back towards him off the pitch, and I think he wears one in the lower abdominal region as a result. An inside edge into the top of the inner thigh area, shall we say?
Most unpleasant.
You mean it was a cock botherer?
An inside edge cock botherer, yeah. Not a direct cock botherer, which is, I think, probably, I don't know if it's worse or not, I think. Just dropped short into the leg side field, but England fielders converge, and there's no single able to be taken.
I suppose your point really stands out when you consider, can't quite remember how much, I think Netherlands got about 260, didn't they? 266 even, which, let us not forget, 20 or 30 years ago would have been an extremely respectable one-day score.
Absolutely. The world is changing, as this is again right across O'Dowd and onto the off stump. He can do no more than just try again to dab it for a single, but England's fielders are too quick, and Willie and Topley have been really quite accurate. Just the one boundary and now the one wicket in these nearly 6 overs.
2 or 3 leg stump half volleys from really early on, but now they've found their range.
On the leg side, no sooner had I said that, Adil Rashid, fielding on the 45 in the leg side, is there.
Adil Rashid on the 45.
Yeah, that's your earworm for the day, ladies and gentlemen. That's your earworm.
Thank you very much.
We try. We succeed, actually. 1 ball left of this 6th over. Maybe a change in the bowling coming after this. As Topley... As Topley aborts his run-up. I did wonder for a second whether he was aborting it because of some sort of injury. But that's probably the second lapse of concentration from Topley, really.
Have you ever seen a sort of professional, even international bowler completely lose his run-up? I saw Sean Tate completely lose his run-up 1 over. It was quite alarming.
Back of a length, O'Dowd tries to turn the ball past Adil Rashid. He cannot do so. Throws come in at stumps, and eventually it's all fielded, and that's a maiden over by Topley. Well done, sir. 0 for 9 after 3 overs, and the Netherlands are 17 for 1 after 6. Yes.
Colin Sider says first rule of bowling is not to talk about bowling.
Good one. Nice.
Warren off to walk the dogs. Neither is a whippet nor cocker spaniel. And I can tell you that Australia have been struggling a bit against Sri Lanka. They're now 226 for 5 after 43 overs. Maxwell has come in and just gone a bit nuts, frankly. He's 20... I can't see it now. He's 27 off 12 balls.
Willie's first ball is pushed into the offside field by Cooper. There's a misfield at the edge of the circle. Morgan, the guilty party. And with good scampering skills, Cooper will come back for 2. And that's Tom Cooper's 1,000th run in one-day internationals. Well done, sir. Have we got 1,000 runs in a career, Jingle? Tony? No, I don't think we have.
I think you're being an optimist.
Yeah, I know. I'm being deliberately facetious. As Willie comes in, and that is more on the hip of Cooper. He turns that down to long leg where Topley is, and there'll just be a single. 20 for 1 the total.
It's interesting you said facetious, because we were talking linguistically earlier this morning. Facetious and abstemious both share the distinction of being the only words in the English language where all the vowels are present in the correct order, A, E, I, O, U. So there we are.
I saw a quiz question about that.
I just want to know what you've had to put out of your brain to make space for that sort of information for you.
Willie's ball is pushed across O'Dowd. His main scoring area down to third man is exploited again, and there'll be another single. Cooper is now 5th in the list of most runs for the Netherlands in ODIs. Ten Descartes, obviously, at number 1. A good 400 runs above everybody else.
So in response to your facetiousness, Mog says, would you like 1,000 runs in a career, Jingle?
God, no, as that is pushed back by Cooper towards Willie. I mean, just the length of time it gets to the 100, Jingle. The 1,000 one would be, like the Ring Opera.
Oh, no, if you want the Ring Opera, you need to go to Perko. He's done 50 jingles for 50s.
Oh, my imagination... I just don't have it for how they are so creative. Our jingle creators. and forever envious, as that is Cooper gets right on his toes and flashes this ball through the covers, and that will be 4 runs.
My feet has slipped again.
Maybe slightly back of a length, but Cooper's got all wrists as he's kind of slapped that through the covers. Brilliant shot, and now he's 4th in the list of ODI scorers for the Netherlands.
It was quite. I mean, we always say it, but that was quite a subcontinental flick of the wrists there.
Certainly is, and here's another one to a ball that's more on middle and leg. It goes down to Topley at long leg, and that will be a single. So 4-8-9 off that over. A little bit of pressure relieved, and the Netherlands, after 7 overs, are 26 for 1.
Colin Sider says, I've seen Mohammed Amir lose his run-up, but lo and behold, he was paid to do so. Mog says the first rule of bowling in modern cricket is to be a batter instead. And he also said Cesius would like a word.
Absolutely. On our feed, there was a group of people who were all in candy stripes. I did see something about who these people are. I will find that as we go on through. They are they're a cricket club. Are we going to have a change in our bowling? I don't think we are. It's going to be Topley to continue, as that is a attempted Yorker, but on just outside the leg stump, and Cooper's turned that round the corner. Deep square leg, covering, but not before 2 have been taken. Those candy stripe blazers belong to a Dutch club called the Fellowship of Fairly Odd Places Cricket Club. They play 1 match a year, and the criteria is that the game must be played in an unusual location all around the world. They've played at the Vatican City, they've played in Andorra, and an uninhabited sandbank called Simon's Land, as that is flipped away through the covers. Another great shot by Cooper in front of square, in front of extra cover, and this is going to go for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The Fellowship of Fairly Odd Places Cricket Club, apparently their next game is planning to be in the UN buffer zone between the northern and southern parts of Cyprus. Good luck fielding on the boundary of that one.
I think they have nothing to lose. Most of them look like they're at least 70 years old. But the Vatican City does actually have its own cricket team.
An almost repeat delivery, and Cooper tries to repeat the shot and feels frustrated at his inability to be able to pierce the cover field. But Cooper has accelerated the scoring somewhat.
I'm rather looking forward to them playing in the demilitarized zone between North Korea and South Korea. That would be great.
Yeah,
that would be amazing.
Yeah, it'd either bring peace or tragedy.
Yeah, if you've got any suggestions for where you would like the Fellowship of Fairly Odd Places Cricket Club to play, send them to us, as that is left alone by Cooper. That ball maybe, it's leaving, seeming a little bit away from Cooper off the pitch.
He's got a rather, I mean this, a quite complimentary style. He's got quite a geekish look about him, Cooper, but he's playing very well.
Yeah, 14 off 13 balls.
There's okay.
Responsible for maintenance of a decent run rate so far. That's a fuller length delivery. Cooper tries to drive straight but can't get past Topley himself, who never understood that when a bowler fields off his own bowling and then throws it to somebody else. Like, I'm so important. I couldn't be. You couldn't expect me to carry the ball back with me to the back of my runner. And
I understand if it's thrown to the guy who's doing the shining, but that can't be the case here.
Yeah. Back of a length. Cooper tries a slightly more agricultural hoik to leg. I think that's going to be a leg by. Or maybe he did get some bat on it. It only dribbled as far as the edge of the circle, and that's a single in the end of the over. Cheers.
Mog says, and here's a fun fact for the porn buck: the movie Candy Stripers was the first US porn movie to feature fisting. It's not so
beautiful.
much that's a fact. it's the fact that you know it, Mark, that's slightly distressing. Brian Barry says, how do you play at the Vatican when the place is smaller than the soccer pitch? And how do you play in Andorra when it's basically one mountain? Well, the Vatican's actually 45 hectares. And as I said, they do have their own cricket team.
We've
got a population of about 5,000.
We've reached the end of the first power play, so 8 overs in the books. Cooper, I think, is going to cheat because they brought 3 extra bats for him. That's got to be a contravention of the rules, right? First rule of batting, 1 bat. Oh, my mistake is the surplus bats have been taken back.
The other thing we got a great example of there was the camera trained on the attractive blonde lady in the crowd. Those days seem to be coming back again after being put into mothballs for a while.
The Lecce Leary shot.
Yes.
No. Does make you wonder. Now, is David Willey going to continue post power play? No, he is not. I'm going to allow Tony to spring into action like a scalded cat.
Coiled panther.
And as Tony reaches for the jingle machine, Adil Rashid.
Adil Rashid on the 45.
There he is.
Adil Rashid on the 45. 45. Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the
45.
Rashid's first ball doesn't really turn, and Cooper can't pierce the cover ring of fielders. No run.
Sadly for our 29 YouTube watchers, Tony wasn't actually appearing on screen when he did that, but he did with great agility.
Yeah, incredible agility, because that is, again, just on off stump, but this time it does beat the cover fielder. There is a fielder down at long off, and there'll be a single. Cooper's on 16, and of the total of 34 for 1. My dad's going to have to find other places to score. I don't think the dab down to third man's really going to work off Adil Rashid. Rashid, hustle and bustle and in, and a premeditated sweep shot, and that is out.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Swept by O'Dowd, but it only hits square leg again, and it's Milan who's taken quite a smart catch low to the ground. And O'Dowd has gone, and Rashid has his man almost immediately.
There was nothing I could change. I was gonna go out strange.
Tell you what,
Actually, it was a terrific catch.
David Milan has saved the life of the square leg umpire there. He's like an Avenger. He's dived in and saved the day, because the ball was hit, let's say neck height, and it was with the sweep action of O'Dowd, it was following the trajectory of how the square leg umpire was trying to escape. Nevertheless, Milan is Bond-like saved the day and got the catch.
It's pretty good cricket all round. It wasn't he can count himself a little unfortunate. It was probably would have got away with it. Don't know. 7 times out of 10, it's a terrific catch actually, and as you say, a life-saving one as well.
Indeed, that could have been ugly all round. Let's just hope that this cricket doesn't descend into mindless violence.
No one wants
Dave Wood
that.
wonders if the Candy Stripers have ever played in a minefield, and Colin Sutter says, as far as I'm aware, they've never played the northeast of Scotland, which I guess is an unusual place.
Let's have a jingle for our new batsman.
Got no skills, got no runs, got no future, got no hope. No! Don't you know you got Baz the leader?
It is Baz the leader, who's going to come in at number 4. Rashid in, flatter ball, dad down to the fielder on the 45 on the leg side, and there'll be a comfortable run taken. He's timed that sweet as a nut, hasn't he?
He has, hasn't he? He was unfortunate, I think.
And that's been any England keeper or any goalkeeper would have been very happy at that.
Yeah.
Cooper takes a step to leg of this 5th delivery and pushes it down to long off.
I did say 7 out of 10. I'll probably up it to 8.5, 9
Yeah.
out of 10. That's an absolutely terrific catch there.
No, all good stuff all round. Single off the 5th ball, 3 runs and 1 wicket. 36 for 2 at the end of this 9th over is the last ball. Flat, but I think that's the flatter, quicker googly. The wrong one there. And
just a little off target.
Yeah. Cooper could do nothing with it, and that's the end of Rashid's over. A successful over.
Mog says, I'm not sure the cameraman finding the bikini-clad girl in the crowd shot ever went out of fashion in South Africa. If the broadcasts I've seen or anything go by, yeah, I agree with that. Don't they call it the honey shot?
I believe so.
Awful.
Said with disdain, Messi, the honey shot.
Well, we've reached 9 overs. 1 over left of us as a trio. There'll be a change at the end of this over. Far more dulcet tones than I will carry you through from the next 10 overs. It'll be Steve Jones who's going to take over from me at the end of the next over, and it's going to have another change in the bowling, Tony. And it's our relative newcomer who's going to come into the attack.
Stick your hopes of victory up,
Cast in all arms and legs, flailing around, and that's back of a length, and Cooper can only dab it down to square leg, but there's no run.
I'm not quite sure why Baz the Leader's coming in at 4. He's got an average of 15 after 17 matches and a strike rate of 45, but maybe today will be his day.
Certainly is.
We've got to give that jingle a replay, because you can't have a debut jingle without being able to hear it.
It's his fourth ODI. So.
Oh, is it? Oh.
And that's hit Cooper on the pad, and he's been given out. Did look like maybe it was going down the leg side. I'd have a review of this if I were you, son.
I'm sure they will. It did look a little bit leggy.
Right, so the time is down to 6 and 5 and 4, and the leader's told him to go in his light. He's not reviewing it, and it's out. 36 for 3, ladies and gentlemen. As
that's hitting leg.
But you think that's hitting leg? Anyway, Cooper's out. LBW bowl cast for 17.
I'm not convinced. I thought that could have just. It's always surprising when you see these things again.
His first Cooper's movement wasn't down the pitch, but very much across his stumps, and he's been kind of hit on the pads, kind of falling over himself. None of the stumps were visible, so I think umpire Jez may well be right with that one. It did look kind of leggy, but I think that's because I've assumed a straight step rather than an across one.
It's fair enough. We had one in the last match we all agree was absolutely plumb. Was reviewed missing leg stump.
Yeah. The more cricket I watch, the more convinced I am that I know nothing about it.
It's like life, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
But at least you admit that, whereas Bear goes on the view that, well, clearly the technology wasn't working properly there.
Yeah. I prefer it if I believe that life becomes really complicated if you just believe that everybody's going to lie to you all the time.
Oh dear. I should use the opportunity to just say another fucking full tattoo sleeve bowler, says Cole Siler. Katie's with us.
Good to have you with us, Katie.
She said about the so-called honey shots, partly because in South Africa, mixed sex groups of teenagers go to the cricket after school, so there are plenty of attractive young women to show. Can you imagine teenagers being able to afford tickets in the UK?
Pass into the new batsman who we're going to jingle up in just a second. It goes about 6 inches away from his bat as a result of the shot, and there'll be no run. Tony, do we want to
missing leg?
Do we want to jingle Edwards?
Was it?
It is going to be Scott Edwards who's coming in at number 5. The Hawkeye is in, and it was umpire's call on leg stump, for those of you who are happy about this. Yorker length delivery, and Edwards does well to dig it out. Goes as far as Rashid running in from mid-on. No run.
Edwards is both captain and wicketkeeper, taking over from Peter Ciela, who's injured for this match. Scott Edwards has done it before, and he'll need to marshal his troops rather better than Peter did 2 days ago. Although it wasn't really Sellers' fault.
That will be. Fifth ball of this over, cast in, back of a length, tucked away towards deep square leg by Edwards. He'll get off the mark with a single. This is your half-hour GPL warning, or 32 minutes to be precise, before your GPL entries have to be in. And we're going to have a change in 1 ball's time.
Got quite a front on action, doesn't he, Bryden Haas?
Well, see, tall lad hits the deck hard. 37 for 3 with 1 ball left in the 10th over as Cars comes steaming in, and that is a good length ball. The leader will just tap this behind square on the leg side. They'll try and run for 2, and they do so. So the leader is on 3, Edwards 1, and as I hand you over to Steve, it's 39 for 3, Steve.
It certainly is. Thank you, Al. Thanks for taking us through the first 10 overs of this reduced match, 41 overs aside. Quite a
Steve,
good...
I'll just tell Tony that the next tweet is Josie Oak.
Wonderful, thank you. I've just got to sort out our YouTube picture so we can see Colin appearing. So give me 2 seconds. I don't actually see Steve. Steve, just keep us rolling.
I'm here. Hi there, Colin.
Hi, Steve.
How you doing?
I'm not bad. How are you doing this afternoon?
Yes. It's nice to be a little bit cooler, I have to say, after Friday. It was a warm old day.
Did it ever get warm up here? But no,
I don't think you got it, did you, on Friday?
No, it was raining.
Anyway, it is Adil Rashid to continue his second over. This is a very loud shout,
Outside
and the
of line.
full rifle's finger has gone straight up.
Impact outside
and it's
of
been
line,
reviewed immediately by the Dutch batsman. So, very exciting start to our little stint, Tony.
Well, blimey, well done, Bones. I think we're both on a promise for Father's Day. Well, I don't know about being on a promise, but we're on a promise for Father's Day drinks or something, though, aren't we?
Been taken out by my daughter, apparently.
Yeah, there you go.
And it involves a train trip as well. So,
Lord, how exciting.
So we shall see. Anyway, we haven't got anything up on. It was a nice ball. It looked straight, and it looks to me like it's hitting in line. Is it just deflecting away? And maybe missing off stump?
But Paul Rifle outside the line there is
but
is
Paul
his front
Rifle
leg outside the line?
No, well, maybe umpire's call, but there's no ultra edge anyway. That's what we do know.
Okay.
So it's not bat onto pad. Certainly allowed a big wobble on ultra edge as it hits the pad. So the question is that outside off stump? And it might. But it pitches in line, goes for umpire's call, and is it hitting? It's missing. So the reviewers retain the batsman is reprieved from the original decision by Paul Rifle, and the score remains 39 for 3.
There's just too much of leg stump showing in the whole of that.
There wasn't there?
Yeah.
It was nice to see. Actually, the only good thing of that is Rashid actually got a bit of leg cut off the pitch there, so should have a bit of fun. Anyway, Edwards is reprieved. He remains 1 of the 4 balls he's faced. I thought Cooper was going well, actually. He was playing quite competently.
Did we ever see a DRS of what it would have been?
This is, again, Rashid. This is a full banger, and it's swept away by Edwards behind square on leg side. They managed to jog through for a single. Sorry, Colin, what did you...
I don't remember seeing a DRS of what it would have been if he had.
Cooper's, it was clipping leg stump.
Okay.
Umpire's called. Good decision. Rashid again, outside off stump, and the leader gets right forward and punches it into the offside. It's fielded in the covers. Yeah, we're just watching a repeat of the Edwards reprieve. Yes, actually it wasn't. It's quite wide of the stump actually. Anyway, we've missed the next ball from Rashid, which Delida has smoted to the boundary for a 4. Just watching the replay, and well flighted by Rashid, over long, and well played.
Well to dig that out, considering his foot placement.
Yeah, Rashid again, a little bit short of this time. Firm forward defensive from Delida. Shows the bowler the full face of the bat, and fielded in the covers. She passed the umpire, floated up again and again. Delida quite happy to. They've made a right mess of this. I think he's got back in time.
Butler's made a mess of it.
yes, no, and I think in the end they got through for the single off the last board. Anyway.
Butler failed to take the stumps there. He missed the stumps.
So that was it. It was brilliantly stopped by Jason Roy, and yes. It wasn't the bowler, it was actually Butler who missed the stumps altogether. And he actually, I think if he'd have clipped the stumps, he would have been out. Anyway, a reprieve for the batsman again. 2 in 1 over. So, anyway, end of the 11th, 45-4-3. Run rate sneaking up to just over 4.09.
Jersey Oak wants to know, why have I never heard of Kars? I'm surprised you haven't. He certainly took wickets against Pakistan. He got a 5-er, I think, against Pakistan in his 3 tests. Made a few runs at Lords too.
Good lad. Anyway, Kars to continue. Outside off stump, and Delida just shoulders arms, let it go through to Butler. Just watching this repeated game, yeah. Butler collects the ball, goes to take the stumps, doesn't actually hit the stumps.
It's like he forgets a little bit.
Yeah, look, you've been miles out. A bit of an error there from Butler. He owes us a few runs in that case. Remember that.
His hands move, but they don't really move that much.
He doesn't hit the stump. So, anyway, Kars in again, and flash outside off stump. It comes off the inside edge and just dribbles towards mid wicket. Rashid comes around and fields, and the batsmen have come through for 1 run. New Zealand, Netherlands move on. Just watching it again, it goes in quite comfortably into Butler's hands. He makes a move, just clips the stump, and even on the second attempt, clips the stump again, and it still doesn't remove the bail. Need to take a full swing through it, Joss. Make a mess of the castle. Trying to be too delicate, I think. Kars in again, right on over. This is a zippy ball that. Takes Edwards' nose almost as it goes past it. 86 miles an hour. He's got some pace, this boy, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got some decent wheels. I do like he's got high and just it doesn't seem to bend down so much, so he keeps it quite a ferocious bounce.
Butler was at full height to take that over his head. Yeah, corker. Well bowled, young man.
Yeah, 5 for 61 he got at Edgbaston.
This one's full and on off stump, and Edwards jabs down with his back, clips it to mid on. Rashid fields, chucks it to Butler. No run.
He's had a reasonably average time in the blast, so got a best of 2 for 38 for the Bears so far.
I think he's only taken 2 wickets in 5 games or something. With this pace and action, I can see why he'll be.
Yeah, he's up there, 87, 86, 86, 91 so far his speed, so it's a pacey boy. This one's clipped away behind square on the offside. A diving cover fielder can't stop that. It's Jason Roy, and third man has got to gallop around and restrict the batsman to just the 1 run. Netherlands creeping up to 50. That's a total of just watching someone knock back a whole pint of beer. Well done, sir. Now stand up. Anyway, Kars to complete his second over. Gain firmly on middle stump, and Delida struck this very nicely out through mid wicket, and England fielders had to come a long way around from a sort of a deep mid-wicket field to field. It's Phil Salt. He cuts it off, but can't restrict them to 3 runs. They have hit 50 at the end of the 12th over. 50 for 3. Anything on socials?
Oh yes. Old Fart at Play says, was Dowd the name of James Stewart's character in Harvey? Yes, it was. I think it was Elwood P. Dowd, if I remember rightly. Mog is upset because he missed the cast jingle. I'll play it again if I get a chance, Mog, but you should remember it. I think you wrote it.
That's why he's upset he missed it.
Yeah, there we go. Colin said, I'm not going to read out your own tweets while you're actually there. Brian Barish, here's an odd place for a cricket match. The little bit of New Jersey that belongs to Delaware.
Right.
Well, there you go.
Anyway, Rashid to continue into his 3rd over. Floated outside off stump and Dalida. Oh, there's an overthrow here at rather a clumsy bit of cricket there, I think, from Phil Salt in the English covers, and has let them come through for a single.
It was a bit weird. It seemed like it hit the batsman and they decided to run another.
I'll no doubt show us a replay of it. We're just having a look at a rather perplexed Phil Salt at the moment. But anyway,
just picking his nose.
Yes. Oh, he did actually. He threw down the stumps, knocked them down, and of course the ball got deflected, and they were able to come through for a single. Rashid not amused. This one's down leg side. Is it going to be giving us a wide? Butler has actually managed to dislodge the bails this time, and I think they're quite interested. The England fielders, are they going to send it up?
Is this a method to prevent a wide by?
Do you know, that's exactly what I was just thinking.
Well, you can call it a wide. They can still stump off a wide, can't you?
Yeah, they have reviewed it.
Yeah, they have reviewed it. England have reviewed it.
England look fair. Well, they didn't start looking fairly confident, I think.
Anyway, we're still waiting for the pictures to be relayed to us. But that was quite a quality bit of stumping work there from Butler behind the wicket.
He was talking of American cricket. Are they not building like 5 decent-sized stadium pitches?
What, in America?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Something to do with trying to start some franchise cricket in America.
Well, if it takes off there, my God. Anyway, Edwards is the batsman at risk here. Scored 3 off the 8 balls that he has faced. Rashid 1 for 10 off his 2.1 so far.
Captain
We're still waiting
as well, isn't he?
Rashid is, or
no, Edwards is.
Edwards, oh right. Right. Finally, we've got the replay. So it's pitched in line with the leg stump. It's carried on straight. Butler's gone behind. There's a foot still in the crease. He's never moved it. Or they're peeling for a catch.
Just a catch.
So inside edge. Absolutely flat on ultra edge, so, and even the pads as well. So there's a tiny little flicker on ultra edge as it goes past the pad. So and on vision you can see it just touching it. So anyway, that's a not out. That's a review lost for England. Have they still got 2 reviews in 41 overs?
I would
presume so.
Think so. Yeah.
It did show 2 before that. I wonder if they're going to wide it now.
He must have just heard that brushing of the pad.
It's the only thing it could have touched.
I don't think they were appealing for LBW, were they?
No, I don't think so. On the basis that it was missing everything anyway, it was a pretty atrocious review if it was. Anyway. Paul Rifle's happy, he's waved his arms, and we can carry on with the 3rd ball of this really quite exciting over so far. This time Edwards is down to sweep him away behind leg. There is a fielder in there in the deep. Livingstone dives and manages to prevent it going over the boundary, restricts them to just 2 runs.
Some brave sweeping action to face against Rashid across your stumps.
Well, it pitched outside off stump and he went a long way across to get to it. Oh my, no, that's a horrible picture. Get rid of that, please. Rashid. This one's short outside off stump, and Edwards has punched this very firmly. Through covers, there's a deep fielder there to cast, dispatched to the boundary in the covers, and it's just a single. I have to say, ridiculous set of tattoos on his arms. But anyway. Rashid again outside off stump. It misses Delada's bat.
It seems to be England at the minute. It's either you're wearing a gold chain or you've got a full sleeve tattoo.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Anyway, Rashid to complete is over. Up past the umpire. This one's much straighter. This has flown away off the outside edge. Misfield by the England fielder, but there was no chance of them going through for run. Is it Morgan who misfielded? My word.
With that dodgy back, trying to get down to pick up the ball, it's always tough.
Anyway, end of the 13th. Netherlands 54 for 3. Willie 1 for 17. Rashid 1 for 13. Cast 1 for 8. Tony.
Farong sent us the weather map. He says looks like rain will interrupt play sometime in the next hour. Can the Dutch hold on? Well, we hope so. Warren says, okay, let's be inclusive here. If that was a zippy ball, what about Bungle? Jersey Oak says that wouldn't be a pint, it would be half a litre. Typical foreigners. I don't know what he's referring to though. Typical foreigners stealing 80 millilitres, he says. Cracked a Bear is here.
Cast is in to continue. This is on the leg stump and clipped away behind square on the leg side by Delida. Butler has to jog away to field it, and Morgan does the work at the stumps.
I'll just read the Cracked a Bear tweet. Very retro moron feeling today as the cameras focus on beer, snake, speed drinking and bikinis. Reminds me of the era when I was part of the star jumping in Michael Caine's flat. Oh, the Bear story of being in Michael Caine's flat with basically naked, yes.
Oh, right. I haven't heard that one, so. Cast in again. This again bearing down on leg stump, and again it's just clipped square on the leg side. Butler jogs round to field it, and again they've come through for this time a single off the bat. I think the first one was actually a leg by. No, another leg by is called. So
gave a half appeal there, which was quite confusing. So
no, I don't think that was hitting anything other than the pads. Yeah, it's going well down leg side, that one, and probably a bit high as well. Anyway, we continue on to the third ball of this third over from young Bryden Cast. Up past the umpire, outside off stump this time. They just jab it into the ground. They go very quickly, and they had to. Otherwise, there was a chance of that being out. But a diving Morgan was unable to disturb the stumps, and they successfully completed a run. They've moved on to 57 for 3.
That's a decent
1,
round.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What are they? Half litres lined up. I hope he's not going to drink all of those in one go.
I think they'll just be pouring constantly.
We could just tip the beer away and put it straight in the snake.
Yes. Cast in again on leg stump. This is rattled firmly into his big appeal from the team. The umpire does not look interested, and the ball just dribbled into the leg side, and they've come through for single. Conversation now about whether they're going to review. 7 seconds left on the timer. Morgan's interested, and it's going up for a review. I don't think Butler's that impressed, actually, so
it's hard to tell by Butler. He's not very an emotional player, so it's you can't really judge much by his
he's got a kind of a wry smile,
yes.
And that was definitely his wry smile, which suggests he's thinking, I'm not sure about
I think
that
the best
skip.
this is umpire's call, so England might save their review, but I don't think it's smashing stumps out of the ground. Anyway, we shall see. Take ages to get the... Oh, here it comes. So it's legal. It's pitched in line, I would think, and it's rattled him in front of the stumps, but I don't think it's close enough.
It will depend on how deep he is in his crease batting.
Yeah, he's on the crease line. He's not a long way out.
Oh, well, it'll be going down leg slightly then.
Yeah. So we're watching Ultra Edge, and there's nothing there. So
I think there might have been something before it hits. You watch. There's is there just
there's
I think
minuscule bit there, isn't there? So certainly thuds into his pads.
Oh well, it's definitely going down leg.
down leg and shocking.
And review lost again. So England have lost both their reviews. The two really not very, very good reviews. So unlike Morgs, actually, he's usually very, very good in his reviews. But oh well, just have to bowl them out properly, boys. So after
Netherlands
all,
going at a decent run rate, but it just seemed to be losing wickets at a steady pace.
well, they've upped the run rate to 4.2. They're sort of gently increasing it quite nicely. The leader's 13 off his 15. Edwards probably needs to start getting going a little bit. 7 off the 13 that he's faced. I think Butler's got a bigger wry smile on his face now because he sort of was right. Anyway, cast to continue. This one's short. It's pulled quite strongly by Edwards into a big vacant area in the leg side field, which I don't. And the fielder is going to cut it off. Well fielded by Mr. Salt, and actually saves 1 run by keeping them to 3. Well fielded. Great stuff. And with that, Edwards has moved on to double figures. A good shot.
That outfield, it just seemed to take forever.
Yes.
We could have run 4. It just oddly feels incredibly long on that side.
Yeah, it looks as if the field's obviously a bit, the outfield's a bit slow from the effect of all the rain they've had. Great dive by Salt to actually stop the ball hitting the rope. This was a firm ball on middle stump, and Deleda just prods forward and defends it away. It's a dot ball, the only dot ball of that third over from Cast. 61 for 3. Tony.
Joel Mai is saying, well, weirdly, I've now managed to sync the ECB feed and Guerrilla Cricket, which is great. So we're delighted to hear you've successfully done that. That's good news. Brian Barish confirms that they are renovated and building 6 stadiums in the US: Fort Lauderdale, North Carolina, Dallas, Houston, Bay Area, and Seattle. Oh, whereabouts in the Bay Area? I'd be intrigued to know. Oh, San Francisco.
That's San Francisco, yeah.
So not where I used to go.
As far as I'm aware, they're all like 10,000 plus seaters as well. they're decent sized grounds.
Well, he says there's a 2016 minor circuit in its 2nd season that will feed into a 16 top flight starting in 2023.
Right. Rashid to continue. This one on leg stump, cuts away from the right-handed batsman, but he's able to just jab it into the leg side and dash through for a quick single. Quite sensible cricket here. It's a bit of tip and run going on, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. The run rate's up to 4.38, so it's moving in the right direction. Rashid, who's not looking that dangerous this time, the leader has decided he'll go aerial, and that has gone all the way for one of these and broken the window.
Another one. Well, Max O'Dowd did one last time, and now look
in the commentary box.
He's almost hit Mark Butcher.
Yeah,
Mark Butcher and
Butch not looking happy.
Is it Niall O'Brien next to him?
Yes.
Well, either of them didn't look very pleased.
Yeah. But an excellent 6. Well played. Yeah, jingle that one. Next ball, outside the leg stump, jags back towards the leader, and he just defends it, jabs it down in front of him. Butler jogs around to complete the fielding. Yes, just watching that 6 again, and it hits the window on the full. Not surprising, it smashed it. Very pretty pattern. This one's again on leg stump, and the leader is just able to pass it back down the ground for a dot ball.
So Dowd signed his, didn't he? He went over and signed his.
Oh, did he?
His window breakage.
I'm sure the leaders are going to do the same. Rashid in again, right arm over. This one's smeared to cover, and Jason Roy is fielding and completes the fielding, and it's a dot ball. 3 dot balls on the trot here. Rashid to complete the over. It's gone straight through to leader. Butler has whipped off the bails, but I don't think he'd moved away from the creases. No appeal, and that's the end of that 4th over from Adil Rashid.
Warren says, is there any situation where a wrong review for a catch and the review is retained, e.g. sound from pad, etc.? I'm sure there must have been.
I'm sure we've had a call that ended up being at LBW before.
Leah? I think you're right, Colin. Leah says, I'm back! And as promised, we did not go for a matching look.
Oh.
I'm not quite sure what you'd promised. Remind us what you'd promised, and then
we'll comment.
We'll know what that means.
So it is young Bryden Cast to continue. He's champing at the bit at the end of his run, waiting for the batsman. Here he comes. Past the umpire. firm ball that rattles into the thigh of Edwards and jags away behind square on the offside, and Point has to sort of jog round to field the ball. God, he's building up some pace here actually. He's gone for another appeal, but I don't think he's getting anything on that one.
He was not quite sure where that ball was.
Got some decent bowling resources at Durham, haven't they, when you put Carse next to young Potts.
And Stokes when he bowls properly.
Stokes, of course. And then there's one other I'm thinking of. Who else?
Carse in again, outside off stump, jabbed into the offside by the leader. He's quite interested in the run, but Edwards is not at all interested, and they retain to their respective creases. No run.
Thinking Netherlands must be on a net loss after this series with the amount of balls being lost and windows being smashed.
Sent out an urgent call for new balls for the third ODI.
It's about 1,200 quid's worth they've managed to lose in terms of value. Yeah.
Wow. Carse in again. Delida rocks back, tries to pull it away on the leg side, completely misses it, goes through to Butler. No run. Rather an exaggerated pull that by Delida, but anyway, got no part of the bat on the leather. Actually, it certainly sort of gets a bit of bounce. Actually, does Carse? It was went over the top of the bat.
When he's releasing the ball, he's still quite upright, so you'll get some decent bounce on it.
Sets off into the crease. This game outside off stump is just jabbed away behind square on the offside by Delida. They're looking for two, but they've been restricted to just one by David Willey, running around from third man.
I think the one that always got me was Sean Tate, the Australian bowler. When he used to bowl, he ducked down so much. He was about 4 foot by the time he was bowling it.
I was going to say, Mark Wood when he's fit, and Ben Rain. So they've got a very decent attack up there at Durham.
Quick as well. Quick attack.
Carse outside off stump, jabbed away into the offside, but it's straight to the man at cover point, Jason Roy, and there's no chance of a run.
What do you think about these kits?
About these?
The kit, the new England kit.
Oh, the England one.
It looks alright.
Yeah, it's alright.
I don't give it a lot of thought.
Very blue.
To be honest.
Yeah, I'm going to say.
I don't understand the blue.
Anyway, Carse sets off to complete his fourth over. This is right in on Midland leg, and the only thing Edwards can do is just jab it out fairly straight on the leg side, and that's no chance of a run. End of the 16th over. Netherlands have moved on to 70-3.
Well, Leah has clarified.
Right.
It was a reference to this, and this is a previous tweet where she had said, "I'm off for a bit. The girlfriend and me are going to shop for summer dresses, and no, we're not doing matching looks. F off."
Oh, right.
Which she's then come back and confirmed that they haven't gone for matching looks. So she's a woman of her word.
Young man going through his signature book. Rashid to continue. This is outside off stump and firmly defended by Delida. Jabs it into the offside, no chance of a run.
Was it autographs? You were looking at the word you were striking before there?
Oh, yes. What did I say? Signatures.
Spoken like a true accountant. You just sign this check.
Yes, sign this official Secrets Act before you can play for us. This one's outside off stump, and Delida has stroked it fairly straight on the offside past Rashid. Mid-off has jogged around to restrict him to the single. Delida moves on to 21 off the 26th he's faced.
Now picturing a kid just marking an X and saying sign at this person, this place, please.
As Tony departs the scene. Rashid in again. This time Edwards has got hold of this really firmly and dispatched this to the boundary for a very good 4. I'll let Tony do the jingle when he comes back. Just watching the replays. Well plugged it up, getting it above the eye line, but Edwards didn't think too much of that, and firm sweep. Yeah, he got hold of that well. 4. There you go. There's your jingle. Not as good as one of Moggs, but it'll have to do for now. Rashid in again, this time pushing Edwards back into his crease, and he can only force it back down the track where Rashid fields.
I'm sure if we clipped it, we could use it in future jingles.
Yeah. Rashid, for a fairly longish run up, and again floats it up, and Edwards has tried to sort of repeat the sweep shot, hasn't quite got hold of this. It's gone way down to long leg on the 45, and it's enabled them to take another run. 76-43.
For a second there, top leg running past the ball, I just thought he'd give up halfway through.
It's a long way down for poor old Reese, but anyway, he knew the long leg was behind him. Oh, this one is this is jagged away well beyond the leg stump, and Paul Rifle's arms have gone up to signal wide.
He's gone for his change-up ball, but just gone the completely wrong line.
Yes. He's in again to repeat that, this time on off stump, and it's well defended by Delida.
They're playing Rashid quite well, you think?
Yeah, he is. There's not a lot of movement off the pitch, is there? So,
but he's generally slow bowling. I would put him in easily the top 5 of slow bowlers in the world at the minute for in the one-day games.
Yeah, he's not getting a lot out of this pitch. Anyway, he has completed 5 overs, 1 for 27, and a long chat with Jason Roy now, Adil Rashid. I think basically saying, look, there's no turn in this pitch, it's just play straight down the line. Anything from socials, Tony, now that you're tucked in?
I was just more intrigued that I think Moeen Ali was about to come on, but
he is, because it says so on screen. So.
I will have a quick Annie Chave.
Hello, Annie.
One more, she says, to try and see if we can get a game for the tour of Cornwall and West Devon for Friday the 5th of August. So she's trying to cast around. We're very friendly, mixed ability club team. Happy for an afternoon, evening game. Anything, please contact me. Please retweet. I'm retweeting as we speak, Annie. There we go. That's done.
So indeed, Moeen Ali is coming on to a bit more spin, slow right arm over. Edwards will be the first to receive firmly outside off stump, firm.
Here's the
aggressive shot, but straight to Jason Roy at mid on, no run.
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over, Amlo. I like it.
Just jogs in again this time. Pushed into the leg side, and the batsman set off and take a single. Jason Roy ambles across the field. So not a lot of movement either for Moeen Ali off the first 2 balls or anything to go by.
Yeah,
going fairly straight. Chewing vigorously is Moeen, trying to think up something to Fox Deleda. He's taking his time and doing a little bit of gardening, looking around. Finally takes his guard as Ali sets off. Floats his on up high, and Deleda dances down the pitch to meet this one. Clips it down to a deep mid-arm, and they add another run to the score.
Just looking on the GPL, lowest prediction 348 and the highest 487.
The GPL is about to close. Yeah, I should have said 2 o'clock it's closing.
This ball, this is jagged away off the outside edge of Edwards' bat. There's no one in close enough to catch that, and they're able to add another run to the total. 80 for 3 they've moved on to.
It's a mighty cup for
this, isn't it? The Sports
occasion.
Cup. Very nice. Ali in again, and again slightly short of length, and no turn though. He just jabs it into the leg side field. Jason Roy has to run up from a shortish mid on, but can't prevent them. 4th single in a row in this over. Livingston warming up, and the crowd joining him as well. This one's floated up, jabbed away into the offside behind square, but there's a close-in third man there, so there's no chance of a run, and that's the end of the over. 0 for 4 off Ali's first over. Tony.
Well, our friend the Prawn Bot says Gorilla Cricket at Tony Bishop 1 in Baywatch. We were asking about the Bay, weren't we? So he's well and truly with us. I'm just going to hop over hot foot onto YouTube. Let's see where we stand there. Mind the windows, Delida, says Jamai. Yes. So quite right. Shades of Tino best. Only Tino didn't actually hit the window, did he? Whereas two Netherlands players. It's funny, isn't it? It's interesting to see if England managed to do it.
Yeah.
Because two Netherlands players have done it. We had Max O'Dowd yesterday and Tim Delida today.
So there's a change of bowling. Liam Livingston is going to be coming on to replace Adil Rashid. Here's the jingle.
Well, I hope so.
Oh, yeah.
I just need to
shortly.
There he is.
His first ball is right on off stump, slightly short of a length, and it was a dot ball. He's in again. This one's again. He's pulled this one down slightly short, and Delida's punched it to exactly the same extra cover fielder. So no run.
I think he got a bit of turn on both of those. Two leg breaks.
This one's outside the off stumps, gone to exactly the same fielder.
If it wasn't his first over, he would have rocked back to try and pull that second one. It was well down the pitch.
In again. This is going through this over quite quickly. This one's he's managed to punch away behind square on the offside, and Rashid has jogged around from a sort of a slippish gully position to field, and they've managed to take single. Delida's moved on to 24 off his 33. He's slowing down a little bit, unfortunately. Edwards 19 off his 25. Bit of a movement in the pitch as Livingston jogs in. This one, it's only got 10 on that one. That one sort of pitched leg just outside leg stump, came back in, certainly hit him in line with the stump. So it was an attempted sweep by Edwards, but he either got a bottom edge or it was no interest from the England fielders about an appeal. They thought about it, but
of course no reviews as well.
No, gave up very fast. Livingston to complete his over, a reverse sweep this time from Edwards. He's got it out into the deep offside field where Cass has jogged around to field, and they've taken 2 runs off that last ball. Livingston 0 for 3, 84 for 3.
Oh, we're all pretty much up to date, I think, on various social media forums. I'm going to have a little shufty on Facebook, because we often get told off rather ignoring our own Facebook feed. Let me see if I can even find us. Oh, here we are.
Free.
The question is, do we have anybody with us on Facebook? Simon Gould, Ian Barry and John Rogers are watching with us, so welcome
Good
to
afternoon.
you. Yeah.
We've got one comment on YouTube of now the Bear Grylls asking for where's a fake bear.
Anyway, Ali is continuing. His first ball is just pushed into the offside by Delida. The Dutch batsmen think about taking a run, but the England fielder is in too quickly and restricts him to a dot ball. Ali in again, and this time Delida has danced down, clipped this away into the deep cow corner, and that's gone for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Good shot, good cricket from young Tim Delida there.
Made it look quite elegant.
Yeah. I think that would have been a 6 if it had been Butler, but anyway, just about 2 feet short.
Would have been over the heads of all of them.
It would have been another lost ball if it had been Butler, but anyway.
I think that's why we was going on about the English not smashing any windows. Have just been hitting over the top.
Yeah, at the top, yeah. Ali in again, this time later has paddled it around behind square. And they're coming back for the second a little bit hurried. There should have been an easier 2 there, I think. But David Woody's throw wasn't that good. Butler couldn't recover it properly, and Delida has safely made his ground. Add 2 to the total. Netherlands into the 90s, 90 for 3 in the 20th over. Ali jogs in. This one's slightly short of a length and doesn't turn a lot, and is bang on middle stump, and is just clipped into the leg side by Delida to add 1 to the score. Just watching a replay of Willie's throw, and right on Butler's ankles. I think the batsman was in anyway had it been on target. Ali in again, and Edwards has punches down to deep mid-off, and they come through for an easily taken single. It's going to be a changeover.
There should be. I've just noticed we've got a Kumar Sangakkara
Just what you see.
over on YouTube. Yeah.
Oh, right. Hello, Kumar.
It is the Kumar Sangakkara as well.
This one, last ball of Ali's second over, is just punched away down to deep mid on again, and they've added a single. So at the end of the 20th over, Netherlands are 93-4-3, and I shall hand over to whoever is...
Well, you will. I'll just read these
Yes,
from Kumar.
do. Yeah.
Well, one says, "I'm the real bear, where's the fake bear?" He then goes, "Love you guys, Che Guevara." And Luke Hallahan says, "Hi guys, great show." If it is the real Kumar Sangakkara, well, I don't suppose it is, but if it is, your royal worshipness, welcome.
We're not
indeed.
worthy.
We are not worthy and welcome. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Messi, hello. Sorry, I've been insulting you all day. Not you. Just been had a little bit of fun. A little bit of fun at the expense of Australian cricket, which I think is always fair game. Does this look like a drinks break to you?
Yes, it is actually. I think. Yeah.
Could well be, yes.
Yeah.
And I think we're up to date on tweets anyhow, aren't we, Tony?
I think we were. Yes.
Yeah. So we can just wibble.
Is Tony our third man, so to speak? I'm just checking. The
No, I'm going to be doing.
Jonesy.
Steve. Hello there.
Oh, yes,
hello,
it's me,
Steve.
40.
Nice to
Sorry,
see
mate.
you.
Sorry.
No problem at all. Now, Steve, and Messi already knows this, but Steve, I have to warn you, my feed is about 10 seconds behind.
Yes, I noticed that before. So.
So my apologies ahead of time.
I shall keep my oohs and ahs until you've caught up. So.
Yes.
And that's a wicket goes, and oh shit, 40 doesn't know yet.
Goodness. Have you been playing cricket yourself this season, Steve?
No, I retired about it must be about almost 40 years ago now. So.
Just 40 years out. In my
early mid-20s, it was.
Similar story as far as I was concerned. I had a knee injury. What a career I might have had.
Yes.
We'll just never know.
We'll never know.
Well, that's what qualifies us to commentate.
It does rather, doesn't it? Yes. Means we've watched more cricket than those flannel fools who've been playing it all these years. I'm sure this is Gary's argument, isn't it? That we actually know more about it because we've been watching it.
I did play a game actually for my business colleague at the time when I was in my mid-30s, and I remember diving in the covers to make a fielding stop, and it bloody hurt. I thought, Christ, in the mid-20s you bounce and roll. In mid-30s this is very sore. So
yes, I coached my children's cricket, and I told them exactly what they should be doing all season. Then there was a kind of kids versus parents bit of fun at the end of season, which was a little embarrassing for me when I actually showed how I in fact played cricket. I do remember sort of pelting after the ball on the boundary. It was one of those which started spinning in the other direction, and I overshot it rather embarrassingly, and I couldn't put the brakes on because my knees are dodgy.
There's absolutely no doubt. Historical cricket is much better than present day cricket.
every day of the week.
Especially when they're on a drinks break, crikey.
Well, I think, I'm not sure if the drinks break might be coming to an end. Let me see now. Netherlands then on 93 for 3 at the end of the 20th. We've still got some various ancillary characters who are making their way off the pitch. Netherlands really need to put their on run rate of 4.65 for those who aren't mathematicians, who haven't got there already. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility they could set some sort of a target here. They really need to put the foot down from here on in.
I would think they need to sort of get to 240, don't they? Really, sort of 6 and over to even get England into a
absolutely.
sweat. So.
Yeah,
well, I mean, I'm conscious of the fact that both you and Tony are quite keen to get home for Father's Day promises, as I recall.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
Interesting concept.
Seeing some boomers, presumably English, in the crowd. Although there's some orange on their shirts there, they seem to be having a good time in the sort of small hospitality suite, big grins on their faces.
Well, considering I think that everybody was getting fully boozed up in the 2.5 hours waiting for it to start.
Yes, that didn't help. We're off again.
Yeah.
Livingston with first ball of the over, which is pushed out by Deleda, just wide of the man at point for a single. Deleda moves on to 33. And Scott Edwards is back on strike. Livingston bowling in some rather fashionable shades. Not aviator shades, Tom Cruise style, but stylish nonetheless.
Maverick.
Comes in. I saw that last night. And get onto that in a minute.
Right.
That's pushed down to long off by Edwards. So a sedate start. First 2 balls, two singles. What did you make of it, Jason? The film Maverick.
I haven't seen it yet. So.
Oh, you haven't seen it, right? That one's flicked wide of the man. That's 45, I guess. They take a third single of the over, getting them in singles, which is probably not quite the way to go.
I haven't seen it either, Forthy. Can I just make a guess that it's incredibly similar to the first one, and that Tom Cruise doesn't die? Is that about it?
Well, you say that. So Livingston, by way of no variation at all, it's a single, but a slightly sharper one because it goes more or less straight to the man. It was not quite a nice little reverse sweep, but still couldn't penetrate the inner field. Yes, the basic setup is the same as the homoerotic Top Gun from 1986, but there's quite a lot of nods to it being 2022, not the 1980s.
Well, I kind of.
Oh, hang on, what's happened here? Big wahoo, straight up in the air from Deleda. And the man's underneath it. It's Willie, and he gets his man. Deleda is out. 34 of 41. Caught Willie, bowled Livingston.
Here's a jingle.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
That was your wicket, Forthy. You told him that to get a move on.
Thank you very much. Yes, well, he was slightly outthought there, I think, by Livingston, who dropped it just that little bit shorter, and he was through with the shot rather too early and straight up in the air. Is that how you read it, Steve?
Well, it's an interesting experience because I'm a whole ball ahead of you, so I'd lined up the the jingle while you were talking about. He's just jabbed that behind square, so and I sat here going. So anyway.
There's something else we can blame the English Cricket Board for, is giving us a feed which is 10 seconds beyond where it should be. It may even be more than 10 seconds by now.
Well, you can't help that on the internet. That's actually not their fault. It's the fault of the internet. It's always going to be in delay, isn't it?
I guess so. Teja Nidamanuru, 27-year-old, strides to the crease purposefully. Well built specimen. I don't know whether we've got a jingle for him. This might be pushing your multitasking to the limit.
You'll shit yourself and run. That's what you'll do.
Yes, we do have one.
Very impressive multitasking.
Yeah.
Sorry I spoke over the start of it. 3 matches, 70 runs, but with a high score of 58, and more appositely, a strike rate of 101. He just plays this onto the leg side. That's the last ball of Liam Livingston's second over. He's on 1 for 7. Over to Messi for tweets.
Warren says, current affairs interview from Ian Forth. Click here. Guerrilla Cricket. Current affairs interview. Oh, well, there you go. And the Pornbot says, on a promise for Father's Day is just wrong.
I'll leave it at that.
Dear.
No further detail.
No further questions, Your Honour.
It does sound a bit like that. Luke Hallahan on YouTube says, who sings these jingles? Bear in the shower? We have a variety of extraordinarily talented and hard-working jinglers working in our jingle sweatshop. And included amongst them are Mog, Jeff Perkins, Richard Peel, Men with Ven. Who else we got? Steve.
I'll just pause that thought there for a moment, Messi. And thank you to all our jinglers as Moeen Ali comes in, drops that short as he sees Nida Manuru coming down. So Nida Manuru has to defend it. I think we've just seen Sam Curran, the 12th man going off. Not sure exactly who he was replacing. That was a dot ball. Second ball for Moeen Ali. Nidamanuru refuses to come down to the pitch. This Moeen bowls it a little fuller. Seems to have his number. And that's another dot ball, just played straight down to the man at short mid on.
I was also Prike in Munich.
That ball is played wide through the vacant point area, and Nidamanuru gets off the mark with a single. Know anything about Nidamanuru, Steve?
No, they just put up his scores, 51, 4 and 6, I think the third one was, against the West Indies. So he can bat, obviously, if he can score a 50.
Yes, 58 or 51, and they actually ran West Indies close in 2 or 3 games they played against them, so they're no mugs. And as if to prove the points, Scott Edwards plays a very nice sweep down to sort of wide, long leg for 4 of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Nicely played, he's got his eye in now. He's on 28 off 32. Moeen Ali in again. Tries the same shot again, does not get hold of it. That one was a little wider of off. Couldn't get hold of that one, so a dot ball. He's a wily old campaigner these days, Moeen Ali.
That he is.
He's
yes.
34 years old, he knows what he's about, knows his game.
No, he's 35, I think. It was his birthday yesterday.
Yes, you're right. I made my notes at the start of the series, and he's now 35. And that's another dot ball that completes the over. Just 5 off it. Moeen, none for 18 off 3. And Netherlands 102 for 4 at the end of the 22nd.
My definition of old has changed as I've got older. I'm more than 2 Moeen Ali's old. Leah says, I always get thoroughly annoyed with Top Gun when they call Northrop F5s MiG something. They couldn't even be asked to borrow some MiGs from their ally Saddam.
We're seeing some attractive Dutch people, not necessarily female on this occasion. Very sort of handsome Van der Valk style character in a what colour would you describe that jumper as? I don't know. Sort of off tangerine. No, not tangerine. Peach.
It's
maybe.
more pink. More
yes,
pink
more
than
sort of
peach.
peach. Okay, fair enough. Very modern. First ball of the next over. Livingston scoops it over the man at mid-off for 4 of these.
That's fine.
That was quite nicely played. It was a sort of chip. He knew the man was up at mid-off, and he knew he just had to get it over the top of him, so he didn't put too much power into it. Nicely played. That one's pushed through a little faster from Livingston. Dot ball out into the covers.
I have a quiz for you at the break in the overs.
Okay.
Oh, exciting.
And another dot ball. That one just a little aerial for a moment, but no great alarms. But a dot ball nonetheless, which will
There's no right answers.
Okay.
It's opinion.
Flips that one wristily down to deep square leg, where it's fielded by Topley, and they take a single. Back to the man in peach.
Yeah, they're zooming in on him all the time.
Yes.
Either that or
Maybe
the blonde.
Well, he might be a personality.
He may well
Dutch,
be, yes. A Dutch personality we know nothing of. The reverse sweep is unfurled by Edwards, and it goes effectively to where point is. It's a bit hard to know whether it is point when you play a reverse sweep, but all for just the one. Last ball of the over coming up. We zoom in on the tree. Oh, zoom in on the man in peach again. I'm not sure why. And that's flicked off his legs by Nidamanuru. He'll keep the strike. He moves on to 7 off 8, I think. And the score is 110 for 4 at the end of the 23rd.
Okay, the question for you all is from Luke Hallahan. He said, who would be your pick in each format of the below? You can only pick one person for tests, one for ODIs, one for T20s, and your 5 are Coley, Barber, Smith, Root, and Williamson.
I might leave that. I'm going to leave that thought with Steve because I'm conscious with the spin bowlers, and I'm not giving you much of a say at the moment.
Yeah. What was the original question?
So tests, ODIs, and T20s. You can pick one of each of these for any of them. Coley, Barber, Smith, Root, and Williamson.
Well, just while Steve's pondering that one, Mary Nellie's in again, and that's a biggest hit of the day over Cow. Actually, no. Let me revise that. It went not nearly as far as I thought it did. It's actually only gone for 4, but a good hit.
It did look like it was going a mile, didn't it?
It did, didn't it? Yeah, I was fooled.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Second ball of the over is just dabbed down through the vacant slip area, and they come through for a quick single. Edwards was hesitant for a moment, but there was always a single there. Nidamanuru rushes through. 115 for 4. He moves on to 34. Edwards. See the Dutch players looking contemplative on a park bench. Ali in again. That's a good shot. That's gone. Yeah, that is a clear 6. That's probably gone into one of those Dutch hedges. Well played, Nidamanuru. 6 of these. Oh, we've lost Steve, so we'll have to we'll have to manufacture a little 6 hum to ourselves, or have it in your head. But you played that very nicely, actually. Just waited, and then got it right off the middle.
Indeed, he did. Just in response to your question, Luke, I would go for Baba Azam for both T20s and ODIs, and I would take Root for tests.
Yeah, I'd have Root for the test. Sorry about that, boys. We had a technical issue here that we've lost the picture. So
oh right, well that's no good.
For some reason,
quick single taken by Nidamanuru, successfully so. There's a shy at the stumps from Butler from behind the stumps at the far end, but he was comfortably in. So Nidamanuru moves to 15 off 10.
And Tony has rescued the day. I can see the cricket now.
No, that's good news. Run rate at 5.15. Although they're beginning to tick it up, they'll need to tick it up quite a bit further to really pose a good total for England. And that one, Ali slightly outthinks Edwards, who defends it. Butler comes from behind the stumps to field. That was Roland Lefebvre in the peach jumper we kept seeing. He was a Dutch
who is he?
Well, he was a Dutch ODI player, apparently.
Right.
That's played down the corners of the man at 45. Adel Rashid on the 45. I don't think there was a run. Now, stop ball, end of the over. Ali, number 30 off 4. Netherlands 122 for 4 at the end of the 24th over.
Pornbot says, glad to see the camera people being inclusive. Seaman shots. Leah says, I for one couldn't listen to Tangerine Dream in orange clothes. I would die of cognitive dissonance. And O'Neill Harris says, one day I want to hear Bishop give Bear a quiz. Unmissable radio. It would be interesting. And Pokey Bumfinger wants to rechristen our jinglers to jinglists, which has an interesting ring to it, but we might have to give him a pay rise if we did that, and that would be difficult.
Livingston back on. Yes, that's very true. Oh, what do you know? The camera's picked out yet another startlingly attractive young lady in the crowd. With, to be fair, that startlingly attractive young man who's sitting next to her as well. She's wearing an off-the-shoulder number. He looks
very like Kevin Magnussen, the Formula 1 driver, but he's not.
He's fucking huge.
He's absolutely enormous. He could give Max O'Dowd a run for his money. That's a dot ball, first ball of Livingston's over. Actually, he fielded it of his own bowling extremely well there. Livingston's been high standard of fielding so far. Nice little chip through the vacant mid-on area. That's for a single from Nidamanuru, who moves on to 16 off 12. The score to 123 for 4. Livingston's doing a good job for his team here. 16 off 3.2. He's looking very much
Oh.
nose, please. I'm still 10 seconds behind. Something's about to happen. Something's about to happen, everyone. And what's about to happen is a sweep down to the man at deep square, sort of fine deep square leg, as it were.
That's pretty disappointing.
Down there. I was expecting something a great deal more from that ball, I must say. It's the next one. Oh, that's how far we are behind. Okay. Here it comes. Oh, okay. It seems to have been missed by everyone. I'm not sure if there was an edge, but rather poor piece of keeping by Butler. But I think that's given us a bye. Yes, it is by Paul Rifle. Just poor keeping, to be honest.
Oh, I thought he had an under edge on it.
Not according to Paul Rifle, who's rather closer than we are. That's knocked on through the vacant mid-wicket area, as it were, for a single.
You'll be very proud of me when you see this next ball fall, thanks.
Thank you very much. Edwards moves to 36 off 41. What's going to happen? Is a pterodactyl about to swoop down onto the pitch? About to find out. Cameraman readies himself. We ready ourselves. Ali Bowl, Moeen Ali Bowles. That's an absolutely beautiful.
That was a corker, wasn't it? That was a beaut.
Absolute beautiful leg spinner. Pitch middle, beat the top of off. Edwards had no answer to that. That was an absolute beauty. I think that's the end of the over. I'll just hand over to Messi.
Soto says, startlingly attractive. You're not meant to describe the women, Forthy.
The man as well. He was startlingly attractive.
In Messi's words, not yours.
Luke Hallahan says, Stephen Dorothy, who would you choose? Stephen Dorothy? Who are we talking about?
I don't know.
And we're lost.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to bring Steve. My apologies, Steve, because of all the spin bowling. I have a feeling you haven't been able to say as much as perhaps you would have liked to. How have you read the Dutch performance so far today?
Okay. Not. Actually, I'm scanning. Yes, because I'm on the wrong list. Because as you'll see, there is a change of bowling.
There is change of bowling. Yes, Topley is coming around the wicket, left arm over the wicket.
So here's his jingle.
KB once tried to kill him, and AB smashed him off the park. Then Boyd Rankin shattered his hand. But Reece Topley is finally in the side.
That's enough of that.
That's quite a long one. That's the second ball. That's another dot ball from Topley to Edwards. Do you rate Topley, Steve?
No, I don't. I thought his first spell was rubbish. I think a really good ODI team, an India or an Australia, would have probably dispatched him all over the park. It was right old parlour-poo. But to answer your question, what?
Third ball just missed completely by Edwards through to Butler. No run.
But
yes,
to answer your question about the Netherlands, I think they're putting up quite a good little effort here. Actually, they're not collapsing. I think the key thing they've got to do is get through to use up all 41 overs and try and get as close to 240, 250 as they can. I don't think they're going to do it, but anyway, making a competition of it.
Yes, that's clearly the objective. Topley in again, fourth ball of the over. A little shimmy of the feet, but to no effect, as that's just defended straight back to Topley. They're playing quite an old school methodology of maintaining the wickets, quick singles through the middle overs. It's something from about 20 years ago, but in some ways that's fair enough, isn't it?
Yeah,
because
but
you can't suddenly.
They're a young team, aren't they? I mean, I think they had three 19-year-olds in the team that played on Friday. Well, you are playing against one of the very, very best ODI teams at the moment. So
absolutely, and that's played nicely through the man wide of points down to the man on the boundary there. They come back for two. That's Edwards moves to 38 off 46. He's playing nicely. Yeah, you're right. I mean, this would have been good one-day cricket 20 years ago. Sound one-day cricket. but the world has moved on.
I suppose the one good thing about today is all that talk about will they score 500 has been put aside at least for 48 hours anyway. So.
Exactly right. That's played by Nidamanuru down to the man at mid-on, and because it was played fairly slowly, they're able to canter through for a single. I think that's the end of the over. Yes, it is. Just 3 off it. Netherlands 129 for 4 at the end of the 26th.
So I just wanted to mention that earlier today, David Stacey made the very wise decision to become a Patreon for Gorilla Cricket.
Well done.
And for just £4 a month, he's going to get fantastic value. He will not only get access to the weekly podcasts, The Bear and the Bishop, with various guests, which is great fun. He'll also get access to the Smaximum, the weekly newsletter, compiled by Hendo with some great writing in it, particularly from Hendo, but also from many other gorillas, which is also great fun.
First ball of Messi. First ball of Livingston's O-bar. That's played wide out to effectively Cow. That's Edwards moves on to 40 off 48. Yes, sorry. Did you want to just finish that?
Yeah, he'll also be able to be part of our increasingly active Discord channel, where there's plenty of chat going on. And have access to the 14 interviews, half-hour interviews done with various gorilla personalities. Not you yet, Steve.
Well, yeah, the important word is personality. So.
I've left.
Self-deprecation will get you everywhere. That was a dot ball from Livingston, played back down the crease by Nidamanuru, but to the third ball of the over, he gets it just wide of the man in the covers, and manages to get the scoreboard ticking over, but in singles.
So to become a patron, all you need to do is go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket, and it'll give you the options there in terms of joining. We would love it if you could support us, because there's a fair bit of expense involved in this, none of which goes to us, unfortunately.
That was a nice sweep shot there from Edwards, played down to the man at deep square leg, and they come through for a single. There's a little from Steve. It's a little spoiler alert, everyone. Move to the front of your sofa. Get on tenterhooks. Oh, it was just played wide of the man at square leg.
Next
just
one.
A single. What were you thinking was going to happen there, Steve?
He's easily excited.
It's the next one.
We have 2 balls behind. My apologies to
It's
Steve.
It's a bizarre experience.
Yes, a nightmare to summarise. A mammoth shot way up in the air. I've been fooled before, but not this time. That is a huge 6, probably the biggest of today from Edwards. Well done to him. He moves to 47 off 50, and Netherlands 139 for 4 at the end of the 27.
Excellent stuff.
Jingle coming.
Jingle, Messi, jingle.
Yep. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex.
I mentioned the Jersey Jingler earlier, and right on cue, he comes to us and says, "Cue the boring middle overs jingle." And good morning, darlings. Good morning to you too. It's great to have you with us, Senor Peel. And thank you for all that you do.
Indeed, yes.
Have I got to look for that jingle now?
The standard of jingling really is...
I'm panicking now. Where the hell did I find
spectacular. Topley in again. Start of the 6th over. He's on number 19. So he may not have been impressive. He's been reasonably economical, and that's glided off his legs for 1 by Nidamanuru, who moves to 19 off 18.
I'm very impressed with your pronunciation of Nidamanuru.
It's probably completely wrong.
It sounds fantastic, fourthly. That's all that matters.
We'll go with it. I was less confident at Vikramjit earlier.
Luke's still waiting for your answer to the question, Forthy, and the rest from you, Steve, in terms of the ODIs and T20s.
Your route was for the test. And
that was flicked off his legs by Edwards, I assume.
Yeah, Baba
Ale, 48 or 52.
Yeah, Baba Azam, I think, was the other one, wasn't it, for the T20? And Smith probably for the ODI.
Smith, that's interesting.
I'd probably go rather boringly for Baba in the ODIs. I'll certainly go for Root in the tests. And the T20 for Baba as well. That one's flicked off his legs again by Edwards, who moved. If there's another single there, he moves on to 48 or 52. I feel like that's deja vu, whether I'm seeing that again.
I am.
Although I have to say, if it was a choice, I put Butler in there for both ODIs and T20s.
Yes, at the moment, yeah.
Yes, it's weather versus climate, isn't it? As it were.
Yeah.
That one. Certainly, Butler is all the weather at the moment.
Yeah.
That is flicked off his... I keep saying this, but I feel like I'm stuck in Groundhog Day, but that surely is a new run flicked off his legs by Edwards. Yes, it is. Thank God for that.
Sorry, just be back in a second.
No problem, we'll cover.
Yes,
I don't really see Topley perhaps being certainly in England's first choice 11.
He didn't play. He played in the first one, didn't he? Or did he?
Yes, he did. Yes,
yeah.
It was Cars who didn't. That one he beats Edwards outside the off stump. Goes through. Netherlands run rate's moved up to 5.1. So respectable without being particularly threatening to an England side in the sort of form they're in. One ball of the over to come.
They're not getting him away at all either, the Dutch.
No, they're not. No, just three runs off the over so far. Not enough boundaries. I think they'll have to take a few more risks and do or die fairly soon. Because that's another dot ball to complete Topley's fifth over. He's on number 22. Score 142 for 4 at the end of the 28th.
And they have improved. They've moved up to about 7 and over for the last 5 overs.
We've got to change your bowling coming up, so the jingle's ready when you're ready. Sorry, Nessus, carry on.
Warren says Steve is like Marty McFly. There you go.
Oh yes, that's right. Yes.
Well, Back to the Future.
Back to the Future, of course.
Oh.
There's some very complicated universal physics questions which were raised in Back to the Future about whether you can go meet yourself back in the past and so on. My son was trying to explain to me the other day that maybe we're all just projections of our future selves. That's the latest theory.
It certainly feels like that at headquarters, I must admit. Bizarre experience. Here's a jingle.
Stick your hopes of victory up to broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the Brighton comes a-calling, all your players will be balling. Stick it all right up your Brighton cast.
I like
the Brighton cast he comes and generates quite a bit of pace off that first ball. Gets Nidamanuru hopping onto the back foot and can't get him away. That's a dot ball. What do you make of Bryden Cast, Steve?
I didn't realise how quick he was. I mean, there was one over he bowled earlier on that put the speeds up. 86, 85, 87, 91 were the first 4 balls. So he's a quick ball, and Tony and I were just sort of admiring Durham's long line of fast bowlers because they've got Potts and Mark Woods as well, of course.
They have, and Steve Harmison going back in time as well. In comes Cast again. Very front-on action, right up in the block hole, but he manages to get it away down to deep square leg. Nidamanuru, and he moves on to 21, off 21 with that single. So he's on track with 100 strike rate. It's a pretty good game.
Oh, double jingle.
Tell me something. Is it just me? Whenever Simon Harmison is mentioned, I don't immediately go to his pretty good test record. I immediately go to his first ball of that Ashes series in Brisbane.
No, you will.
Yes, it's a shame that, isn't it? Carr's in for his third ball. Maybe we'll... Oh, and that's smashed straight back over the umpire, and that's a straight 6. Just, I mean, a yard or 2 over the boundary, but they all count. Moreover,
and
we finished the jingle. Yep. Moreover, that's his 50.
Your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs. Your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
Very well batted, young boy.
Very well batted, yeah. 54 at a runner ball. 55 now, as the strike goes back to Nidamanuru. He's played a real captain's innings today. Good stuff. Can't really expect too much more of him, I think. When that was a spot on 6, great as a die.
Very short arm jab, really. He didn't really extend his arms, but got the
Yeah, he
power.
just did what he needed to do.
Yeah,
Flonked a
by
yard
about-
over the boundary rope.
Yeah, a couple of inches, that's all you need, really, isn't it? So 150
Yes, they
for
all
4.
count. Whether they go 100 metres or 78 metres,
Yeah.
they all count. So this is a more productive over, although that's a dot ball. So 6 at 8 so far off it. And if they could get something, so if they get a boundary off the last, then they're perhaps poised for a bit of a charge in the last 11 overs.
It's funny
The
knowing
cameras-
what the future's going to bring.
It's like the last line of a chapter, isn't
Just
it?
call me
In
Marty.
a novel. But little did they know what fate had in store for them as Scars comes in. Nidamanuru, though, it's got rather hit on the fingers there, ringing his fingers as he smashes that one down to the man at long leg. Retains the strike.
So much
Cars
for the
1 for
boundary.
23 off 5. Nidamanuru up to 22. Netherlands 1-5-1-4 at the end of the 29th.
Well, Sudahu reckons I'm in trouble. He said, so Messi would have a leading Englishman for the tests, ODI and T20. Australian immigration are on their way to visit him. To which I said, to be fair, Smith in his current form is not a great choice. And then the next question, Pete Gilchrist or Pete Butler? I'd go for Pete Gilchrist.
I'm not going to make an Australian comment again, Messi, today. That would be so unfair.
Oh, it's just because I like Adam Gilchrist so much.
He was a great player, there's no doubt about that.
And a great personality too, actually.
Yeah.
He was, yes. The heart of WA.
Oh, and somebody's got to get their spanners out. The bloody gambling bots turned up.
Oh.
Now, it seems that Nidamanuru is in a little bit of trouble there with his hand. The physio or whatever has come on and has given him some paracetamol, and he's rubbing his hand vigorously.
We're seeing Edwards' wagon wheel now with his predominantly leg-sided attack, actually. It's quite interesting.
Very slight fellow, Edwards. Doesn't seem to do a lot of gym work, doesn't need to, the way he's playing today.
I think Warren's concerned for your state of mind, Forthy. He said, projections of future selves. Does Melbourne have Amsterdam-like coffee shops?
It does actually, yes. We're very noted for our coffee. Amsterdam and Melbourne will probably be the two cities in the world you pick out for their standards of coffee.
Yeah, I don't think he's talking about coffee though.
Probably not.
Amsterdam.
You get tulips from Amsterdam, don't you?
Sorry?
You get tulips from Amsterdam.
Yeah, tulips and dope.
The cameraman's still focusing on blondes. My God.
Plenty of drugs flooding the streets of Melbourne. We have an ice epidemic, particularly in rural Victoria, unfortunately.
Oh, right.
Sorry to bring the mood down a bit there.
Only in the rural areas, not the urbans.
No, well, the outer suburbs as well. I don't know. It's probably it's probably everywhere. It's just very cheap and plentiful. Not the. I know. Oh, the camera's in again on a lovely blonde lady. But as Willie comes in, and that's an interesting ball, a slow floated ball. I suppose it was 81 miles an hour, but right in the block hole. And Nidamanuru couldn't do anything with it.
I'm pleased to see Suda the Spanner Man's been in to bash the bot.
Lanes we see going over frequently, very low. I'm not sure exactly where.
It's right next to the airport, Scrown.
Is it?
Yeah, Schiphol Airport is right next door, isn't it? So.
Okay, not the Schiphol. Am I thinking of another Amsterdam airport? Willie comes in again, gives it a bit of width, and it's carted down by Nidamanuru, but straight as a die to the man at mid-off, who I think is Topley. So, no run. We will be making our way as a threesome. Please, when I say threesome, bot, please don't take that the wrong way. At the end of this over.
Asking for trouble.
Yes, absolutely. Willie in again, third ball of the over. Puts it in short, and that's a really good shot from Nidamanuru, who hooks it, I suppose, for 4 of these.
Nice.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
More of a pull than a hook, so I see the replay, but he got it in front of the man at square leg and beat him for pace. That was Salt on the boundary. We haven't seen a great deal of him today, but his time will come. He'll be opening the batting before too long.
Leah's very sound. She says Gilchrist has my vote because he read Das Kapital on tour.
Did he indeed? That ball just comes off the inside edge onto the pad. Butler has a shy at the far end as they try and scootle through for a single, which they successfully do. Nidamanuru moves on to 27 off 27. Had he hit, it would have been curtains for Nidamanuru.
Long way out.
Yeah, by miles. She says, I like a keeper who knows his theory and does the praxis of putting the colonialists to the sword on the pitch.
Thanks very much, Leah, for that. As we see a rather rueful Butler who's missed a couple of opportunities, actually. I suppose that there was one earlier on when he just completely failed to take the bails off when he had the balls in his gloves, and it would have been a run out. But we'll forgive him after his performances with the bat. That shapes back in quite nicely to Edwards. So there's a little bit of shape there from Willie, which is perhaps a bit unexpected. Edwards negotiates it successfully down to mid-on, and he moves on to 56.
Well, that plane went low. We've got to do this next ball really quick before the next over starts in Tony's world.
Oh, God, yeah, no, that's a good point. That is a good point, actually.
Shall I tell you what happened, just to make life easier? It went absolutely... It was a full toss, and it went through Butler's legs, and it was one of these.
Oh, shit, that was bad keeping.
Somehow we let it through, straight through.
Don't fool the keeper. Well, we're out of here. Netherlands 161 for 4 at the end.
Forthy, I think you're still here, aren't you? Or is this the one?
Yeah, I am staying on. I'm staying on.
You're staying on. Just let me tell you that the Japanese have surrendered. Just so you're fully up, to date. Cast in, and this one's hauled massively by Edwards away through mid-wicket for one of these. He's got a real flavour today, and he's doing a very fine job. 165 for 4. Stand-in captain Scott Edwards is looking in fine fettle. That was short, though. Jason, welcome back to you. Short and horrible and hittable, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean he's in good form obviously from the first game, so he just taking advantage what he can.
Cast in slightly fuller, steered away towards cover. Captain Morgan Fields. England are going to have a chase. It's not a concerning run rate, not considering what they did. The pitch will be slower, you'd think, Jace, wouldn't you? Given that it's had all that rain, or the outfield rather would be slower.
Overnight rain would have slowed up the pitch a lot. It'll be a lot greener and more lush, and I think they'll do well to get 250 probably.
In comes Kars again, onto the back foot goes Nidamanuru. They have to hurry about their work. They do. They manage to take a single. It was a direct hit, but I think that Teja Nidamanuru, not easy to say, but I think I've got my tongue around it, was home safely enough. We'll have a look. Yeah, ample time to spare. That was an excellent throw. A man who was a business development manager for a workflow management company, working alongside Steven Myberg, who also, of course, fellow Netherlands international. As in comes, oh dear, Kars as he speared that down the arse from Kars, and wide go the rifle arms, and it was a horrible ball. What on earth do you think he was up to there, Jason?
Well, I don't know what he tried, but it didn't work. That's close to being a wide in red ball cricket, let alone a wide in white ball cricket.
Well, I'm surprised that's not bouncing up one of the runways of Schiphol Airport, to be honest. It was that far from the stumps. This one is a much better ball, wide of off stump this time. Edwards has a swing and a miss, but he's on 61 at close to a runner ball, just ahead of a runner ball in fact. And Nidamanuru, the workflow management specialist, now international cricketer. This is his third ODI. Is his fourth? He didn't play in the first one, did he? No. It's his fourth ODI. But it's Edwards that is facing Scott Edwards from Tonga. That one beats his outside edge, though. That was a super ball from Cass, who's been very licorice all sorts this over. A real burst, 30 batting special.
In some respects, in one-day cricket, that's a strength because no one knows, bowler included, where the ball's going to be coming down next.
Joss Butler, though, someone did say, well, I think it was Messrs who said he'd been rather patchy, and yeah, he won't be happy with that one that just went straight through his legs, although it was it was a full bunger, wasn't it? So he was probably a bit fooled by that. In comes Cass, right arm over, bat dropped on it by Edwards just to steer it down to Adil Rashid, who's at third man. They will take another single. It's the end of the over.
And just as Butler's defence very quickly, that ball, yes, it did pitch, and it pitched on a softer part of the outfield from the rain. It just scuttled straight along the floor. It didn't really get up at all. So he had very little chance to get down to get something behind it.
169 for 4. Over to you, Fourthy.
Well, we've just got one tweet so far, so I haven't quite got to YouTube yet, and that's from Josie Oak, who says Folkes is worth his test place because he doesn't let anywhere near as many buys through as Butler. Well, I think Folkes has kept absolutely brilliantly, actually, the first 2 tests that we've seen, and I think Butler has batted absolutely brilliantly, but his, I must say, Butler's keeping today has left quite a bit to be desired.
Well, it has.
By Folkes' high standards, he wasn't quite.
In comes Willie, big in swinger. Edwards has a swing, gets a bottom edge onto his leg, and they were able to take a single. The score moves on to 170, 63 for Edwards. Nidmanaroo 28, 170 for 4. So there's been some recovery. They lost 3 wickets pretty quickly. England then burnt a couple of reviews. I think one was a legitimate review. The second one was frankly daft. So they're going to have to they can't rely on any more reviews to get wickets. Willie, he's kind of lean bowled Nidmanaroo, absolutely right through him. No footwork really. I think Nidmanaroo was thinking he was going to swing him away towards mid wicket, and he kind of didn't even do that. The middle stump is pegged back. It's 175 for 5, and Nidmanaroo will have to work management his way back to the pavilion, I'm afraid.
Yeah, played the line of the ball, and it did just nip in just a tiny bit. It's a perfect left armer's delivery to clip top and middle and off.
Yeah, it's a good ball. Here he goes.
You flipping muppet!
Teja Nidmanaroo gone for 28, so not quite the 58 not out he'd made in the first ODI, I think, against the West Indies. Although things went downhill after that one, because he got 4 and 8 in the other 2, and he's gone for today as well, I'm afraid. And it will mean that England probably will feel, Jason, that they'll be quite grateful to have got that breakthrough, because these 2 were rolling along extremely nicely, weren't they?
Yep, I'm not sure he necessarily needs to push the accelerator button. I think he was going along nicely, as you say, and there was no need to go quite so expansive, quite so early.
Well, 72 the partnership, so you've got to say that that's a very, very decent effort from them. Fourthy, do you want to... well, actually, no, we'll just wait for Logan van Beek, who will be the new batsman for the Netherlands.
Is it Van Beek or Van Beek?
Van Beek, I kept saying this, didn't I? Not like Ollie Beek. It's Van Beek, as in Donny van der Beek, or Bake Off, anything like that. That's the way to remember it.
Beek, I know what you're bowling. It's a hard cricket ball, so don't hit me 'cause it hurts. Whoa.
Well, even Jeff is beaking him when he should be baking him. 170 for 5. Van Beek is indeed the new man to the crease. He's going to be facing Peter Willey, who has 2 now for 24, and probably has been the pick of the England bowlers. That one swings in as well, but Van Beek makes it solidly to push it down to Moeen Ali at mid-on. There is no run.
just getting a bit of shape, Mr. Peter Willie now.
Well,
Sorry,
he is,
David Willie.
Yeah. Peter Willie. Peter Willie's shape is largely round these days, I think.
I met him. I saw him about 5 years ago in the Northampton game, and he still looks like he could play quite.
Well, no, he does. Yes, I saw him speak not long ago, and he's certainly trim. That's a terrific delivery from Willie, having got 2 to swing in. That one held its line and was slanted across Van Beek, who was Van-boozled. Van Beek was Van-boozled. It was a fine delivery. A lot of orange in the crowd. We were hearing there's extremely healthy banter between the Dutch fans and the English fans. I think the English fans will outnumber the locals, though. The Barmy Army will be nicely lagered up. That's another absolute snorter from Willie, which pitched outside of leg and really jagged across Van Beek. There was a rueful look on his face, and well he might. Jason, that was a superb ball, wasn't it? A late leg cutter, really.
Yep, and if anything, he's getting slightly too much movement now. One sort of darted away like a snake and missed the outside edge by about 4 inches.
Well, what has Willie got up his sleeve here? And that one is an in-swinger, just misses the off stump. And Van Beek has been really worked over by Willie, not by fearsome pace and bounce, but by in-swingers, leg cutters, and generally superb bowling. So 2 for 24, it's the end of that over. It's 170 for 540.
Well, it's not too active right now, but we have got Warren, who says to me directly, breaking news, man walks on the moon. Thanks, Warren. What I will say is that Australia does have a socialist utopia, so we have moved ahead in some ways, perhaps.
I don't think it's your fault. I mean, normally we don't have this problem during test matches, do we?
No, we don't. It's not. It's an ECB feed thing. It'll just be for these Netherlands game. I should be synced in with you again by Thursday. We've just got one more ODI to get through. Luke Hallahan says, shorts horrible and hittable. Are we talking about Boris Johnson?
Which should finish around about next Tuesday where you are, shouldn't it, that ODI?
Oh, we've got Richard. Yes, Richard Harman says Roland Lefebvre, the man in peach, ex-Netherlands ODI player, used to play for Somerset, which tells me Annie isn't listening.
He did, and also Andre van Troost as well.
Well, we shall see. It's 170 for 5. Adil Rashid will be back into the attack. I don't think. Oh, there's Dutchberg Kate. We're seeing Dutchberg Kate, who's chuckling away on our TV screens next to Simon Dool. And that one is a perfect leg break, which kept rather low, chaps, didn't it?
Yep, that scuttled along. Thank God it wasn't straight. He will think. Van Beek will be thinking, I think. Oh, sorry, Edwards.
It's a leg scuttler from Rashid. I'm not sure he knows that, or he intended it to scuttle. This one swept though to backward point. Good throw comes in. Is that Livingston? Yeah, who's patrolling down there. Yes, it is. That looks like members of the more English fraternity behind him. Swept that rather well, but only gets 1 for his trouble. I think he is bowling from the... I've got my geography right, and there's every chance I haven't, but I think he's bowling from the city end. Is Adil Rashid. The Mulder end being its opposite end. This one, well, Butler shouts for LBW. Paul Rifle wanders away, shakes his head and says, what? No way.
Yeah, not quite such a decisive sweep there. The first one was very good because he managed to get outside the line and sweep it with strength. That one was more of a paddle sweep.
Owen Ali stationed at slip, but dragged down actually as he tried to push that one through by Rashid. Attempted pull will only get a single. He didn't get hold of it, did Van Beek. But
that was
it was indeed a single. We're looking at that one that slid down leg. Oh, he just got some bat on it. What is Butler appealing for? He actually played it with his bat and guided it down to fine leg. That one's a more conventional sweep where he takes one hand off the bat, so Livingston will say thank you very much as it comes straight to him at deep backward square. The Barmy Army are, oh no, that looks like a Dutch gentleman who's up and dancing next to the Barmy Army. So crowd all nicely mixed, none of this football nonsense where you have to segregate fans. It's all friendly and nice and amicable. Van Beek angles the bat, but it goes straight to gully. There's no run. 173 for 5 now. And I didn't think that was the end of the over, was it? Why do we go to commercial breaks when the
I think it was.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, if that's the case, it's 173 for 5, and we'll go to 40.
There's no good asking me. I'm in some sort of parallel universe here in Melbourne. But we have got a couple of tweets. Leah, seeing Tony's Dylan shirt makes me really want a Kate Blanchett as Bob Dylan shirt. She's posted a picture of Kate Blanchett
as Bob Dylan. Yes, that was in I'm Not Here. Was it Todd Hines? Todd Haynes?
Todd Haynes, I think.
Todd
and I think there were six different characters,
there were,
including two
Christian
females.
Christian Bale was one of them, and Kate Blanchett was Dylan sort of during his mid-60s blonde on blonde period.
She does a terrific impression.
And she's quite superb. That is a reverse ramp sweep. That's the only way I can describe that, and it's a quite magnificent shot, and it has gone all the way for one of these. What a fantastic shot that was. Oh, no, it's not one of these. As you were, it's one of these.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
What an impudent shot that was. I mean, that, you know, it's almost, that was like a bit like Joe Root's shot, wasn't it? At Trent Bridge, as this one is more conventionally turned off his hip by Edwards. They are going to have to come back for 2. They have to hurry. They do.
Excellent running there.
Excellent running. Excellent cricket.
Yep.
Now, I wonder, I've got to be honest, do you think Edwards would have played that shot had Joe Root not done it off the second ball of the morning? Do you think that is automatically in Edwards' locker?
I think.
Or do you think he saw that and went, oh, I'll have a go at that?
They all train for this nowadays, but I think he's more inspired by Butler last.
Willie is in. This one is cut by Edwards, but cut straight out to deep cover. Just a single will be taken. Livingston again, the man out there.
I do have a question for you two learned gentlemen. Have you ever seen a slighter batsman? Maybe David Gower comes to mind than Edwards.
He is very slight. Well, he's a wicket keeper, isn't he? And they are quite often wispy and wiry. But you're absolutely right.
You're saying a good gust of wind could blow him away?
Well, yeah, by today's standards, they spend so long in gyms.
Well, he's doing magnificently well. He's 74 off 69, he's Scott Edwards. That one, though, is, well, that's beaten the outside edge of Van Beek, who is finding Willie quite difficult to deal with. Edwards, on the other hand, has got his eyes well and truly in and is looking in fine order. But Van Beek has found Willie quite a complicated proposition, really. And Willie has really mixed up his delivery. He's gone through his full gamut as he turns, barrels his way in. He's going to come over the wicket to the right-hander, catches him in front. That must be close, possibly height. It's going to go down to third man for what I think must be leg byes. Umpire Nitin Bathi, born in Karnataka, but is Dutch. And that was going down leg, I think, wasn't it, Jace?
Just over the top of leg stump, I think.
Yeah. Well, no reviews. England have burnt them. They might regret that there, but I think, and Jason sort of rather bears it out, that it was over the top of leg. Willie in, pulled short, but Edwards works it away around the down to fine leg. We'll get a single. Funny old over this. What have you had? A 6-2-1. How many did it go for in the end? I missed that. It's the 32nd over of the 33rd over of the England innings. At the end of which it's 183 for 5, and Netherlands are making a very decent fist of digging themselves out of some early trouble. Fourthly.
It's a bit quiet on socials, although it's always possible that the big cable down to Melbourne is not going as fast either as it should, but I think I'm up to date. The Jersey Jingler, though, says, "That was me Van Beeking him, not Jeff." I would do a Van Beek jingle, but won't bother if I'm just going to get misidentified. So there we are. We'll be very familiar from our advertising background, me and Tony, of creatives who have been misattributed.
Cameraman
Who can
is
blame them either?
gorgeous Dutch lady watch again, as this one is guided really out to Bryden Cass, who is at deep cover, riding that deep cover boundary. It's a single taken off Adil Rashid.
Do you say riding the boundary or briding the boundary?
Bryden, no, he's riding it, but he could bride it as well, being Bryden Cass. There's our friend Dutchberg Kate again, who is busily scoring away. She's laughing as well. I don't know if you can hear us. Maybe she's got us in her ear. As this one is worked nicely away towards mid-wicket. Just a single on this occasion. 2 singles off the first 2 balls of the 7th Adil Rashid over. Do they have 9 each? Did they all get reduced by 1?
9 and 8. 4 of them have 8 and 1 has 9.
4 have 8. Okay, so that's an interesting additional factor for captains to consider, as this one is pushed towards Topley square leg, and they take another single. So they're working Rashid rather than going after him, which is probably wise. 187 for 5, run rate just south of 5.5. Another wicket might just slow them down a bit, but we shall see. This one is nearly reverse swept by Van Beek, who attempted what Edwards, you feel, would have accomplished without too much problem. Van Beek made a bit of a Horlicks of, I've got to say. And it's
I don't think he picked the googly there, and then tried to sweep one that was coming back at him.
Well, what's Rashid got this time? That's a leg break. Catches a leading edge by Van Beek. Squirts away to gully, but he will get a run, for which he'll probably be quite grateful. So 4 from this over. 2 balls of it are left. Definite leg break, and it completely flummoxed poor old Van Beek, who looks to be playing a very different game from Scott Edwards. And Edwards indeed makes that look easy. So we're going to have to hurry. Oh, it's a direct hit. I think they may have their man there.
He's
the
pushing the full
umpire has made a
dive,
single.
so it's
It
often a
was
bit
a
closer.
superb throw from mid-wicket. A direct hit. And I think, and if that's it, would that be Edwards?
It would.
It's
I
Edwards,
don't think Willie's, from his demeanour, is particularly confident about
No,
that.
he's
He
not.
thinks-
He's looking a bit downcast about it.
I think the dive might just have saved him.
Well, let's have a look. And
it's
I think
close.
that's gone. I think that's gone.
I think that's gone. That's an inch.
Yeah, that's
at
an
best.
inch. Gone by an inch. We're having a look at the real close-up. The wicket breaks now. The bat is slightly raised. Is there a tiny bit of it on the line? You know what?
behind the line.
I think he may just get. Does it have to cross the line? Remind me, or is it just touching
Yes.
the line good enough? Well, there's no way it's crossed the line.
It has to be over the line.
Red light spells danger.
Oh, red light spells gone for poor old Scott Edwards. It was a very, very shaky second run. They probably will look back on that and go, not one we should have taken. Well, history would have proved them right for sure. It was a fantastic throw, and although Edwards put in the dive, I'm afraid he has to go. And I think we have one of these jingles.
There
for
must
this
be
one.
a run out here. Oh, how tragic. How tragic, how tragic, how tragic.
Peter Willey it was who put in that throw from mid-wicket.
Was it?
You've done it as well.
Was it Peter Willey?
No, I've done it as well. David Willey. Do you think it's men of a certain age? Because obviously men not of that certain age would not even think, wouldn't have Peter Willey in their head, would they?
Yes, this was sort of back to the futuritis, which is catching, I think.
Peter Willey, by the way, is probably just opening where you are. But there you go. Shall
He
we?
was tough as nails, wasn't he, Peter Willey?
He
really
was. He was indeed. Let's catch up with some social media messages.
Well, not a huge amount, but Leah's active. She says, "Who cares about betting? I want the really depraved stuff. Gambling is the vice of the unimaginatives." And she also says, "Let me comfort you, Ashen One." Well, there we are. Thank you, Leah. But over on YouTube, Sutuhu A decent fist, did Tony say? Pokey Bumfinger replies, a very decent fist.
Right, Rhys Topley's going to be back into the attack before I let you go too far into that particular realm. And he's going to be bowling to Bake.
It's all I've got.
And it's all I've got. Fisting is all I'm left with. As this one is... The bat's dropped on it. They do... well, we're going to watch the run out. There's no run that last one. They really stopped. It was the hesitation. He who hesitates is lost. And that certainly, I'm afraid, was the case for Scott Edwards. Odd, though, that Peter Willey... I've done it again! Odd, though, that David Willey, absolutely, you're quite right, really thought he hadn't got his man at all. Topley beats the outside edge. It's a slower ball and a cutter as well, and he took the pace off it beautifully. And once again, poor old Hogan van Beek is... well, he's just in a different world out there to everybody else.
He's struggling, isn't he?
He is.
3 or 14 balls, and he's it's put a very effective block on the.
That's just now. Whose call is this? Sorry, Jason. Yeah, it was probably a crucial half second to a second as this one is squarely met by Van Beek on this occasion. It was full and at his toes, and he seems a lot more comfortable with that. Take the pace off, or get the, some away movement or in swing, and he's been really struggling. But one straight at him, he dealt with fine. Joss Butler again has that cheeky grin on his face. Not had the best of games behind the stumps though, has Joss today. Not saying it's been easy. That one comes through quicker at Van Beek, and I'm not sure he got any bat on that. He was looking to work it to leg, and I thought they took a single, which surely must be a leg by.
They did. He's now 3 off 16, so that's an extra, a sundry.
Yeah, but they haven't signalled it as yet, so they're waiting for confirmation, I assume. No, it was given as a dot ball, so they didn't run. Either that or our captioner is just in the same time zone as Forthy, as this one is steered away to mid-wicket. Willey, this time, son of Peter, David Willey, has 2, 3, 4 fake shies, but doesn't let it go on this occasion.
If I were to say Hutton and Cowdrey, can you remember the younger the sons' names?
Chris is one of them. I know that, as this one is pushed straight back by Van Beek to Topley. It's the end of that Topley over. None for 23 for him. 190 for 6.
Good get, Jason. It was indeed Richard. I think he played a couple of tests in India in the early 70s.
Chris Cowdrey played for England
Nick
as well,
Compton's uncle.
Yeah.
Maybe. Peter Wood, GC Pornbot Bingo, William Men of a Certain Age's Head. I rest my case, Tony Bishop.
Oh,
and messages, the things you expect to hear on Gorilla Cricket number 307. Fisting is all I'm left with. Well, it's true. And that's more or less all that I've got, actually, right now for you. Sorry,
did you get Jersey
and all
Oak? Did you get Jersey Oak there?
Maybe
he hasn't reached Melbourne yet. He's somewhere over the pit.
Oh, there he is, Josie Oak. He's come through.
Yes.
We're getting it on the wires on the telegram. Josie Oak says, can they defend 220-ish?
In comes Rashid. Reverse swept by Van Beek. Straight to the man on the 45. Dot ball. 4 off 18 for Van Beek. And with just 41 overs to be bowled, I'll just hold the thought as in comes Rashid. Gives that a bit more air. A swing down to backward square will get Van Beek off strike and will bring Pringle on to strike. Pringle, I keep wanting to call him Derek, which obviously I can't. It's Tim Pringle, isn't it? Or no, that was that his dad?
It's Tim. It is Tim Pringle. Yeah, well done.
It is, thank you. I thought I was in the right sort of ballpark with that. Over the wicket comes Rashid. Plenty of air, bowled him. Absolutely right through the gate. And Pringle has gone second ball. It was the googly, I think. But it's too good for Pringle. And I'm afraid he has gone for one of these.
Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle.
Yeah, it was the googly, wasn't it? And, well, It was just
Not so much
just too good for him, I'm afraid. He was
Not so much
nowhere near it.
Yeah,
I'm afraid that is duck à l'orange.
À l'orange. You've been waiting for that one, haven't you?
Yes.
And there it was for you. It is indeed Tim Pringle. He's the son of Chris Pringle, who played 14 tests and 64 ODIs for the Netherlands. Did his dad, Chris. Only 19. He will have other days. He will do better than he did today. But today, I'm afraid, maybe he'll do something with the ball. He does do a bit of batting and a bit of bowling. Bowls some slow left arm. Maybe we will see some of that. But we've not really seen much of his batting because he's been bowled by Adil Rashid. Fourthly, any more telegrams delivered?
Well, we've got yes.
Aha!
Josh Hoover. It isn't often I root for teams to score more runs against England, but I have yard work to do today and want to listen to them bat longer on Guerrilla Cricket. Yes, well, look, I think they've posted a decent score.
Rashid has it in, and this one is worked away around the corner by Snater, who is the new batsman, cousin, of course, as we know, of Jason Roy, and he'll be off the mark straight away. Josh Hoover, interesting enough, should be tweeting us as the man known as the Hoover is doing the bowling. Christened that, of course, by Jason Gillespie, wasn't he? Was Adil Rashid. Sweep, caught in front, on the toe, I think. Was their bat involved? Paul Rifle's not interested. England can't do anything about that. They've burnt their 2 reviews.
I thought that was just outside the line of off stump. So
yeah, I think you're probably right, Jason. And no one really, apart from Butler, seemed to be getting that excited. Rashid, an attempted sweep again by Van Beek. It will not surprise you to learn that what he had in his head and what transpired between body and bat were 2 really quite different things. And it ends up as a dot ball. He was looking for a sweep. He was deceived by the flight. It did rather dip on him.
Peeped the googly though. It was.
Yeah, he did. But it was just held back, and it sort of bounced off his glove in the end and took him on the shoulder. Josh Butler, well, I think he's not appealing. I think he's just throwing his arms up and acknowledging that that was a terrific ball, which indeed it was. Logan Van Beek, as a man from Christchurch, and he's really all over the place. 5 off 21 for him, and it's not been an elegant 5 by any manner of means. He's attempted to hit any number of them, none of which have really, well, only a few of which have come off, and even those haven't looked especially pretty. But Shane Snater, we'll see what he can do. Man of Essex now, of course, as this one is worked backward a square very tidily by Snater. Be fielded down there on that deep backward square boundary. 2 runs will go to Snater, man from Harare, of course, but now very much playing for Essex, where he's played since 2018.
I was going to say he's probably one of the more experienced players that they've got, the Netherlands, because he's had 4 or 5 years in the English scene.
He only ever played two ODIs actually.
Bottom edge by Snater from that delivery from Topley, which is quite full. He will get a single. He will bring the rather hapless, so far, Van Beek onto strike. And we'll see what our friend Mr. Van Beek can make of Topley, because he has struggled with Willie and he has struggled with Rashid. But Topley's been just a little bit looser. No wickets yet for him, none for 26, and this one's worked away very well. He might get a boundary here. No, he won't. It's just fielded out there on the boundary by, it's either Livingstone or Milan. It is neither.
It's Willie.
It's neither. It's David Willie. There you go. Mental check. Must go and let's go and get eyes tested. 5 off this Topley over. Van Beek will be delighted to have added 2 to his total. 7 off 22. The run rate has been dragged back from close to 5.5 to now to 5.25. Topley comes around the wicket, drops it short. It's uppish, but he'll get away with it. Phil Salt chases after it from short mid-wicket. They'll get another single. It'll bring Snater back on to strike. 4 for him. 198 for 7, so they should barring an absolute disaster, get themselves to 200. What do you think they might be looking at, Jason?
3 and a bit overs. If they
230.
get a running ball, 220.
220. A swing and a miss by Snater. It is well, any batting coach would tell you that your head shouldn't really be looking up towards the sky when you finish a shot like that. And that's kind of where he ended up. Through it went to Butler, took it cleanly enough this time.
If anything, he's moved just a little bit too far to leg and pulled himself away from the shot.
Yeah, he was trying to give himself room to swing his arms, wasn't he? He's done the same again, but he has got hold of this. It's going to make it all of the way over the mid-wicket boundary. That's a super shot by Snater. It's 6 more to the score, and maybe they can get past that 220. That was a horrible half tracker from Topley, and it gave him plenty of time for Snater to just rock back and haul that over mid-wicket, which he duly did.
Well, to be fair, I think the only difference between the two shots was the fact that the first one, Topley moved the ball away slightly on, and the next one he just bowled it onto the bat.
12 off that over.
The same line.
The 200, of course, is up. 204 for 7. We didn't have a chance to check on fourth is whether the town crier has gone up his street.
Yes, it has.
Oh, okay. Down the track comes Van Beek. Van Beek has caught the bug now. He leaps down the track to Rashid, and that one he has timed. And you'll have a couple of moments, Fourthy, because the squad, the ball-finding squad, are off into the woods, and we'll quickly jingle up the 6, and you can then tell us who you've got.
2, 4, 6.
Yes, Warren says to me, ... Thanks very much for that.
In Morse code.
Leah says it's a shame there's no Hans van der Broek in the Netherlands team, no Chuck Ramkesoen in the American one, and posts an image of the really good novel about cricket in America, Netherlands by Joseph O'Neill, Touched by Greatness, Sunday Times. Josie Oak, Boris Johnson and Nadine Dorris are in a burning building, you can only save one. What cocktail would you rustle up? Nice little twist. And Armchair Cricket, am I still going? Yeah,
you still can. The ball finding squad, I can report, appear to have done their work well enough. We just have to trust them that the ball they came out with is the same ball that went in.
like it's getting like golf, isn't it?
Yeah.
Armchair Cricket, in a truncated game, the weaker of the teams has a better chance. Having built up a strong base, Netherlands want to finish well and give England something like 240 to chase, then they can hope to put England batting order under pressure by picking up early wickets. It's a good summation.
Drops this outside the off stump of Van Beek, who steered him away to cover. Captain Morgan Fields, they take a single. Brings Snater. This is more like it. So we're back up to 5.5. 211 for 7. We're in the 39th over. Down the track comes Snater. Up in the air it goes. It's going to plug short of Milan, who is at long on, and Livingston, I think, who is at deep mid wicket, and it wasn't going to make it as far as either of them. That was really ended up as a 9-iron, because up in the air it went. It looked like it was going to be huge, but it wasn't in the end. In comes Rashid, back foot slapped by Snater, slapped though to backward point, and they just take a single. 214 for 7. Been an expensive over though for Rashid this.
Colin Suter asks, how is the score looking in regards of the GPL?
Well, the answer is, until I have a look, I don't know. But I will tell you at the end of this over if I can, while you're on social media duty. This one's worked away to leg. They're going to take one. They're going to come back for 2. They're going to have to hurry, and they do. Good running. Willie again had put in the throw. Odd with that run out. The run out of Scott. I've forgotten his name.
Edwards.
Scott Edwards. Yeah, it was. We all thought that looks out by a mile, and the only thing that really fooled us was that Willie didn't seem to think so, and he was the man who threw it. This one is nicely pushed by Van Beek, but just a single to sort of a mid-off, slightly longish mid-off, but not long enough to be long off. And it's the end of the over.
Well, while you have a look at the GPL situation, Dan De Castro says, quick hire, in and out. This is anticlimactic after winning the second test versus New Zealand. 2 legendary chases, obviously, especially the second one. Well, they were 2 great test matches and very, very memorable, but certainly the first ODI here is pretty memorable as well, I should say.
Here we go. We go to Gorilla Prediction League. Oh, I'd have to log in again. I haven't got time to do that. So I'll get the bear to have a look and let you know straight after the innings break.
I think I'm all up to date. No, I'm not. Josie Oak, late breaking. Who the ball doesn't land on, something a bear left in the woods.
Oh, yeah. Can you imagine picking that up afterwards? Swing and a miss by Van Beek. Van Beek off Bryden Cass. He tried to nearly hauled himself off his feet there, trying to pull that away to leg, did Van Beek. Good ball from Cass.
Yeah, he had a big swing, and then the ball arrived at 75 miles an hour.
Yeah, he did. Took the pace off it expertly indeed, did Bryden. He's going to be in again too. Van Beek catches him on the pad quite high, probably going to be going over leg, no real interest at all from the England bowlers.
I think most of our favourite examples of a man who hauled himself off his own legs going for a huge wahoo was Inzamam when he crashed into his own stumps that time.
He did, didn't
I mean,
he?
one shouldn't laugh at another man's misfortune, but it was rather funny.
Well, also there was the famous Botham leg over incident as he swung himself
just failed to get his leg over.
Yeah. 217 for 7. 5.52 now that run rate. Van Beek has sped on to 18 now. And he's pulled this, but he doesn't get hold of it. Topley comes roaring in from fine leg, would just restrict them to a single. To 18 for 7. We are, of course, in the third power play. Reduced to 8 overs, the power plays. And the Netherlands, they, in their first 8, had only got themselves to 33 for 1, which in a power play is comparatively slow and steady, isn't it? On the first 8 overs of an ODI. And we seem to be looking into the trophy tent. I wouldn't say trophy room, it's a trophy tent. Cass in, swing away to leg by Snater. They may be able to come back for 2. No, they won't. Phil Salt's got a pretty decent arm and he arrows in that throw towards the base of the stump. And Joss Butler takes it in front of that stump. And they are restricted to a single. 219 for 7. Logan Van Beek will be back on strike. He seems to be seeing things a little bit better now than he was. We're really struggling to lay a bat on anything. Cass in. That probably will be a wide, yes, signalled thus by umpire Bathy. So they'll get a bonus ball. Not sure either Bryden Cass or Morgan, Captain Morgan, will be that chuffed giving those away. I mean, you should assume that this would be eminently chaseable. I'll just come to you on that in a second, Jason. Edgerly guided away through cover. Morgan chases. They're again going to come back for 2. 222 for 7. Run rate of 5.57. Yeah, Jason, I mean, are we in the realms of a banana skin?
Potentially, yeah. But Morgan's a man with high standards, so he's not going to be happy regardless.
No, absolutely right.
You know him better than me, Tony.
Well, I've only met him a few times, but I don't know him well. But yeah, he's a hard taskmaster in terms of what he demands in terms of quality. That one was a fine ball by Cass. They're going to take leg by as Cass puts in the throw back towards the end from whence he had come. But they do still get a single. It means that this over has gone for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is not bad actually. Takes the run rate up to 5.58. 223 for 7. and via the TARDIS we will head back towards Forthy.
Yes, well, indeed. Warren says David Willey, grimacing, looks like the witch from Chorlton and the Wheelies. Not a show I'm familiar with, but he does post the requisite image, and he's absolutely right.
Oh, I'm looking at it now. Gosh, I see what you mean.
It's quite scary. And quickly over on YouTube, Dan De Castro thinks that second test was once in a lifetime, and the intent alone brought many fans back to English cricket. And Colin Suter agrees that he thinks it's safe to say that nobody feared the English team before, but now certainly they'll be taking notice. Dan De Castro agrees. All great points, but it's comparatively quiet in the world of social media.
Well, it's quite absorbing cricket, I would say, at the moment. Netherlands 223 for 7. Not huge. Not huge by any manner of means, but potentially, if this was a club game, Jace, we'd say competitive or something to bowl at, wouldn't we?
If this was a club game, I think I'd be very happy with 223.
Well, yes, indeed.
Based on personal standards. I mean, we did score 215. I did play yesterday, and we did score 215, but we lost on the penultimate ball.
Well, strap yourself in, because it's David Willey's going to bowl the final over. And immediately Van Beek has launched him. Is it going to be caught? No, it's beyond Owen Morgan, who looked rather laboured chasing that from short extra. Can't get there. It means they can come back for 2. Morgan looks... Well, I'm just wondering if in his head he's thinking there was a time I could have caught that. It was over his head. It would have been some catch. But it just seemed to keep getting further away from him, didn't it? And he does look a little bit miffed. Maybe that is what's going through his mind. 225 for 7. Willey over the wicket to the right-hander, who has a swing and a miss, and that's an excellent delivery. That was the ball. That was more the leg cutter that has caused Van Beek so much trouble, and that one did beat his outside edge of a huge yahoo that really got nowhere near it.
Almost perfectly over the top of the wide indicator line. Very full as well, so it's very hard to get anything other than a squirt down to third man on it.
Very capable finisher by and large is David Willey. And he comes again. Shorter, pulled out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. And again, it's Livingston who is patrolling there in front of the stands.
Can you hear my Cocker Spaniel?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Well, okay. Sorry
That's
about
fine.
that.
No, don't you worry. It just adds a little bit of extra something. Well, barking really. Some extra barking to the show. You get bird noises when I'm from home. Oh, that's
true,
short,
yeah.
and Snater has well, he's lofted it really to backward point. 2 bounces though. Cass comes in and fields. It's another 2, 5 off this over so far. 228 for 7. 2 balls left. 2 sixes would take them to 240. That would be riches. They've gone well past your 220, Jace.
They have, mainly to that Adil Rashid last over, which went for about 15.
Indeed, in comes Willey. Swung, but again, not really got hold of by Snater, and it sort of rolls sort of rather apologetically and indolently to Jason Roy at mid-on, and they will just get a single.
I was just thinking it'd be funny if Netherlands won this series.
But 2-1, it would be after that first game. It would be something. It'll be interesting to see how England go about the chase. I mean, you would think they'll want to get the job done and in the quickest possible time. But that remains to be seen as Willey is in. Lofted high, back over his head. I think that has gone all the way. Yes, it has. That's the way to finish, by word from Snater, who has launched Willey for a straight 6. Fine effort. 235 for 7 is where the Netherlands finish with one of these. The idea of a Cocker Spaniel has obviously dropped by one of the gentlemen whose other job appears to be rummaging in the woods. and he failed to catch that. So the Netherlands, they have finished on, where are we, 235 for 7. Snater not out batsman on 17 off 10, and some comeback by Logan van Beek. 30 he ended up with 36. A very backloaded innings, but he did very nicely indeed. Other runs for 10 for Vikramjit Singh, 7 only for Max O'Dowd, Wednesday's window breaker, Friday's window breaker. Tommy Cooper, 17 off 20. Baz de Leede, 34. But definitely honours really towards the lower end of the middle order. Edwards, the standing captain and wicketkeeper, 78, before he was run out by David Willey. Teja Nidmanarul, 28 off 30 for him, bowled by David Willey. And 30 not out, as we said, for Logan van Beek, 17 not out for Snater. The bowling, 2 for 46 for David Willey, of his 8, none for 35 for Reece Topley, of his 8, 2 for 50 from Rashid, 1 for 36 for Bryden Cast, none for 30 for Moeen Ali off just 4. He was far away, in fact, the most expensive of the England bowlers. 1 for 28 for Liam Livingstone off 5. So, what do we make of that innings, chaps? Netherlands be happy-ish, do you think, or disappointed?
Given they got 266, I think they'll probably be slightly disappointed that they only got 230 in 41 overs. They probably would have got 300 in a full game, which still would have made it competitive.
Yep.
But,
yeah. I mean, my feeling is 235 for 7 of 41. That's a good effort under any normal circumstances for any normal team. As you say, in a club game, you'd settle for that. In an international game, you'd have settled that maybe 10 years ago. Would you say? It's just that, you know, against an England team in this sort of form, you fear the worst. But England in this sort of form, it doesn't always work. Sometimes, you know, you get them 4 down. The catches that were dropped will get taken. It's one-day cricket. Anything can happen.
Well, 2 or 3 early wickets, and that banana skin will start to be looking quite troublesome. But you would expect England to get it, I think. We will thank you two gentlemen for magnificent efforts.
So Tony, just very quickly, a very quick post from Josie Oak.
Yes.
It just says the crowd look very pissed, and we're up to date on tweets. And just to say, I think it's past my bedtime, so I hope you can get somebody else to
well, I was
in.
about to say, seeing Jason as you're there, do you think you can come back and do summarising duty after the innings break as well, and just
I can, no
step
problem.
in for Forthy?
Do we know how long the innings break is going to be?
I'm just about to check. Do we know what the innings break is? It's only 10 minutes. So there's no point in going off air, really.
Yeah, that's.
I will. Let me see. Who's you? Are you on, Bones?
I can wibble for a bit.
Hang on. Sorry. Oh, hang on. Okay. What? Yes. Yes. We'll say yes. If you want to come in and just do some chat with the lads, then and take over from here. In fact, you can come into this.
Very good. Well, I shall wish you well, and let's hope it's a good, tight, competitive game. It looks like you're in safe hands. Is it going to be Jason and Steve? I can stay on for 10 minutes if you like.
That's what I just looked it up, and they said it was 10 minutes. So I'm hoping that's right.
Are you on immediately after lunch, Steve?
Yeah, because I've just asked. I was due to do the second set of 10, but Tony's just asked me to. I've asked Tony if I can do the first 10, so that I can get away on time. Sadly, so.
Well, that's slightly my fault as well, because I won't be able to do the first 10 because it's 1:45 in the morning in Melbourne, and I've got work in the morning, so
yeah,
I'll probably get a bit of sleep. So, but I'm happy to stay on for the 10.
Good. So, what do we think? A bit of a breeze here.
My first thought probably is not about this game in general. It's about the matches that the Netherlands are playing across the whole summer. They've played a series of games against the nations. So West Indies have been there. South Africa have been there. They're going to play Pakistan in August.
And they've already played Afghanistan and New Zealand this year as well.
Yep. So they're getting plenty of exposure and experience for some of their lesser players, because of course not all their players have chosen to play international rugby. They've chosen to get experience in county championship, for example, with Rolf van der Merwe and Fred Klassen, who are not in the side today and not in the squad for this tournament. But it's all good, and I heartily applaud them, and I heartily applaud the boards of the other nations for making the arrangements to go there as well.
It's good to see. It's the only way they're going to get good, isn't it?
I don't think the scores they've posted have been far off. I mean, 266 and 235 for 7 of 41, which is even better. That's not bad.
It's not. And the 3 games against West Indies, they were all competitive. They lost all 3, but they're in with a shout. They weren't in no way disgraced by any of those games. I can't remember the New Zealand games earlier in the year, but I get the feeling that they were, reasonably competitive in those as well.
Yes,
it's all grist to the mill. It's all good.
Yeah. The expansion of cricket, international cricket, we should be applauding it. It's good to see.
Do you know, and it's only taken 150 years to get beyond the British Commonwealth into Afghanistan and Netherlands, so that's good too.
It's a fast-moving, outward-looking sport, isn't it? Always has been. Not.
Well, it's a good point, isn't it? I mean, I think if Nakul was here, he would say that if compared to, you can criticise FIFA all you like, but they have always been relentlessly expansionist with soccer in a way that perhaps what's the initials for the international cricket, the ICC,
or
have failed to be.
Well, they've been, for the most recent 5 or 6 years, not expansionist, but rather protectionist.
Exactly.
In terms of limiting the 50-over World Cup to first 12 teams and then 10 teams, I think.
Yeah, no, it seems very short-sighted, very myopic approach. Everyone, I mean, it's one of the great things about following cricket when you're a lad is you get an insight into other countries you knew nothing about. Quite apart from cricket, you got to find out a bit about the islands that made up the West Indies and where these players came from, and you looked it up in your schoolboy atlas. I mean, I'm not being flippant here. It's in the same way that you got to find out about the towns and cities of England by following football. You find out about some of the countries of the world, and the more the better. Find out a bit more about Afghanistan. You're finding out a bit about the Netherlands and where this is taking place. It's an education for all of us, as well as the cricket as well, and the more expansionist the better, in my opinion.
It certainly improves your geography to work out where all the test venues are within particular countries, and whether they're close to the capital or up in the North Country, for example, in somewhere like India.
Do we know how the Netherlands got interested in cricket?
I
don't actually. Do you, Jason?
I think it must be expatriates. Netherlands has got it's a trading nation. It's got a large melting pot of different cultures and ethnicities. I think it must have come from some of that being ported back to the homeland from their colonial trading partners that would trade with people that did play cricket.
It says actually, just quickly looking it up, the cricket has been played in the Netherlands since at least the 19th century, and in the 1860s was considered a major sport in the country.
Cool, blimey, really? So they've got a long history then, blimey.
They've taken part in all 11 ICC World Cup qualifier tournaments.
Yes, in fact, I do believe, I need to check and get the book out to check, that in the 1979 World Cup, they played their qualifying matches at one of my family's old cricket ground in the West Midlands. which is a Birmingham District's premier ground.
Yes, didn't know that. For historians, cricket was introduced to the Netherlands by British soldiers during the Napoleonic Wars in the 19th century. The further clubs came into existence in the 1870s. There's been a Netherlands national team since 1881. English touring teams first began visiting in 1890, including one in 1891 that featured Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, author of Sherlock Holmes.
Some history.
And of course, there's been a steady influx of Dutch players into the English county circuit, starting with Roland Lefebvre and Andre van Troost, and more lately with Rolf van der Merwe and Klassen and Snater, who's in the team today. Oh, and
I remember,
of course,
Ten
who could forget
as well.
Ten Descartes, exactly.
Yeah, Ryan Ten Descartes.
There was a Dutch team that beat an English, but there's been three.
I think they have, haven't they? They've won 3 times.
Dutch victories in competitive matches over the years, and a famous victory in as it were, a friendly, when they beat a side featuring Stuart Hussain and Capel and Pringle. 176 played 173. I remember that match very well. A team captained by Peter Robert.
Yeah, Sky showing us one of those victories now. The 2013 one with Stuart Broad, where he missed the stumps from about 3 feet and allowed an extra run for them to win.
Luke Wright, KP.
You know, we tend to think, don't we, of these teams when they start off, I wouldn't say in a patronising way, but team that England have to beat or must beat. But, you know, Bangladesh have moved up through the gears over the years, and they're a pretty competitive team these days, and you wouldn't be surprised to see them pretty soon in a World Cup quarter-final, or perhaps even the World Cup semi-final before long. Maybe in 20 years' time we'll be looking the same way with the Netherlands if they continue on the current trajectory.
Yeah, I remember Sri Lanka when they first came on the scene. You know, they were sort of a little bit taken to the cleaners, but my God, was it 20 years ago with the side with Jaya Warden there and Sangakkara?
Oh.
My God, what a team that was!
Jayasuriya, Jaya Warden, Sangakkara, Dilshan, Silva, Vas, Muralitharan. That was
Malinga,
on its day,
yeah,
and Malinga as well, one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team in the world at that stage.
I have to say the development of cricket in Sri Lanka has always benefited from people touring India, then going and have an extra mini tour of Sri Lanka as well. I would just wish that teams or countries would do the same for Holland and the Netherlands when they'd come up north to tour England.
It's a good idea, actually. It should be put forward.
Was it 84 when Sri Lanka first ran England close? May even have beaten them at the end of that when they got absolutely drubbed.
84. 84 is the Test series. They had a single test, and Wetimuni scored a double 100 at Lords. And
did they win that, or was it a draw?
It was a draw. 1998 is the famous one at the Oval where.
Oh yes. Absolutely, I think England scored about 450, even 500, didn't they? But still went on to lose.
4-5-6, I think, with John Crawley get 160 odd.
And Muralitharan took 16 wickets in the match, from memory.
Yeah.
But that's Sri Lanka, a good blueprint for what Netherlands might be capable of achieving in the future. And it's great to see. It's great to see the crowds filled out, and perhaps it's a slight shame that most of them are the English who have been drinking steadily, quite a few of them, for most of the day. But
your understatement's excellent.
It all brings something into the coffers, the local economy, we can't say that.
I suppose the question to raise is, where is the next Netherlands or next emerging nation going to come from? Who's it going to be? How are they going to progress?
Well, it's such a shame about Afghanistan, because they looked as if they were on the cusp until recent Taliban-esque events in that country, and you can't see it happening now.
No, not for a long, long time, if ever.
Tragic. That really is tragic. I mean, not just the bloody cricket, of course. It's far wider society-wide problems in Afghanistan than just the cricket. But it's certainly going to stop cricket in its tracks in that country. I don't know who else could it be from this stage on.
Difficult. I mean, you'd say Ireland and would have been one of them, but they've now made test status.
What about where in Namibia in all of this? Because they were starting to become quite strong, weren't they?
Namibia have played at least 4 or 5 World Cups, but they don't seem to do much apart from that.
It's just a relatively small country, isn't it?
Yeah,
Namibia?
you would think their sort of proximity to somewhere like South Africa would be again something that would encourage the sport there. But
it would, but literally it's a numbers game. There's only 2.5 million people in Namibia.
Yeah.
That's its problem. It's half the size of New Zealand. So, however well it gets going, it's just numbers.
Well, even if they were only half as good as New Zealand, they'd be pretty bloody good.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Yeah, very true.
And I'm guessing that's the same. The population issue is the same one for Nepal, who were having a good the ICC World Leagues progression up until recently.
Well, there's 29 million people in Nepal, which is about 6 times the population of New Zealand. So it's less of a problem from that point of view. And twice, there's 12 million more people in Nepal than there are in the Netherlands.
Anyway, I've surmised that there's longer than 10 minutes between innings here because we're still.
Yes,
they're still showing this game from Lords.
I don't think this is 10 minutes. I think this is. I mean, they wouldn't have 10 minutes. It'd be half an hour at least. I think they've got to have a bit of a lunch.
Might be 15, 20, but I don't think it'd be much more than that because
the light's going to start fading, isn't it? So.
Yeah.
Hey guys, this is a half-hour break. They're starting again at 5 past the hour.
5 past the hour, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Messi, hello.
Yeah.
Are you there? Are you available? I might go to bed if that's all right with everyone.
You may go to bed. It's only it's only 5 to 2 there or something. 5 to 1.
It's 5 to 1. Yes, I do have work in the morning, so I probably get a bit of sleep. So I love you and leave you. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Filthy. Good to see you, mate.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Hang on, I need to get rid of this other stream. Bang. So, I mean, I heard you talking about the possibility of banana peels. What's your general feeling in that regard?
I think with England's powerhouse batting lineup, that shouldn't happen because at least one of them is going to get enough runs to even with small contribution from everybody else to get over the line.
It's not as if this wicket's been full of devils, is it?
It's been very benign, isn't it? So.
The thing that's disappointing me, not about the series itself, but is that they haven't really. They've taken it as just a tuning up exercise for existing players, and not a chance to try any new players. Yes, they've taken a lot of left arm seamers to try out, find which one fits first. But there's no real experimentation for the batting lineup. I would love to see someone like Surrey's Will Jacks get into the squad. So I think he's a quality cricketer who could make a real impact in the white ball game for England. But they seem to have decided they've already got their 2 next cabs on the rank, being Salt and Livingston.
But that becomes sort of the problem.
It's a dilemma, though, isn't it? I mean, if you sort of take a B team over to the Netherlands, then it's taken to be a bit patronising and insulting to do that. And by the same token, people like Salt and Livingston need a workout. And indeed, this is the first ODI for 11 months for England. So, in a way, you don't really want to leave out your top players and not give them a chance to work out.
I mean, it's a slight problem that England have, where there is that sort of dearth of talent that they can call upon. And I agree with you about Jacks. I mean, I think he's a good enough player, but why wouldn't you have Livingston? Why wouldn't you have Salt in the side? So it's there's only 11 places in the team, unfortunately.
I'm trying to think. Were there changes from the game on Friday for today's team?
Just one.
Only one. Cast, the bowler, came in.
Oh, of course, yes.
Yeah, that's the only one.
Or Sam Curran.
But the batting
playing
lineup's
on
the
Friday?
same. Yes, he was. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Tony assured me earlier on. So.
Well, I must admit, I'm not particularly impressed by Topley.
No, no, I'm not. Yes, I think I commented on commentary. So.
Still, it'll be enough.
Well,
I have to say, I'm more impressed by Topley having seen him in the flesh now than I was when Surrey signed him.
Right.
Have you seen him at Surrey this year, Jason?
I have. He has a fitness issue. He can't play more than one 4-day game in a row. So he's tends to be alternating with somebody else at Surrey, but then Surrey have the resources for that to be possible. But when he's playing, he's generally bowling a very tight line, and he's possibly making wickets for other people by keeping his end tight, and then people try to attack at the other end. And he's a good white ball bowler. His height in particular, because he's 6 foot lots, makes
nothing wrong with that.
Attacking the ball quite hard in terms of going down the wicket to try and manufacture anything. So yes, I'm beginning to see more of what Alex Stewart and the Surrey management saw in him when they offered him a contract to release him from Hampshire, I think it was, at that point.
When you say can only play one 4-day game in a row, you're saying that's a fitness issue, or?
I think it is. I think
that's a bit worrying.
His workload is being managed.
How old is he, by the way? He's not that young anymore, is he?
Let me just check.
I think he's at or about 30. He's not 21, 22 anymore, but still.
Topley is 28 and a bit.
28 and a bit, yeah.
So
he should manage to play more regularly than that, shouldn't he? Really?
But he's had a lot of time out of the game with injuries since his debut.
I really can't get over the level of injury amongst fast bowlers that seems to be occurring, particularly in England. I mean, I know
you don't have the same problems down there in Aussie land, then? Yeah?
Oh yeah, well we do, but not to the same extent. I don't think. It just seems to be never ending. I mean, when I look, say you look at the top 5 Australian bowlers, you take Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood. I can't even remember his name. But
Johnson.
You know, there have been injuries amongst them, but nothing to the extent that you see with Wood and Archer and the really the top pace bowlers in England. And it's a bit scary, to be honest. You know, I know you're going back as far as Lilly, you'd have long periods when he'd be out of the game, but I don't know, it just seems so many of the English players are not in a position to be that fit. And I look back to the days of Truman and Statham, you know, they'd bowl in
forever.
30 first-class games in a season.
Yeah.
I think there's an issue here with the strength and conditioning that fast bowlers are undertaking nowadays. It's making them, the strength in particular rather than the conditioning, is making them less flexible and therefore more prone to injury.
Yeah.
Whereas, no. I mean, I think the classic example that I can think of from the last 15 years is probably Chris Tremlett, who at his peak was a menace certainly on the 2010 Ashes tour with his height and bounce.
Yeah.
But would overtrain, and therefore the more he overtrained, he would become less flexible and more susceptible to injuries, and to the point where he's told to stop training.
Yeah, we see. I think training and playing are very different things. I heard an interview with who's the Darren? Is it Darren Stevens?
It is probably
about fitness and just continuing to play for as long as he has. And he said the thing that stops me being able to play is not playing. That is to say, if he has a 3-week break between games, it's so much harder on his body than if he just keeps playing and stays fit throughout and manages it that way. And I think there's a lot about that these days because the continuity is just not there.
Yes, the structured season doesn't help, but also the fact that training is mostly indoors on hard surfaces with no give, whereas playing is outdoors on
a much softer
grass,
surface,
on a mixture of surfaces, some of which will have some give and some resilience in them that you can take advantage of.
So does that come down to the counties not training and preparing them properly, or is that the bowlers going off and just hammering too much?
I don't know. I'd love to know. I don't have an answer to this, so anyone who's on Twitter who's listening, please suggest your options as to what do you think the fast bowler malaise is about and your solutions.
It was interesting hearing Jason Gillespie talk about Ollie Robinson, because he coached him originally at Yorkshire for a while, and then originally at Yorkshire, and basically what he was implying, although he wasn't saying it outright, was that he just wasn't applying himself. And he said by the time he came down to Sussex, where he was there, he was much more together, but it was still clear that he needed to get into a discipline around what was needed to be a full-time fast bowler. And it seems to me that there's an awful lot that's going on outside of actually playing cricket that can be a distraction for a lot of these people. Even now there's criticism of his inability to get fit.
Yeah, it's extraordinary,
that seems really strange to me.
It does. Completely counterintuitive to what a sportsman should be about, isn't it? So yeah.
Oh,
right, there's action, boys. I can see
people on the pitch.
The Netherlands have taken to the field. The England batsmen are walking out. I'll jingle up the two boys while we think about things. Here's Phil Salt.
Get up on there. So salt, yeah, Phil is here. Want you to push it good into the offside. Scores runs all around the park. There's nowhere you can hide. Push it. So salt, yeah, Phil is here.
And here's Jason Royce.
Duckworth Lewis loves you. The clouds part for you. Nothing stands in your way when you're a Roy.
Right, the other bad news to report is that the umbrellas are up around the ground. So it looks like we've got a little bit of rain in Holland. So they've all happily marched out to the middle though. So let's hope that it's not going to curtail too much activity. David Milan will be the next man in, sitting comfortably, looking out across the pitch.
Ooh, there's a lot of nasty stuff coming. The worst of it at the moment is just to the south of the ground, but there's more stuff coming. So we could be limited, which would be good for Jonesy because then he could get home to his Father's Day stuff.
Yeah, I've got to catch a train at 5 apparently, so. Bit worried now. Let's see what happens. Who's going to? So it's going to be Van Beek to open the bowling for Holland. See if I can find his. There it is. I think we're sort of set.
Van Beek, I know what you're bowling. It's a hard cricket ball, so don't hit me cause it hurts. Whoa.
We're all ready. And Van Beek is charging into bowl 2. Jason Roy, firm off drive, outside off drive, and it's going to go to the boundary from the looks of it. First ball goes for 4 for Jason Roy. Wow. A way better start for him than The first It was a bit of a misfield actually by the extra cover fielder, and ended up reaching the rope quite. Oh, it is wet because the fielder's gone sliding through.
I've just seen who the fielder was as well. I think it's cousin on cousin action there. Shane Snater misfielded and then had to chase the boundary off his cousin.
Oh well, that's
Second
revenge
ball,
for Friday, isn't it?
Yes. This one has been nudged just behind square on the offside. Phil Salt thought there might be a run in it, but Jason Roy sent him back very firmly, so a dot ball. So a fine start for Jason Roy there. He'll obviously, after missing out on Friday's fun, will be very keen on getting that back in order.
And Roy has the early bragging rights in the family battle.
Exactly the same, outside off stump, a really beautiful cover drive, and that has gone to the boundary for one of these. I think that one was in the slot, boys, wasn't it?
That's a beautiful shot. I mean, that's nowhere near the stumps. He's nowhere near the ball either. It's just beautiful hand and eye coordination there.
You've seen that a lot.
He's in a hurry, Mr. Roy.
Van Beek in again. Jason Roy tries to repeat the shot, gets a little bit of an inside edge, pulls away in disgust that he's missed it. No chance of a run there. So 4.4 so far as we've opened up the England innings. Fair amount of intent from the England boys.
I should say we're advised via YouTube that his pronunciation is Van Beek.
Van Beek. Right. I will revert accordingly. I like being corrected on such things. Anyway, Van Beek in past the umpire, and Roy strides into the ball and repeats exactly what he did with the first ball and the third ball, and it's gone to the boundary for yet another one of these. I think he's gone over exactly the same part of the boundary on all 4 shots. It's been lovely to watch. Just steps outside of his crease, and as Jason said, just an elegant swing of the bat, and the ball's dispatched. 12 for naught. Van Beek, and this one's on leg stump, and this is just clipped away square. There's a man behind square leg, restricts him to the single. End of the first over. England 13 for naught, all for Jason Roy. Anything on socials?
Indeed, Josh Hoover says what I think makes sense. I feel like England should treat this like a T20 and Butler should be open. Meanwhile, Sri Lanka looking really good if the rain holds off. Yes, Sri Lanka are chasing it's 292 against Australia and 159 for 1 after 27 overs.
Oh right,
So
sounds like it's going to be a good game, yeah.
The pawn bot says not into Father's Day promises. How about cousin on cousin action? Click here. Oh, God.
I dread to think. I dread to think. So, just waiting on. So it's going to be Kingmar to open the bowling from the other end. Keep chatting, boys, while I try and find his. There he is. Jingle. Right, he's ready and sets off to bowl his first ball in this second ODI of the series. This one has a bit of respect from Jason Roy. He just punches it away on the leg side. It was right on off stump. Dot ball. Have any of you guys seen this bloke before? Did he play on?
I haven't, but he certainly bowls a much more tighter line.
Yeah. Sorry, I just be a couple of seconds. I've
Sorry,
got a
no problem.
technical issue.
In for his second ball, and Jason Roy again just drives this straight past for a beautiful 4 all the way.
just a Jason Roy show at the moment.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. It looked like he sort of mishit that in real time, but actually right out of the middle of the bat, just straight back between Phil Salt and the bowler and the umpire, and a very, very neat straight drive for 4. He's looking a bit warm, isn't he? Kingmar sets off again. What's he going to do this time? This one's short. It's pulled fairly viciously by Roy to the boundary for yet another one of these. Wasn't a good ball, was it, Jason?
Not a great ball, but you wonder if, having got dismissed for 1 in the first game, missed out on a massive, potentially a massive score, that Roy is making sure that he's not going to miss out this time. He's concentrating extra hard as a result.
Yes. Yeah, he looks in the mood. Let's hope it continues, because we might not get a second set of commentating teams. Kingmar in again. This one is again dealt with a bit of respect by Jason Roy, back on his toes, and just pushes the ball back down the track. Kingmar does not look at all amused with the way the first 4 balls have gone, but he needs to pull himself together, Jason.
He does. He has my sympathies for having to bowl in glasses as well. That's never an easy thing. And the crowd already in slightly fun mood by the beach ball bouncing around.
Yeah. Kingmar in again. This one's on about leg stump, and Roy just pads it into the leg side where does sort of a wideish mid-on fills it. So
I suppose the question now is Jason Roy going to be nice to Phil Salt and actually allow him some strike? Because he's going to last over. He nicked a single off the last ball. I wouldn't put it past him to do it, not to do it this time as well.
Hogging the bowling. Yeah, got a trumpeter blasting away. Thank God I can't hear it. Anyway, Kingmar in for the last one. He goes for it, doesn't he, Jason? He just pushes it into the offside, but the cover fielder swoops in and prevents Jason Roy from taking the single. So the over finishes with 3 dots. England 21 for 0 off 2. Are you back, Messrs?
So, yeah, I am indeed, although I haven't entirely solved my problem. Soda Who is with us on YouTube, says Fred Truman has bowled more balls in international tests than Jofra has bowled in all formats of the game, including first-class games.
That doesn't surprise me.
No.
I was looking in 1964 Wisden recently at the number of games played, and it was just amazing that players like Truman and Statham would be playing 25 to 30 first-class games in the course of a year.
Yeah.
And just bowling continuously, basically.
That's 25 to 30 3-day games rather than 4-day games.
Well, 5 of them would have been 5-day games, of course.
Yes, true.
In the good old sense of the word 5-day. Anyway, it is Van Beek to continue, and Phil Salt faces his first ball. He clips this away onto the leg side, and a misfield by the Dutch fielder, and they get back quite comfortably for 2 runs. Yeah, he played well in that first match, didn't he, Phil Salt? We're just sort of seeing some highlights of his pulls off the front foot, and he plays that shot well.
It was a bit unfortunate for him. It sort of got overshadowed by Butler.
Butler, yes. That's a good ball. It really rears at Phil Salt, and he pulls his hand away off the bat, and fortunately for him, the ball just sort of drops down on the leg side and falls safely. But that was a good ball, that one from Van Beek.
It was a good ball. It's pretty well played as well. So he took all the power out of them and made sure that the ball went down off the bat. So it was almost onto the splice and onto the bottom glove.
Well, there we were saying the pitch hasn't done much, and then it goes and does that. So interesting. Van Beek in again, and on leg stump, and Salt's falling this way. The man from sort of a deep, just behind square leg, comes dashing in and restricts the England batsman to just the single. Salt moves on to 3. We're just watching a replay of that ball that snarled at him. Certainly took him by surprise.
Well, we didn't see any balls do anything like that in the first innings,
No.
did we?
Cast got one ball to rear, I remember seeing, but that was, a good ball, and it was fast, and the batsman didn't get anywhere close to it. So anyway, fourth ball, and Roy has just dabbed it down into the offside. No chance of a run. He's pacing, is Jason.
Van Baker's been much better in this over than the first over. He seems to have got rid of all his jitters that he had there. He was bowling a bit wider of the stumps in the first over, which is why Roy was able to free his arms. He's tightened up his line. He's much more on the stumps now.
That one on the leg stump, and Roy has clipped that into the leg side. Fielded and stopped them from taking a run. The dot ball, well fielded by delayed.
I think it's delayed.
Hosen.
I thought we were in Holland, not Germany.
Anyway, Van Beek to complete his second over. This one's much more down the leg side, and Roy has just elegantly clipped it away just in front of square on the leg side, and they've taken one. At the end of the third over, England have moved on to 25 for naught. Any news anywhere?
No, we're very quiet on socials, so it's a good opportunity just to remind people that we would love your support if you're able to give us some, and particularly through the form of Patreon. If you go to patreon.com/gorilla cricket, you can support us there by becoming a Patreon supporter, from anything from $2 a month through to $10 or more a month if you should wish. And we have plenty of $10 supporters who we are very grateful to. And you get lots of stuff for that, including a weekly podcast of The Bear and the Bishop with a number of guests, and a weekly, if you pay the £4 level, you get the access to the archive, which has all the jingles and all the recordings, almost all the recordings of all the games we've ever done. It's great value.
Okay,
and I can highly recommend it.
The cricket started again. King Ma's come in for his second over. It's just been pushed into the leg side by Roy for a dot ball. Is your technology with us, Messrs, or are you still struggling? King Ma in again, and flicked away by Roy off his leg quite dismissively. Fairly fine down towards fine leg for another 4.
So you're unlucky there if you hit the short fine leg fielder, so that's nearly always 4.
It was a poor ball anyway, drifting down the leg side, but type of thing that Jason Roy is not going to mess around with. He's already moved on to 26 from the 17 he's faced. King Ma just reorganising his field, waving quite frantically at the third man to go wider.
So he's probably feeling pressure.
Well, yeah, should be. Yes. Anyway, this one's outside off stump, and Roy just dead bats it into the ground. Puts his hand up to Phil Salt to say no run.
I mean, given that England have got Root, Stokes and Bairstow all able to come back into this side when tests are on, batting spaces are limited.
Yes. If we could play 14, we'd be great.
Most teams would be.
Yeah, would, yeah. King Ma in again. He's rolled his hand over that one. Roy's clipped it down towards that fine leg area. But the man on the circle is there, and it's gone straight to him. So no chance of a run.
I'm not convinced that England's multi-format cricketers will necessarily get back into the side quite so easily. I think they might have their workload managed in the same way the bowlers have their workload managed.
Yeah, I'm not expecting to see Ben Stokes back in the ODI side, I must admit.
Well, even when it comes to the World Cup next year?
Probably not, if he's Test captain. This time, right on middle stump, and Roy clips it and Man at the mid-wicket area has managed. Singh has managed to safely field it. Good bit of fielding and prevents the batsman from getting any more runs.
I think they'll play, but they won't play every game. I think they'll be.
Yeah.
No, they'll play 50% of the matches, perhaps, once they're fit.
I mean, it's hard to think that after the 2019 World Cup, Stokes wouldn't be in the team for the next World Cup.
Right, Kingmar in to complete his over, and Jason Roy this time strides towards him, and this time clips the ball the other side of the man at the on the circle at fine leg, and it goes for another one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
It's beautifully manufactured. He stepped across his stumps, trying to get outside the line, and just clipped it. A ball that would have hit middle of the leg through fine leg for 4. That's batsmanship of the highest order.
Kingmar is chuntering away to himself, the bowler. He's not happy at all. But if you keep bowling there to Jason Roy, he's going to do that to you. So,
how are we doing on the socials, Messi?
Very quiet. Sidahu's having a conversation with himself. Actually, he said he wouldn't have him in the ODI side with his injury past.
Hold to that, Messrs. Van Beek has started his 3rd over, and Salt has just driven it straight back down, and no run. Carry on, Messrs.
But he says fair enough to have Stokes in the T20 side.
Van Beek in again to Phil Salt, firmly struck, but the bowler half stops it, hurts his hand in the process, looks at it, makes sure he's still got all 5 fingers attached, and again, dot ball. You're right, Jason. Van Beek has tightened up his line here, hasn't he?
Interesting, because I'm of a slightly different opinion that I would have him in the 50 over side. I wouldn't necessarily have him in the 20 over side, because I'm not sure that T20 is his best form of the game.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah,
I think it's the one where he's least effective.
Van Beek in. This is on his pads, and Phil Salt is unable to clip it round the corner. The Roy and Salt consider taking a run, but decline the opportunity. So another dot ball.
I think there are a few all-rounders who fit into that space of being very useful in ODIs, but not having the flexibility, explosiveness maybe for T20s.
Van Beek in. Phil Salt again tries to drive this straight and try to beat the man at mid-on, but he again fails to do so. So the 4th dot of the over. Good tidy over here from Van Beek.
Jamieson fits in the same category, I think. Jamieson,
the New Zealander.
Yes.
Yeah. It does look a bit cold out there in Holland.
It does look a bit grey and overcast.
But the rain is holding off. That's the good news. The umbrellas are down, so let's keep our fingers crossed. A lot of applause from the crowd. They seem to be getting behind something. I'm not quite sure what. There's plenty of alcohol flowing. Van Beek in, and Salt has clipped this away in front of square on the leg side. There's only an opportunity for the single, and England move on to 34 for naught.
Yeah, I can tell you it's 16.3 at Amstelveen right now.
Yeah, that's fresh. That trumpeter's still blasting away. He's been going all day long, I think. So.
Oh, God. I got to say, when I'm at a game with Barmy Army, I get pretty bored with them fairly quickly.
And there's something you don't see in British crowds anymore, a beer snake.
Yeah. They've been practicing those quite a lot. Very childish. Van Beek in to finish the over, bowls it short, and again Roy thinks about doing something with it, but ends up leaving it. Goes to the wicketkeeper. That's the end of the 5th over. England 34 for naught.
Armchair Cricket Podcast says England have a soft filling between a robust top order and a competent lower middle. Morgan is not the player he was, and Moeen can be a bit temperamental against good pace. Can Netherlands get these two and beyond with enough runs left to pressurise them? My answer to that is a fairly firm no, but maybe others have an opinion on that. I think Morgan's space is not needed, luckily for him, at the moment.
I think he's hanging on by his fingernails till the next World Cup, and then he will move into the management role that he probably is best suited for.
We have a new
I
bowler.
think he should be there before the World Cup.
And here is his jingle, Tim Pringle. So his first ball is to Phil Salters. He tries to smear it through the cover region, but he manages to pick out the Dutch fielder, so it's a dot ball. Pringle left arm over. And this one, Salters managed to sort of push away to deep mid-on and is able to take a run. Quite a tall lad, this boy, isn't he, Pringle?
He is.
Left
He's
arm
got
offy.
Quite slightly jerky action. It certainly doesn't. It's not a classical left arm around action in the manner of Tufnell and Edmonds.
Yeah, his body fairly collapses as he comes through with the follow through, doesn't it? It's quite strange. Quite a fast arm. This one is clipped away behind square again by Roy, and a little bit of hesitation between the English batsmen, but in the end Phil Salt says yes, and they get through quite comfortably for another single. That must be
I think they're showing the pictures of his dad in
I guess it must be his dad. Yeah. This one, Phil Salters pushed away into the vacant leg side field, and it's an easy single for Roy and Salt to complete.
If the bear was around, I think he'd be going mad now at the lack of a mid-wicket necessarily.
Yeah.
Nothing's not predictable.
There's no floating in this. Again, flick round the corner just behind square, and again very quick running from Salt to make sure he gets in before the Dutch fielder Kingmar is able to get the ball back into the wicketkeeper. 5 balls, 4 singles so far. Quite tidy, but nothing exciting about this. A bit more float in this one, a bit slower, and Salt just guides it down to deep mid-on, and it's a single to finish the over. 0 for 5 off his first, England up to 39 for 0.
Warren says, did someone say Stokes in T20 team and not the 50 over team?
Yes.
Carlos Braithwaite.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. There's
It's a fair point,
rule.
isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it just varies so much, doesn't it?
So the nature of the game, isn't it? So will Van Beek be continuing, or will they change the bowling from the other end as well? The cameraman does like his blondes, doesn't he? Yep, Van Beek to continue into his 4th over. This one's met by Phil Salt hoiking it over cover. No chance of it being caught. They're only able to take the single. England chugging along in singles at the moment.
It's well bowled that. He's bowled that into the deck, and it's just taken the pace off it very slightly, so he's just scooped it over the extra cover fielder.
Yeah, Salt was through the shot a little bit early, wasn't he? But still got enough of it to clear the cover fielder quite comfortably. Don't know why we're in the crowd again. Anyway, Van Beek back past the umpire, on off stump, slow ball, and Jason Roy waits for it and just clips it quite nonchalantly for a dot. Yeah, they're just watching him constantly walking out and advancing against the seamers, taking the ball probably about 1.5 yards, nearly 2 yards out of his crease.
This is normally a tactic to compensate for a lack of pace in the pitch.
This one's short, and he's pulled this almost a sort of a one-handed tennis shot there, and man at square leg is able to field it. No chance of a boundary. One more run to the score. Just watching the repeat. Yeah, so it's almost like a tennis shot, isn't it? Top spin backhand in the end.
Yeah. I mean, it's not just lack of pace in the pitch. I'd suggest it's also lack of pace in the bowling itself.
Yeah, he's definitely pulled his speed back, hasn't he? So.
Yeah.
Still England trudging along. Van Bacon again. This one's short and outside off stump, and Phil Salt missed the opportunity of dispatching that. He's picked out the cover point fielder, gone straight to him, and no run.
Good opportunity there. That was a full pace delivery at 84 miles an hour, and Salt got pretty much all of it. He just happened to pick out the fielder.
Yeah, short outside off stump. He did everything right except missed the fielder. So Van Beek gets away with one. And for the fifth ball of this over, again outside off stump, a bit fuller. Salt dissects the cover and cover point fielder, and able to take one more run. Pringle fields it with his cap.
Fields it with its cap.
Sorry, I meant to say the word on, and I forgot to say
Yeah, surely that's 5 penalty runs.
Yes.
Well, England are already well through what Netherlands scored in their power play.
Yeah. Oh, that's the beauty of the ball that's jagged back at Jason Roy. How that's missed the stumps, I'm not quite sure. The wicketkeeper ended up diving away to his left to save the buys, and that's the end of the 6th over.
Sudahu says the unfortunate nature of England's positive change means that you'll have more lager-louts football fans at the grid.
Yeah.
And he says in relation to Stokes, I think, he says, well, fuck off then. Bowl him in every team and watch him get injured. See if I care.
Yeah. Pringle is to continue.
To be fair, I'm not proposing necessarily that he bowls in every format.
This one actually does jag away from Roy, but he dispatches it to the boundary quite firmly for yet another 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I apologise, that was Salt, not Jason Roy, with that very calmly played shot through the covers.
He hasn't had a lot of the strike, has he, Salt?
Well, he's had 16 balls to Roy's 27, so he's getting there. Again, firmly strike, it almost dissects Pringle, who sort of half stops it, but a result of which the man from Minod is able to just jog around and field it.
I think Pringle fielded that with his boot before he could get his hand to it.
No, his wrist, basically. Anyway, did stop it, killed the worst of it, and it was only a single for Phil Salt. He moves on to 14 from the 17 he's faced. Roy's on 33 from the 27 he's faced. England quite close to knocking off their first 50. Pringle in again down leg side, and Roy's unable to get bat and ball properly and clip it away, and the wicketkeeper comes round to do the fielding, tidy up. Pringle in again, and Roy is well forward defensively and pushes us into the leg side for a dot ball. Tidy response here from Pringle from the first ball.
Yeah, he's getting his rhythm now, and the line spotted.
Quick arm comes over, and this one's on leg stump, and again Roy is just able to push it into the leg side, straight to the fielder at mid-on, no chance of a run.
So he gets through his overs quickly.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? And this one is clipped away, and I think there was a bit of obstruction there on the fielder, so the batsman have decided not to run for it. The ball's just ambled into the distance. Anyway, 5 off that over, 2 overs, 0 for 10 from Tim Pringle so far.
Yeah, I'm still very quiet on Twitter. I think everybody's still asleep, and indeed on YouTube as well.
Oh right.
There is a certain predictability inherent in all of this, isn't there? especially after Friday's game.
Yes.
But
I see.
We've got to change a
Go on.
bowler, by the way. Snater. Sorry, Jason, carry on.
And did I see Salt or Roy stand on Pringle's foot there, which is why they then decided not to run the single?
Correct, yeah, that's he obstructed him. Anyway, Snater is coming on to bowl. Here's his jingle.
Shane Slater trains like a soldier. Shane Slater, he will come back for you later.
So Phil.
Oh, so we're going to see some cousin on cousin action shortly.
Anyway, Snater into Salt. And this is met with a full-blooded pull down towards sort of Cow Corner area. King Ma has had to gallop round to field it, and Salt and Roy have crossed for 2 runs. Not a very good first ball that from Snater, quite frankly. But hey,
That could be just a back loosener.
certainly enabled Phil Salt to sort of loosen his arms and get a good swing. He didn't get hold of it properly, but second one is outside off stump, and again fairly full swing of the bat from Phil Salt, but it's more off the inside edge. Man from longish on has fielded it, and it's just a single. England have now moved to 50 for naught in the 9th over.
So it'll be interesting to see if Roy wants to get some revenge on his cousin for getting him out on Friday.
I think we know the answer to that question. The fact is, can he can he deliver it? Can he deliver it? Yes. Here we go. Your medium pace. This is very wide outside off stumping. Had he left that, that would have been called a wide. But Roy's played it and just played it into the ground, into the covers, and no chance of a run.
Talking about sibling or relationship, relative rivalry. Did anyone see Jamie and Craig Overton in the 4-day match during the week?
No,
when Jamie Overton retired Craig Overton after this ball.
Snater in again. This is beautifully cut behind square by Jason Roy, and this has galloped away to the boundary. Beautifully played sharp.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So yes,
So have I got this right? Because not only did he retire him, but he's now been called into the England team, and will probably get a place ahead of Craig. Is that right?
He's been called into the squad for the 3rd test, but in that match itself,
Snater in again, and just outside off stump, and Jason Roy rocks backwards and punches it into the offside mid-off field. No run.
He retired Craig, who went off to have a concussion assessment. He then retired Josh Davey, the next batsman, in a similar way. At which point Craig, having passed his concussion test, came back out to bat and was greeted with another bouncer.
Oh, right. There's a surprise.
It's a bit nasty.
There's a bit of spice in the wicket.
Two in again, a slower ball, and this jags off the inside edge of Jason Roy's back to mid-on. That's the end of Snater's first over. Went for 7. England 54 for naught after 9.
Suda Who says, I'd love the opportunity to bowl at my brothers, especially seeing as none of them play cricket with walking wickets. Dave Wood says, loud noises. That was probably me looking for something. Leah says, this is nearly on the level of Mrs. Cousin on Cousin actions in terms of pawn bot bait.
Anyway, Pringle is to continue with his left arm over spin. 54 for naught. A lot of waving of arms on the captain, who's the top run scorer and also the wicketkeeper as well. It's a very busy old day at the moment. It's Mr. Edwards. Pringle's gone off to talk to mid-on. Don't know why he couldn't have shouted it. Now mid-off, he's shouting it in. And finally he's ready to get on with bowling. Salt will be facing. In he comes, and he just greets that by going down on one knee and just hoiking it away through square leg for a boundary. Good shot. Pringle seems to go for 4 the first ball of every over, doesn't he? And tidies it up.
Yeah, sort of starting behind the 8 ball, isn't he?
Yes. A lot of field manoeuvring going on. Pringle walks in again, full toss, and Phil Salt has just belted this over his head. Brilliant bit of fielding right on the boundary by the long off fielder, and that prevents that going through for the boundary, but restricts them to just the 1 run, amazingly. I don't think Salt thought he was going to stop that. Darts down the wicket, met it on the full toss, and over it went. Great bit of fielding. Sort of pulled it back from behind him. Great stuff. This one is short outside off stump, and Roy's just rocked back, cracked it away behind square on the cover side for another 4.
It's a shot you can really only play with a tremendous bat speed when you're trying to get it that far behind square off a spinner.
Lovely shot.
And so close to the off stump as well.
Pringle in again. Slower, loopier ball. A bit uppish actually, just past the bowler's left arm, and long on has come running around, and this time they have managed to take 2 runs. Roy moving on to 43 from 37 faced. Look very comfortable today, Jason Roy. Quite mean and deep intent, I think, here. Pringle outside off stump, nudged into the offside. No chance of a run. Dot ball.
He actually looked quite composed in relative terms for him.
Yeah.
No, he's not twitching. He's not dancing down the wicket quite so much as he normally does.
Pringle to complete the 10th over. This one's jagged through cover, and Roy is able to take a single, keep the strike. England 66 for 0 off 10.
And word to your change.
And I'm off, and there'll be a change. Tony's coming in.
Thank you. May see you later if the innings lasts long enough.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve. Hope you get back okay. Thanks, Jez. I'm going to say good afternoon to Colin.
Hello, how are we doing all?
I think we're doing okay, and I'm going to say a hearty good afternoon to Tony.
A hearty good afternoon to you as well. How are you?
Well, it's not top gear, but it's a pretty impressive 2nd or 3rd gear, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, what were they at the end of the power play? 47 were England, 48 against 33. No wickets for England, just 36 or 37 for 1, 33 for 1 were the Netherlands.
With this sort of thing, it's almost like the main thing is that England have done is that they've not allowed an early collapse of wickets.
That's touch wood.
Snapping it in, and that is cut behind square by Jason Roy, and easy as you like, 4 runs.
He's played that sort of late cut a few times from very close to his body, just angles the bat and guides it away because 3rd man was up. I think they may well have pushed 3rd man back now we're out the power play. But
Tony.
Yes, sir.
I think you need to sort Jez's camera.
Oh, let me see. Why would that be? Yes,
because it's still on.
Oh, Messi Jez.
Yeah.
Messers, Nate, you're
so
he's
farting
around. Look,
what's he doing? That's again tried to be guided behind square, but this time it is fielded at gully, and there'll be no run.
Well, fortunately, he's sort of off camera.
Yeah, you can switch it off from where you are.
Yeah, I'm about to try and do that. If I can figure it out. Where is he? Messers, there he is. Usually it's under more. And put him in the waiting room. There we go.
Snapping it in, cut behind square again, but now there is a man at third man, and so that the shot that got him 4 will now only get him 1. 71 for no loss is the total. Halfway through the 11th over.
I did promise at some point, if we get a moment, to give you GPL news. It's not particularly exciting, but there are some that are in play. But there will be some quite unlikely set of circumstances if they were to come to fruition.
Right, yeah. Okay, well, we'll have a listen to that in a sec. Wide outside the off stump, and Salt puts all of his bodily effort into crashing the ball in front of square, but there is a boundary rider there at deep cover, so that's going to be not 4, but a very easy 2.
Quite like that description, all of his bodily effort.
Oh, it looked like it. I mean, both feet were off the ground. He could not have given that more of a try if he wanted to.
I'm seeing a ball behind.
Oh, and this has gone high and arcing, and there's a chance of a catch, and it's landed safely in front of 2 fielders. Snatner looks like he's dropped a pound and picked up a penny, and Salt is a lucky boy with that escape, and he takes another 2 runs to the total. Deceived by the slower ball there, I think so.
Yeah, I think he was. Isn't it Snater? I've been calling him Snater. You're calling him right, almost like Mitchell.
Snatner. So, Tony, what's your pronunciation? Snatner.
No, I think it's Snater. No, so he's got a rogue N in it.
All right,
he's Snater, isn't he?
Snater.
Snater.
Well, whoever he is, that's been carted to deep square leg off the final ball of the over. So 4, 6, 8, 10 runs off that over, and England have now 76 for no wicket. Colin? Who is on your social media?
It'd be me, but at the minute, so Armchair Cricket Podcast. No wickets have fallen, but at least the run rate has been brought under control by the Netherlands bowlers. I'm not too sure about that. They seem to be plodding along above run rates.
Well, if it was so 11 sevens would be 77, right? So they're going at nearly 7 and over, and they needed 5 at the beginning. So it is comfy. They've not really had to. They've not taken any. I mean, there's the half chance there to get Salt in the last over, but I mean, there's been certain shots I don't think they've had to play, and so they've not played them, and they've been okay.
It's not been the butchering of Friday, has it?
Not quite. We've got a bowling change. We are going to be following the leader as he comes into bowl, and that is a Yorker length delivery. We're on middle stump, which Salt tries to whip through mid wicket, but only finds mid wicket.
Here is Baz.
Got no skills, got no runs, got no future, got no hope, no! Don't you know you got as a leader?
I quite like that we could have a jingle of "We're following the leader."
That's why I had in my head some sort of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs sort of.
It could have been worse. It could have been Gary Glitter. So it's probably the best option not to have that one.
Well,
there seems to be a bat change going on. I'll give you that GPL news, shall I?
Yeah.
So D Wells and Hombre Nuevo between them, largely. The range is between 348 and 387.
Right.
So for 348, England will need to be dismissed for 113. 357, 122. 386, England would need to be dismissed for 151. 396, England would need to be dismissed for 161. 407, they'd need to be dismissed for 172. 427, 192. 437, 202, and 487 is out the equation.
Yeah, it is impossible, isn't it?
So stranger things have happened, particularly probably at the top end of those. Those are still in play, 2-3 quick wickets, and you just never know. Run scoring hasn't been certainly as easy now that the pitch has slowed down.
So everyone's waiting for an England collapse. That's what I'm hearing from that.
Well,
no, I mean
anyone in the GPL is, yes.
they've looked rock solid, haven't they? I mean, that's the thing, is that I think it's been quite grown up.
Yeah, it's
Roy and Salt this first 11.1 overs.
a description would be efficient batting.
Looks like Sam Curran has borrowed Matt Parkinson's high-vis vest. I thought Matt Parkinson must have his own by now, haven't they? Presented it to him.
Like a 50th cap.
I reckon he wears it all the time. I don't even think he wears it when he's at the match.
Do you think he takes his wife tea in bed wearing a sort of a high-vis yellow yellow vest?
Safety first, Tony. Safety first.
Poor lad. I don't know if Gary's listening.
Yeah.
He'd be...
Safety doesn't finish at the workplace.
Well, it's everybody's responsibility. That is blocked down the pitch by Salt. There's some quasi-heroic fielding, restricting Salt to a single, and Jason Roy will face the next ball on 49 not out. There just seems to be lots of open space.
Yeah,
I don't think.
I see what you mean.
I don't think Netherlands are moving their field about. They seem to be settled at their field at the start of the over, and just England's taking advantage of that.
Short pitch ball by Delida, uppercut by Jason Roy down to third man. He lifts his bat aloft. 43 balls, 50 runs.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Lucky or lucky.
Pushed out to cover, and there's a shy at the stunts, and I think there'll be an overthrow here. Yep, there's an overthrow, there's a buzzer.
Again, that's there's a man at gully.
Yeah. Oof. It hit the stumps there, but Salt was well on his ground.
He did the right thing to throw it.
Yeah.
You can't really. It's one of those you can't really legislate for. When you were saying that the Netherlands have been, I think they'll have their plans for each batsman, which they're probably executing, and it'll be interesting to see how they change as new batsmen, if new batsmen.
Well, if Plan A doesn't work, and it's 79 for no wicket, we might say Plan A hasn't worked, and that's squared Roy up. It's gone down to third man. Really, Roy didn't know too much about it. It's going to be a leg by, ball going down the leg side as it hit Roy on the pad. If Plan A doesn't work, you've got to have another plan.
Yeah, true, but England are so adept at working the field. They may well have thought through where the optimal places are, particularly after Friday.
Last ball of this over, wide outside the off stump, and Salt has absolutely crunched it.
Beautiful shot.
There's a fielder down there at deep cover. He had to move 20 yards. Not a chance. 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
That's the problem, isn't it, Colin? One bad ball and all of a sudden it's 7 off the over and it's all comfy again.
That's literally kind of all England really need to do is just wait for the bad ball. It's pretty sort of village stuff at this point.
It's a little harsh. I think, for example, young Tim Pringle has bowled beautifully. He's a very tall lad, isn't he? And he was been quite hard to get away. I saw his dad was looking on, a lot of pride, I'm sure.
He looked good, apart from his slow ball. His slow ball was just his action, but slower. It wasn't like a deceived.
First ball of the next over, Snater pushed to mid-on, but no run. As we see some highlights of Roy's 10 boundaries in his 50. Makes you what he was doing for the other 35 balls, only making 10. Slightly critical, though, I think. That's
a really good question, actually. 40 out of 50, then. Made in 4s, you're right.
Again, with no real effort, just a slot ball outside off stump, and Roy, with timing as much as anything else, is able to puncture it through the inner ring of fielders and claim a single.
Slightly fuller on him, and if he can The one that goes back for the point is very hard for the offside, the man at cover to get round. But just in front of point, which is where that one went, he's just that bit close. He's that boundary rider.
On Salt's leg stump, he's chipped that away. There is no fielder in the vicinity, though. There is a man from deep square leg coming round, and that's going to be a 2 to Salt. I did wait for a fielder to hone into view there to gobble that ball up from Salt, but he's chipped that with a good degree of safety.
I think, to be fair, he knew where the field was.
Yeah,
one would like to think that.
You would hope so. Full length delivery, attempted to be driven straight, but only finds the bowler, and there'll be no run. 2 balls left of the 13th over. 87 for no wicket is your current total.
Hasn't got any wickets in the blast yet, as Shane Snater. But he took 6 for 36 for Essex at Taunton in April.
I will have a find.
Our best stats man is on the job.
No, I actually don't think he does have any yet. Maybe I'm wrong.
Slot length delivery on driven, but there is a long on in place, and so singles abound. So 4 runs off 5 balls, and the Netherlands would take that. But the danger has been that there's just tended to be pressure relieved off the last balls of overs, which have turned it from a Netherlands over into an England over. And at this particular point in time of the contest, there aren't too many 2 overs that the Netherlands can afford to lose. There's a short pitch delivery, which Roy turns on, hits it to deep square leg, just a single. 5 runs from that. I think the Netherlands will be happy with 5 runs off that over, even though that was the original run rate at the beginning of the innings.
So he's played 2 T20 blast games, 0 for 27 and 0 for 19.
They're not bad figures though, are they?
No, I mean he's certainly amongst the wickets by and large. Generally, when I look at Essex scores, you quite often see he's bags 2 or 3. He's a consistent player for them.
So if my maths is right, after 13 overs, England are 45 runs better off, and 3 wickets fewer have fallen. 54 for 3, playing 89 for no wicket. So, for England fans, the professional job that you would have wanted the openers to have done, they've done. The leader will bowl the next over, although there might be a small delay, as there seems to be a beach ball that has made its way onto the field of play.
No one seems in a hurry to move it, though, do they?
Yeah. Well, if you're the fielder that's 20 yards, it's 20 yards to your right. I mean, why do I want to move and go and get it?
Oh, he's going now. There he goes.
Can we have our ball back? Hey, he's thrown it over the top of the security person who was coming to get it, who should now stick a knife in it to teach a lesson to the kid. Oh, she's not giving it back to the kid. Oh,
that's
he's
going to go and get it anyway.
Is he going to reach any? This is more exciting than the cricket, as this is back of a length.
He's going to go get
moved over, tried to hit towards mid wicket, no run, and there is a child who is looking, who's just been spotted, I think, by security. He's trying to leap over the fence. Don't give up that easy, son.
I don't think he knows though that the TV cameras are on him. He's got no idea. He's waiting to see. Here he goes. He's trying another way.
He's going to try another. Keep going, kid. This is how they made the Goonies. As this is whipped away towards deep square leg, and that'll be a single. Although the cricket now is merely superfluous to the main story in the ground, which is, will that kid get its ball back? Pringle, do what's right, son. Do what's right.
It's a slippery slope, though, isn't it?
Do what's right and burst it in front of the child.
It's doing this today.
No, Dutch security is tight around this ground.
He'll be nicking cars tomorrow and robbing banks the week after. You know, it's the slippery slope.
Slippery slope. Outside off stump, crashed in front of square by Salt, but there is a deep cover, and again another single.
I blame the security lady, to be honest, because why leave the ball where he can see it? if you want to confiscate the ball, take it away. Don't leave it like literally right in front of him, because he's obviously going to try and get it back. It's entirely her fault. If she was thinking, look, she's just there, she's having a chat.
Now, parents have come into the equation, because that is short, and that's been pulled away by Roy. Probably gone a little finer down towards fine leg rather than long leg, and that has gone for 4. And the ball is back in the crowd.
In the name of God.
It's a victory for common sense over bureaucratic nonsense.
She does give it back. Having had a word with what looks like the dad. Keep your child under control.
As Roy tries to advance down to leg, and Dalida follows him, and the ball is missed. And the ball is now being hit amongst the crowd. Frivolity ensues. Don't let it go over the back of the.
Who was the Liverpool goalkeeper at Sunderland where the ball just deflected off a beach ball which had come out of the crowd?
I think it was Pepe
Reina.
Reina.
Oh, it's Pepe Reina. No, it's Robillard, long retired by now. No, it's Pepe Reina. You're right. It's all go now. Look, everyone wants to join in. It'll be back on. I guarantee it'll be back on the field of play within about 5 minutes.
Is that the end of it over?
Totally. In the midst of all of this confusion, it's 95 for no wicket, and there was a 1 ball left of the 14th over. Wide of the crease to lead it, and Roy will feel he's missed out on a ball on his hip, outside leg stump. He failed to make contact, and there'll be 2 dot balls in a row, which hasn't happened too often in this innings. And at the end of 14, Colin, it's 95 for 0. And it's back. It's back.
I told you.
God.
That's the reason I'm sitting in the expert summariser's chair, because I know what's going to happen with a beach ball. Nothing to do. Bugger all about cricket.
Tell you what. You honestly, Tony Bishop, killer of fun.
I'm not sitting there. I haven't stuck a pin in his beach ball. Right? It's not me.
I like the way I said I would absolutely destroy the ball in front of the child, and Tony gets all the blame for it.
Yeah, it's a little bit harsh. I'm just blaming the security guard for not thinking on her feet.
Is it society's fault, Tony?
Well, I've told you. Beach balls today, nicking cars, robbing post offices. Who knows what will follow? You've got to stamp down on this kind of stuff.
Playing with a beach ball is a gateway drug to armed robbery. We've got to change the ball.
Well, obviously not on a beach. But we're not on a beach, are we?
It's still a beach ball, but we've got to change in the bowling, Tony.
Yes, we do. Hang on one second. Who is it? It's Mr. Dutt, isn't it?
Mr. Dutt.
Not Mr. Dutter. Although he does know a thing about spin bowling. A thing or two about
Oh my word.
Where is Mr. Arian Dutt? Here he is.
Coming from the depths of Amsterdam, it's Arian Dutt.
Who is driven down to long on by Salt with the first ball of this over, bringing your score to 96. So 14 overs, 100 runs.
I'm honestly quite surprised the umpires haven't got hold of it and tried to put it through the handcuffs just to see if it's the right size of beach ball. Can you imagine a giant pair?
If it goes through the handcuffs, don't they have to provide a replacement beach ball?
Exactly. See, if the kid had been bright and thought it through, he'd have suggested that.
Maybe we'd have more success than captains.
I don't know what they teach these kids in the Netherlands.
Or ask someone to sign it.
Yes.
Roy tries to come down the pitch. Can only play the ball to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Dutt, as seems to be the case with spinners in one-day internationals, is looking really just to fire the ball in at somewhere between 55 and 60 miles an hour. Not really looking to turn the ball too much. That's back of a length too wide and too far outside off stump, and Roy has leaned back and, well, smacked it through the covers for 4. And that's your ton up for England.
Yeah.
As we start to go past GPL entries.
Just dropped it short and wide, didn't he? And thank you very much, Jason Roy. And that's what I was talking about earlier. If he just gets that one that gives him that little bit of extra time, he cuts it finer and backward a point.
Width is not an answer to this.
That is a better ball on off stump. There's some turn there. Roy backs away to leg, but in the end just plays the ball defensively to mid-off. And there's just a couple of balls left in this over.
Don't forget it was Arian Dutt. I'll hold that thought for a second.
Okay. As Jason Roy goes down on one knee and hits this high and hard, and it has gone over the fence for 6 runs.
I'm pretty sure it did. Yeah, I think it did. Right, here we go.
You came out of your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands. It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
He's more played that just that on line and length, hasn't he, Roy? He's not really done too much. He's not had to move his feet or anything like that. It's just that's like a regulation slot aggressive way to deal with things. He's back on one knee, a bit more of an aggressive hip swiggle to pull this ball to far more square. He'll take 2 for that though, so 13 off that. And it's all looking a bit easy for England, Colin.
Yeah, I'll quickly go on to Twitter because we're miles behind. We've got a couple of linked comments for Guerrilla Cricket Radio. One from Leah. Watch the Netherlands bowlers squeeze out England cream pie middle order. Click here. And then GC Radio Naked Fun Pawn bot straight afterwards. Tony Bishop touches wood. Click here.
Wow.
Armchair Cricket Podcast. What is this? Phil Salt has broken another bat. He must really be hitting them hard. These compressed and dried out pieces of willow are quite brittle, but still. And then Messages has complained that you're a bit quiet, Tony, but I think you sound fine enough.
Okay. We'll delete it in for the first ball of the next over, and that's been called, and it was a bouncer called the no ball on height. So we'll have that ball again. Oh, sorry, a wide on height, sorry. My mistake. Yeah, well above the head. Salt was coming forward, ducked underneath it at the last minute, but too high.
Also say hello to Emily Elizabeth on YouTube.
Oh,
slept in and got a catch up in the first coffee.
First full length ball, and Salt tries to drive it, but genuine outside edge, which goes all the way down to third man. There is a third man in place, which means that the damage is only 2. I did say edge. It's almost like he bottom edged that, Tony, more than outside edge.
It was very much a bottom edge. He was looking to, I think he was looking to drive it away through extra cover, so it didn't go anywhere near where he had planned.
No, absolutely. Nelson, 1 foot in the air for everybody, as that is back of a length and across that drive past mid-on by Salt. That's an absolutely freaky shot, and it's gone like an exocet for 4 run. That's a bit dismissive, isn't it?
I didn't have you much as a superstitious type, Al.
Well, it's one of my favourite memories is watching cricket as a kid. Is watching David Shepherd jump around and not really know why he was jumping around. I've got a fabulous memory. Back of a length, and Salt gets both feet in the air and cuts this away. There's a misfield by our deep cover, and a comfortable 2 as Kingma kind of makes a meal of it. Don't think he would have prevented the second, but doesn't really look good in the context of things. Yeah, he gets his feet and his arms all in the same place at the same time, and it just kind of bounces off him.
I can see a little bit of Daniel Vettori in Kingma.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think it's the shape of the glasses. I think.
Yeah, it probably is largely his eyewear that does it.
No. I'll it's an astute observation. Again, outside the off stump, but mistimed by Salt. Oh, sorry, I said mistimed. It's gone. It's taken an outside edge. It's gone. There's a third man up in the circle, and it's gone fine of him. A streaky boundary. And as a result of that streaky boundary, Phil Salt's got 50 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And he's got one of these.
50, 50, 50. Pretty nifty.
Well, Salt's positively. Well, actually, he's hit his 50 quicker than Jason Roy, hasn't he? Roy hit his off 40 balls, and Salt's hit his off 37. But Roy's kind of had a bit more of the strike, I think. But they seem like two good complementary pieces at the top of the order, Tone and Cole.
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, it's hard to tell. They haven't got Pat Cummings and Hazelwood and the like coming at them.
Well,
but nonetheless, you can only play what's in front of you. Yeah, that is very true, and they're doing it very well.
Delida has a look of a man who has. He's been saved by the umpire. I was going to say Delida had a look of a man who had no idea where the next ball was going. I think there is someone who is encroached onto the field of play. Phil Salt
beach ball again. Salt seems to think it's very funny.
I don't think it's a beach volley. I don't think it's a beach ball. I think it could be a hairy ball.
Oh Lord! It's what was the famous commentary line? It's male. It's something. It's masculine, and it's seen the last of its cricket for the day.
It's a lager light.
You know what? I'm a firm believer. If you've entered into somebody else's workplace, you should be treated as such.
Well, you should also have your clothes on.
Yeah, Andy Simmons style.
If you do that on a football field, I wholly condone a 2-footed slide tackle for that one.
Yeah.
The freaker.
Delete it in again. Slower ball. Doesn't fool Salt. You can only drive it to mid-off at the edge of the circle, but they'll take a single. And this has been all sorts of carnage in this over. Let me have a look here. So there's a wide. So 1, 3, 7, 9, 13, 14 off the over so far. One ball left. The current run rate is 7.71, and they need 4.5 and over. So something's going to have to give in a pretty big way for the Netherlands here. Because that is a good Yorker length delivery, and Roy can do nothing more than play it tamely towards cover point. So there'll be a dot off the final ball, and England are 122 after 16 overs.
Over on YouTube, Dan DeCastro. Every time I watch Holland play a Test nation, same thought. They seem a good associate nation, very close, competing top level, and 2 innings, a class apart, not good enough. Shrug.
You've got it, but this is part of the learning curve. You've got to have the opportunity of playing Test ranked teams, and Test ranked teams have got to bite the bullet, and they've got to play them.
Did you know, by the way, that the famous freaker, his name was Michelangelo?
Was it?
Oh. Yeah, it was Michael, but spelled Angelow. So maybe Angelau. But it's Michelangelo.
Salt begins his over. Salt comes down the track and hits this really hard, and even though there's a long on in place, he can't stop the ball, and well timed by Salt, and that's another 4 runs.
The full quote from sorry, I'll better do that first. Here it is.
It's like a
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
outbreak of morale there at Gorilla Towers, laughing instead of working. How dare you, sir? Short, and Salt's gone across the stumps and hit this ball, and fine leg can't stop it, long leg can't stop it, and that's 2 boundaries in 2 balls. Yeah, I think someone might need a bit of a helping hand here. This is all a bit too short, and it's a bit too easy for Salt to move himself around in order to make the field placings absolutely meaningless. Dutt is going to come around the wicket. Down on one knee goes Salt and hits that ball again through the same area, and the same result occurs. 2 men within 20 yards of each other, and they can't stop it.
I think the blue touch paper's been lit.
England are starting to play like they've got dinner reservations.
Well, we all do have things to do tonight, it being Father's Day and all, so well done, Phil Salt. Keep it going, boy. Not that I have anything against the Netherlands, just the selfish interest of needing to get away.
True enough. True fact. 134 for no wicket is the total. 102 left. As Dot is going to try the around the wicket experiment. This is flatter and harder and quicker. And this time Salt cannot get a boundary, but he does play the ball down to long on and will get a single. He's now on 64. Roy's off 69, although Roy is positively ambled to his 69 off just 58 balls, whereas Salt's got there in 42. Liam Livingston is laughing like a man who doesn't think he's going to have to bat today. Dutt in, and that is smeared over the top of long off, and it's only just cleared him, but it's cleared him all the same, and that's 1 bounce and 4 runs. Plenty of other worlds in that. That goes straight into the hands of mid-off. He's there in order to encourage that sort of shot, but in the end probably clears him a bit comfortably.
He'd have had to be a foot taller.
Yeah, he was beyond him, bud.
Unless that's Shaquille O'Neal there. That's not going to work.
Oh, this might
And Roy
be
has
gone.
miscued that, and he's gone. Dutt has bought himself a wicket. It's cost him 30 runs in 11 balls. Jason Roy has tried to smear it to leg. He's got a leading edge. It's been safely pouched at point. And the collapse is on.
Why did he do that? Unbelievable!
Did push it through a little bit, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
He's obviously happy with it, as he should be.
I'd send Owen Morgan in now.
Well, do you know what?
No, I'm deadly serious.
I didn't think you were anything but. I was going to agree with you. I could see a logic in that. He
I
needs
think-
runs.
I think-
He's
yeah.
got a point to prove. If he sits back and waits for the game to be won without him having a bat, what's he proven?
Yeah.
Stand up in front of your teammates and go, leave this to me, boys.
Yeah.
It's a risk, obviously, but
No,
he's not
in a
normally
world where he's
risk-averse.
because in the first game he came in and that's like what you're supposed to do. I mean, I know he went like first ball, which I know that Forty made the duck off camera, duck à l'orange, but it's like, you know, what are you supposed? You've got to try and get runs quickly or get out. You know, it just looked worse after Livingston came in after him and absolutely smoked everybody. But yeah, I'd put Owen Morgan in, but I have more imagination
he
than
hasn't.
because it's this man coming in at number 3.
Oh yeah, I was so focused on something else that I should have. Where is our Dawid? Here he is.
Land's our success story. He plays ever so free. What can we do to screw him? Move him up to 3. What can we do to screw him?
Pringle will bowl. Salt will play that ball down to long off. Ball that was back of a length, and take a single and bring Milan on to strike for the first time.
That's a funny shot. I'm not even sure it was an outside edge, you know, the one that got Roy. It looked almost like an inside edge. And how did you see that, Colin? I mean, I thought he was looking to haul it probably over long on.
No, it was definitely an outside edge.
Do you think it was definitely an outside edge? Okay.
I think by the way he kind of turned his bat, you would probably more classify it as a leading edge.
Yeah, probably.
Because he's trying to play the ball perpendicular. So
An inside edge just wouldn't have went that direction. You would have had to turn the bat full 180.
So Milan's going to face his first ball. Pringle's got respectable figures, as Tony said. He was difficult to get away a little bit earlier. 0 for 23 off 3 overs and a ball. There's a
shoe.
Oh,
what?
No,
Oh, hello.
there's a person on the pitch again.
yeah. I think that there might have been slightly too much alcohol consumed at the ground for some. lovely summer's day. To say that security were doing a good job of restraining the person involved,
There's 3 of them.
seems, short of one of them just sitting on his head, I don't think he was going to go any further.
It's the same as Beach Ball Lady again, but she wasn't involved in the restraining. She was merely directing operations.
Well, I mean,
she was still watching the beach ball.
I mean, if we can be quite sweary on this show, but I mean, what a prick.
Oh yeah.
Which,
curiously enough, is precisely what the beach ball probably needed.
Well, indeed.
Although that can't be our answer to everything. It's a streaker. Put a pin in him.
Put a pin in him. Yeah, Tony advocating stabbing people there. Just want you to know that, ladies and gentlemen. That's our leader in chief.
Oh, sorry.
I'll just quickly go to Twitter. Jeff Perkins quote for Tony's finest hour: "We will fight them on the beach balls."
Very, very good. We will never surrender.
Leah seems to be in a GIF war with Gorilla Cricket Naked Fun Pawn Bot.
Well,
I don't know. I'm not sure who I'd put my money on in that one.
Of all the types of wars to be involved in.
Well, true. Yes. To be interesting. Poor old David down the land. Not going to do his concentration any good, is it?
After this short interlude, Pringle's going to come over the wicket, and Milan is just going to gently take one stride forward and drop the ball with no effort whatsoever. Goes back 3 or 4 yards for its fielded and no run. Don't know what there is definite frivolity in the.
Well, Livingston and Willie look like men who don't expect to bat today.
Yeah, they're not dressed for batting, are they? As Milan rocks back in his crease and plays this down to long on.
Well, if Willie comes in, there's been quite a few gone at that point.
95 is the amount of runs that are required. All is well, all is calm. Proceed as normal. Salt takes this next ball, and it is fielded there at mid-on. Someone ran in to be able to do that fielding and seems to have hurt themselves around about the hip area, but as a result of the fielding, there was grimaces and limps away there. Seem to be more focused on the England bench, as that is turned to deep square leg by Milan, and it's Singlesville, 4 of them off 5 balls, and 1 ball left of this 18th over. 1 4 3 for 1 is your total.
I have been impressed with Pringle.
Yeah, in the midst of it all, he's been an oasis of calm, hasn't he? Really?
Yeah, he has.
Salt surveys the field as Pringle will bowl around the wicket for this last ball, and that is a swing and a miss by Salt. And the way that Pringle's looking, maybe an edge and an untaken catch there. Tone, what do you reckon?
Oh, I think he bottom edged it. I could be wrong. We'll have another look now. I thought he bottom edged it onto his toe, and were it not for his toe, I think it would have been onto the stumps.
Yeah, in the end it's bopped the keeper on the head as well, to add injury to insult. Colin, that's the end of our over.
Hombre Nuevo saying, drank too much wine in my studio this afternoon, currently walking down the street singing along and aloud to the jingles.
Right, have we got any sweary jingles?
We could play the Ben Stokes jingle.
Poke over on YouTube is following my mantra of being a moderator and saying stab it, which I'm guessing is towards the ball.
That is, I'm hoping towards the ball. Have we got to start providing guerrilla cricket anger management sessions? Run by the bear.
My anger's fine.
Run by the bear after the absence of a short mid-wicket. It's going to be spin again. Dutt is going to carry on around the wicket. Milan can't push this ball past backward point, and there'll be no run.
I I like how my feed was about an over and a half behind, and the passed over just went sped up in double time.
Is it now? Oh, were we back more or less in sync?
Nearly.
Nearly. Oh, that's good. Dot in again, looped up, and maybe a slightly mistimed shot there by Milan, but it's gone to the left of mid-wicket, and they're able to take a single. I like their effort in the field. Certainly shoulders have not slumped yet. Feel they can fight their way back into this, the Netherlands.
Oh, how many times are they going to get to play England?
True. Dutt is bowled it, maybe slightly short of a length. Salt comes down on one knee, hits the ball behind square aerially, but it lands well short of long leg. He seems to have that sort of pitching wedge shot in his arsenal, Toe.
Yes, he does, and he judged that really well, because there is a man down there on the sort of deep backward square boundary.
Yeah.
But he deliberately sort of checked the shot.
Yeah, a layup rather than going for the green in
Very
two.
much so.
As Milan stands and delivers and tries to hit that ball through extra cover / mid-off, and cannot do so. Hits the fielder. No run, 2 dots, 2 singles from this 4 balls.
I can tell you 2 of the GPL scores are now out of contention. 348 and 357 have gone.
Okay. So that is going down the leg side. It hits Milan on the pad, but well down the leg side. Dutt appeals more out of hope than expectation, and there's 1 ball left in the 19th. Yeah, that is no. So last ball of this over. The quicker, flatter ball, which Milan has cut beautifully between point and backward point, and will the fielder make it? Yes, he will. Good effort. And they're going to come back for 3. That is some running. Some running. That's 5 off the over altogether. And at the end of 19, 148 for 1 is your total.
Although Salt decided to run exactly down the middle of the pitch there.
Hey, quickest way.
And there's no real update on Twitter or YouTube at the minute, so...
When you get Messi Jez on, because you two are staying on, aren't you? And just Messi Jez on is sort of coming in. Ask him what he was doing with his chair when he left his camera on. All we could see was him.
Oh, you might need to. Have you readmitted him?
No, I found out there's a setting that you can bump him into the waiting room, but not kick him out completely.
No, I was saying if you readmitted him from the waiting room.
I think
he's showing on the panel at the top.
Yeah, no, I was just curious.
I think he's there.
Pringle's going to bowl this last over of our spell, and that's been attempted to be hit through
trade secret
by Milan. He cannot do so as the voice of God looms.
The voice of a wild messages.
Pringle in, that's wide, but kept a little low there, and Milan plays above the ball as it goes through to the keeper. 2 dot balls to start this 20th over. As has been revealed by my colleague, Mr. Bishop, Colin will be taken over ball by ball, and we'll be all moving as that one genuinely beats the outside edge. A little bit of nothing there from Darwin Milan. Not sure what he was trying to do, and I don't think he knew either.
Tony, would you be able to reset the feed, because I'm still getting a car advert at the minute?
What's happening? Sorry.
The
4th ball of the over, driven handsomely in front of square, a long way in front of square, and the deep cover fielder's not going to be able to pick that off, and that's gone for 4.
The Zoom broadcast.
No.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Colin, it might be best if you dip out and then rejoin.
Yeah, I can assure you
catch up
what's
that
being
way.
broadcast from here is bang in time with the TV.
Okay.
Milan in 2 minds, and in the end the ball hits him on the pad, but he's outside off stump. And that will be no run, so just 4 off the 5 balls. Milan's he's not exactly giving it the old Eton try here, as this is more lofted up. And Milan will gently play that down, and he'll keep the strike as it goes down to long on. 5 runs off the over. Pringle's bowling well. After 20 overs, England are 1-5-3 for 1. So, Colin, do you want to come off and then
I'll
go
jump
back
out
on?
and come back in.
While I talk
don't
with
think
Jez for
it'll
a couple
fix
of minutes.
it. I'm getting the same thing. I was having the car ad when Colin was having the car ad. It's, I don't know, it's an internet thing, I'm not sure. There's much I can do.
Well, I can assure you, me fixing it from here will be not something that's likely to happen. Let's put it that way, because that would involve restarting everything, and that could be a disaster. So we're not trying that.
So 153 for 1, Jez. This is all looking rosy in the Garden of England.
Well, yeah, that's one way of putting it. A little predictable is another way of putting it.
Professional, efficient.
Yeah.
It's been more controlled, hasn't it?
Certainly true.
Somehow than the
not all the blood and guts
Blitzkrieg
and
of Friday.
thunder. Yeah.
No, and I lay odds the people in the crowd are having a whirl of a time, because I reckon with that extra 2 hours of drinking time at the beginning, they are well on the way.
Well, I don't know if you saw this, but we found out that Tony is very much anti-beach ball.
Well, I was following all of that with great interest. The beach ball was the most interesting part of the session.
It was highly interesting. No, let me be correct here. I was critical of the security person who I thought rather mismanaged Beach Ball Gate, and could have been a lot smarter with it. They should have said, right, I'm taking it away, but if you come and meet me, I don't know, at a allotted place, you can have it back after play, or come, send your dad around now, you can have it back.
Tony, can you keep an eye out for Colin rejoining the room?
Oh yes, you're absolutely right, and he has.
Yeah, it's a bit like sort of somebody, a kid coming into the shop, stealing a Mars bar, getting caught and told you can't have that, and then leaving it on the table in front of them and walking away and expecting them not to touch.
Well, the lad clearly not having any idea that the cameras were all on him, trying to sneak back to get his ball was quite amusing. Colin, you should have returned.
Hello.
Now the question is, are you seeing some?
Are you seeing an advert for women's golf?
I am indeed.
Yes.
It seems to be on time as well.
Well, there you go.
Because I'm still watching the 20th over.
Yeah, it was quite odd seeing cricket in double time at times.
Well, in that case, I'm going to duck out and love you and leave you, and I shall just play stuff when I'm needed to.
Colin, you have the concert?
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone, and you're joining us now. 20 overs going on the chase from England. They are currently at 1-5-3 for 1. 83 required off 126 balls. David Milan still at the crease with 11, and Phil Salt at 65 not out. We're going through the video screen where we're seeing Netherlands playing West Indies, where they won 3-0 in their 3 ODI series. They've got 3 ODI series against England, which one of them they've won, one still to go, where they follow with 2 T20s against New Zealand.
And then another 3 against Pakistan as well. So
is that the remainder?
Yeah.
So they've got quite a good lineup of limited overs cricket for this summer. So hopefully they should come out a lot better in the back of this. What do you think, Al?
I think it's exactly what's needed to improve the standard of cricket. You've got to. It's the difficult thing is getting people to come, the teams to come. Just as an aside, is this about as many runs as because we've kind of England gone 153 in 20 overs. It's not really exciting and stuff like that. Isn't this what Bairstow and Stokes scored in the test, in the final day of the test after tea? Is it roughly about this many runs?
I can't remember. 269 or something I had in my head for the
scored
last.
more than this. Yeah, they went absolutely crazy. They were scoring over 9 and over at one stage.
We'll go back to the cricket. Sorry, breaking out. Dutt with the ball coming round the wicket, just nodded out into the mid wicket for no run. On you go. Sorry, Messi.
I think they were going at 15 and over for the last 5 overs, or something crazy like that. I'll look it up in here.
And dot in round the wicket again, and Milan just nudges down to a short cover fielder for no run. Bowling round the
So
wicket.
you're complaining about this not being as fast as Test cricket, is that right, Tony? Al?
Dot coming in round the wicket, slightly shorter, and it's been heaved to the forward of square boundary on the leg side just for 2 runs, as it looks like O'Dowd just came round the boundary to scoop it up. Very two-ended, but quite well placed in the end.
It's kind of a long way in front of square.
Yeah, we're just catching up from it. Dot in again round the wicket, and it's backward foot shot through point and cover region for 1 run, quick single. Yeah, I guess. How are we feeling? You think Milan's just going to nudge around and slowly make the run rate, or do you feel that he's going to tee off at some point?
I think Salt's going to. Hopefully, Salt will make a century. Although that's probably kissing it.
And Dot coming back over the wicket, straight at the stumps, where Salt tries to go down in one leg to sweep. I think he gets a little bit of bat on it, being fielded eventually, deep fine leg for, I think it was 2 runs.
I think that's 2.
You do have form in that regard, Al.
Yeah. Oh, believe me. Check what happened to me at Royal Ascot.
Oh dear. Just to fill you in the Test match, they made 160 off 16 overs after tea.
Dot coming over the wicket, and it's been hit through the cover region for the boundary fielder, just 1 run. And that's 6 off the over. Who's doing socials?
I'm doing socials. Paul Marshall makes an interesting point. He says it looks like Netherlands will have hit more 6s in this match than England. Yeah, I mean, it's been very poor, that, hasn't it? All these 4s and no 6s. they could have got Butler in there. Yeah. Warren says, did messages say he was watching the 1920s further behind Melbourne and in 4th? I was watching the 19th over. Warren.
It's alright, after the break he's going to tune into the Sullivans.
As we have a broadcast where we're just seeing a heavily intoxicated Dutch and English crowd dancing and singing, generally not really paying attention to the cricket as much.
Oh God, there's going to be some serious hangovers there tomorrow. Oh
serious. Pringle is coming into bowl over the wicket, and it's swept, slogged around the ground to the cow region for one of these.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
At one point there, it looked like he.
Colin, Mark has some very good technical advice. Mark says Colin should probably back off the mic a bit. His mic is modulating and occasionally clipping. Distance between mouth and mic helps. Also, turning up his own headphones will help, as he may not feel the need to be louder in his own ears. Thanks, Mark. That's excellent advice.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I've missed another ball there. Where
the second ball was an almost exact carbon copy of the first, except that it was fielded on the boundary and it was 2 runs.
Thanks very much.
No, it looked like a replay. That was the confusing thing. Same ball, same shot, but just a fielder that slightly closer to the fielder. That was the only difference.
They very much like the shot where they've tried to reach out while sweeping off the offside onto the leg side. It's taken them quite a lot of runs, it seems like. But Pringle trying to marshal these fields round, thinking this plan is not quite working. But let's see what the next ball brings. Currently 71 required from 118 balls. as we still wait as Pringles coming in over the wicket. Down the track comes Salt, smashed along the ground to the cow region, fielded, and I think that'll be 2 runs. Oh, not just the 1 run. Salt thinking about coming back for the second, but summoned back by David Milan. As my feed slows down again.
Oh dear. It's a long way to Scotland.
It is. You're probably getting it better over in Australia for me.
I don't know. Where are you at? Have you stopped altogether?
No, I'm just seeing David Milan or Phil Salt in slow motion spinning his bat around and I'm seeing a replay now of him coming down the track. Messi, what do you think of is this Salt opening up now, coming down the track, thinking I'm going to start bullying some of these shots?
I think he is actually.
To bring you up to speed, Colin, the over's just come to an end. The fourth ball was played by Salt to mid wicket for a single. By Milan for a single. The 5th ball blocked by Salt, and then the 6th ball a leg by off the last ball of the over. So Salt's going to retain the strike, and the total's 168 for 1.
I was just getting the 4th ball as you were saying that through. Okay. Maybe it might be better if you do the ball by ball.
You sure?
I think so.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I'm still on the 20th over.
Right. Okay. Whilst my 2 colleagues wrestle with the past, I will. I will attempt. So Dutty's going to bowl the 23rd over. He's going to bowl to Phil Salt. Salt comes down the track and he's been bowled.
Oh,
you get all the good stuff.
He's come down the track. It's a change of ends. We've done the trick. He's come down the track. He's just missed the straight one, and it's bowled in middle stump.
Well, I think we can claim that wicket jointly.
He's come down the track, and in the end, he's not really played a shot.
Yeah, it didn't spin. It's maybe a little bit quicker and a little bit flatter, but nothing major.
So, if we are just going to go straight down the order, this brings Josh Butler to the crease.
Now, I
thought they should have played Morgan at 3 and give him the chance to get some runs and hit some balls. So it'll be interesting whether Butler or Morgan comes in now.
Yeah. Well, Butler's certainly listed.
I'm certainly in the same regards of last match. What does it actually achieve in the end of the day with Morgan coming out? If he gets runs, they're going to say, well, it's only Netherlands. If he gets out, then they go, he's past it.
Yeah, well, if you can't win either way, then create your own narrative. And the best narrative for Morgan is Morgan gets runs.
Yeah, but I reckon he would have to get runs and batter it to get runs. It wouldn't be
he's batting.
Yeah,
he's coming out.
I've moved on to the ECB feed, so I'm
EOIN Morgan. Can you see Owen Morgan there, Chief?
I'm seeing him coming out.
Right.
I think I'm a ball behind on the ECB feed.
Right. Well. Wow. Owen Morgan is having to face a slip. That's how little they think of him.
Oh, wow.
They've got a slip in for Owen Morgan.
So I want your prediction, given that you were backing Salt for a century. What's Morgan going to do?
Well, I'll tell you after this ball. Fired in. He tries to move the ball through mid-wicket. It cramps him for room. And it does land in the vague vicinity of that wideish slip. So I can see why they've done it. All the more power to them. Sticking to their guns, sticking to their plans. I have a question for you, which I'll ask you after this next delivery, which Dutt's going to bowl, and Morgan just plays that to cover. They maybe could have thought about a single in other situations, but here think best of it. Who makes all the orange stuff for the Netherlands? Because it's in all the sports, isn't it? It's like,
yeah.
Where do they get it all from?
That's a serious amount of dye.
It's a serious
You
amount
want
of
the orange franchise, don't you?
Well, you know. Morgan plays defensively towards mid-off, no run. How are you? What, Colin? Which ball are you seeing? That was just the fourth ball.
That was just the third I've just seen.
Right, yeah. So we're still like a ball behind.
Yeah, the ECB one's always a ball behind. Yeah, it's
back of the length from Dutt, but Morgan can't force the ball away. And there's no run to mid-off. Yeah, it's all... don't know. It's difficult to tell with Morgan because he can get going in a hurry, but just a feeling, just try not to hit the ball too hard. Look for open spaces, you know. Try and make the game as simple as you can. As that is, well, a flatter, faster ball, which tucks him up for root. He just about gets his bat down in time, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a wicket maiden.
Hey, good stuff.
That first ball to Morgan, if that was on the stumps, that would have gotten a wicket because he just seemed to forget that he had the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Nestler's is with us. He sent us a picture of some memorabilia from York, which is the Picture Post Book of Tests, Book of the Tests, 1953 by Denzel Batchelor, and it's got a picture on the front page of a big cricket ground full. I don't know where it is. It might be Trent Bridge, but I don't know. And then the cover, which is a picture of somebody with a fat ass as a wicketkeeper. Looks like it might be Godfrey Evans, and an Australian batsman looking like he might have just got stumped. I don't know. Thanks for that, Nestlers. Give us some more info on it. The Pornbot says 2 Leicestershire men charged over FA Cup attack on Nottingham pub. It's from BBC News. He says David Garr and Peter Willey. Ooh.
No, I don't think so. Well, I'm just going to break in so that Tony can play a jingle because we've got a brand new bowler. It's Cooper. Looped up, Milan drives the ball towards deep cover, and there'll be a single. Morgan, no footwork, tries to play the ball in the same space as Milan, but is only able to hit point, and there'll be no run.
I shuddered a second there when you said no footwork. I was like, oh, where's this going?
No footwork again. He's tried to slog sweep this. It's gone high in the air off an outside edge, and it's been comfortably pouched at point. And Morgan goes duck à la ronde again.
Off! Just fuck off!
Dear. Even I'm feeling a bit sorry for him now.
His footwork is nowhere near it. He's trying to fetch it from miles outside off stump to slog it to the leg side. It's not. If you're not in form, I mean, don't get me wrong. If you were going at 70, or like a strike rate of 130, 140, you'd excuse it. But in the run of form he's in, that's a shot of an arrogant man who thinks he can just hit his way back into form, and it's utterly pointless.
Bear in mind what Cooper's doing there as well. Right arm coming round the wicket. So how far wide that is coming from is... There's no way that shot was on.
That was dreadful.
It's yeah, I mean, the mentality of the world will conform to the way that I want to play is completely unreasonable. It's completely unreasonable. Change the way. Just You know, I mean, like we've all seen like strikers in football and stuff who go through dry spells. It doesn't matter how you get a goal. If it goes in off your arse or your nose or whatever, it's like just score one and let the floodgates open from there. He wasn't prepared to kind of nurdle the ball around and get singles and things like that and get started. Josh Butler apparently is being rested, and it's Liam Livingston who's going to come in.
The worst possible scenario is someone say you're a bit slow and you still struggled, but at least you struggled.
Just get runs.
Yeah. This is a lot worse of a scenario.
You know, I mean, it just is mindless, pointless cricket by the England captain.
Yep. So, the thought of him as a coach is even receding now.
Tony, am I doing him a disservice? Because you've got Middlesex contacts, obviously.
Tony's not listening.
Yeah, Tony, this has not got his headphones. Hang on a sec. I'll bring you in a sec. Livingston will take this first ball and he'll whip it down to long on and get a single by playing the ball into space and get himself started. 170 for 3 now. Tony, because you've seen Morgan play for Middlesex, this sort of belligerence to play the ball his way and no other way, are we being unfair to him, or have you seen it?
Possibly a little. Let's wait for this ball.
As that is pushed by Milan through the covers, but there'll be a deep cover there, and that'll single. But it just seemed such a pointless shot.
They wheeled him out. He got 40 odd, fairly decent runs in the first Lord's T20 when they wanted to put bombs on seats at Lord's. They then played him in the Surrey game when he got 5, and I think he made a duck last in the only other one he's played, and it hasn't really looked the part at all.
Last ball of the over. Livingston will play the ball through a vacant mid-wicket area down to deep mid-wicket, where it will be fielded. 4 runs, 1 wicket off the over. Jez, what's the Twitterati saying about Captain Fantastic?
Well, these first 2 were before he was actually out. Warren's saying, right, there's no point seeing if Morgan still bat before he goes into the T20 World Cup. And Anna Forsyth, bringing some cross-sport knowledge into it, says, I don't know if the metaphor transfers from hockey to cricket, but like a once brilliant hockey forward who just can't score anymore, Owen Morgan is definitely gripping his bat too tight. And Nessus has sent us some more fascinating extracts from that document about the tests in 1953, which I suggest I'll retweet them on the Guerrilla Cricket timeline so you can read them if you wish to.
I think that's a sound idea.
And he points out that the ground that's photographed on front is the oval.
Right. Dutty's going to carry on his 6th over. That is more like a middle pace delivery, short of a length. Livingston swivels and pulls to deep square leg. Single will come from that as we watch the new coach take some notes.
I can tell you his highest score was that 41 he got for Middlesex versus Gloucestershire at Radlett in what is now 11 innings. He hasn't gone past that, and he hasn't even come close to that 41. Obviously the last 2 were ducks.
Duck now coming around the wicket, and that's onto Milan's hip. He plays that again to deep square leg. They set off for the first run quickly, trying to force the error, but no error abounds, and there'll just be a single. We're fast approaching where Owen Morgan is going to be our generation's Mike Brearley, isn't he?
That is a reference I do not know.
Well, Mike Brearley was famously talked about as only being in the team because of his captaincy skills, as that is clipped fine off the hip. Maybe this will be leg buys, maybe Livingston got some bat on it. There's going to be 2 of them, whatever there is, and I wait for an umpire's signal, and he doesn't really kind of give one.
The only person I can think it's sort of in the same vein is Aaron Finch.
White, by the way. White. So he must have made no contact.
Wide.
Well, leg by, sorry. Back of a length again. Livingston swivels and pulls again. There is a fielder there again. It's like I watched the first ball again. And there's a single again.
Yeah, the only person I can think of world cricket is Aaron Finch, but fortunately for him, he hit 60 odd today. So
yeah.
Although Australia are just about to lose, Sri Lanka need 8 off 17 balls with 7 wickets standing.
Milan stands and delivers and plays the ball back to mid-off, and there's no run, and it's all kind of dried up. And I mean, don't get me wrong, the 59 needed off 97 balls should be comfortable, but we've seen some wickets disappear when maybe they didn't have to, making life just a little bit more difficult than it really should be.
Indeed.
As that is pushed, can't beat mid-off, so the Milan will stay there, and that's just 3-5, including the leg buys off the over. 177 for 3 after the end of 25.
Warren hasn't answered your question. He says this is the man who makes all the orange, and sends us a photo of a very orange-looking man, the man from Belmont. Del Monte. He says yes. It looks like Richard E. Grant. I'm not sure if it is, but it's a slightly blurred photo. But I don't know if that's an ad that runs in England, but it's certainly got.
It used to be the man from Del Monte. Used to be heavily advertised. The bespeckled Pringle will come back into the attack. He's had 6 overs.
The man from Del Monte, that wasn't the one that says he says yes.
He says yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Livingston surveys the field. Maybe there'll be another tempter from Pringle and the like. No, but that's darted in, and that's bowled him.
Whoa.
Livingston has quite simply missed a straight one. And all that laughter and all that jollity, maybe the chickens are coming home to roost, as there are a succession of England batsmen who are coming in who don't look like their minds are at the races. And England are 177 for 4.
And the GPL lives.
He's just absolutely missed a straight one.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
It's not moved a lot, but still, top of off is top of off, you know.
So, but he's just wafted all around it. So Livingston departs for 4.
It has moved a little.
Nah, come on.
Not much.
That's the angle of coming on with the arm. It's not even come on with the arm. It's not straightened. It's not turned. It's just bounced, and he's missed it.
I do expect a player of this caliber to be dealing with it.
Yeah, but maybe, I don't know, maybe keep your head in the fricking game while we're batting.
There's still 2 scores in the GPL that are achievable if England keep on falling. I can tell you Brian Jackson was the man from Del Monte, the actor.
All right.
We've got Moeen coming in. Butler did play, right?
Yeah, he's on the team sheet.
He's not dressed already.
He kept wicket really badly, so I hope he wouldn't bat the same way.
Right, we've got Moeen Ali coming on.
Move over, Amlo. I like you too much. Move over, Amlo. You're one hairy dish. I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
Who's known for never getting out in a strange way.
No, this
never
happened to him.
Never.
Slips in again as Ali just takes a step forward and just drops the ball for no run. Yeah, nothing's happened. Nothing. Yeah, the mystery ball is the ball that does nothing apparently. As Pringle is in, and that's wide, but Ali cannot time the ball at all, kind of a bottom edge into the ground, and there'll be no run again. Again, the equation is relatively simple and straightforward, 59 off 93, but this looks too difficult for some at the moment as Ali just lets that ball go through to the keeper, offers no shot.
maybe it's
So
the fielders in their ear going, "Oh, that turned a good bet. Good bowling."
Tap and run by Moeen Ali, and it's the throw has hit stumps, but I think Ali was in comfortably, and he will get off the mark at the 4th time of asking.
A run out now would have been just a ticket, wouldn't it?
How tragic, how tragic, how tragic. Nah, he's comfortably in.
Oh dear.
One ball
So the
left
last-
of the 26th. There's David Milan. 18 off 24, but let's be perfectly honest. Chaos has gone all around him since he's got in. All hell's broken loose at the non-strikers end. That ball turns a little bit in towards him. He can't beat cover. So he'll stay where he is. Ali will face the first ball of the next over, and that's a wicket and 1 run, and the Netherlands look like world beaters.
It's gone very England.
It's maybe 2 England.
Well, they've lost 3 wickets for 10 runs in the last almost 4 overs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's fairly impressive. Umbrella Nuevo says, sadly, Morgan is no longer Captain Fantastic, but now Captain Slapstick Comedy. Trademark. It's almost like watching The Office cringing through the fingers. Like watching The Office cringing through the fingers. We thank him for all that he has done, but worry what is being undone. Yeah, you know. And Jersey Ike, he's finally fulfilled. We're doomed.
Yeah,
the collapse is on.
Well, I mean, I said it when Roy was out. I had no idea I might be absolutely onto something.
So who do we think is the next replacement for the England captaincy?
Oh God, let's not go there. As Dutt's ball is flat and short, and Ali can only, inside edge it back towards Dutt, and there'll be no run.
Or bigger question, do you feel Stokes is able to take on both ODI and Test?
No. An attempt to flip the ball to mid-wicket, hits bat, then pad, and therefore doesn't really go anywhere. Keeper fields, and there'll be
Butler
no
would
run.
be captain.
Ben Stokes, while he's Test captain, should have no part to play in the ODIs.
Butler will be ideal as ODI and T20 captain because he won't have a run in Tests.
That could be it. As, that is flat. Moeen Ali fails to realise that there's a leg side field and just hits the ball to deep cover. Takes a single. As Dawa Balan looks to take strike. 57 off 87 is your equation. To bring England a hard-earned victory, where just victory seemed to be the order of the day.
I hope Butler has got changed because I do feel another wicket coming.
Yeah, there could be another one. As Milan just plays the ball down to long off, and he'll take a comfortable single. Who would have thought? Just David Milan, like a wise sage, while all around him is just like, I'll tell you what, I'll just nurdle the ball around for singles. Can we do that?
Why not?
Yeah, Ali plays this ball just to the left of mid-wicket, and there's a scamp and single, but relatively easy and straightforward, and that's 3 singles off the first 5 balls. 1 ball left of the 27th. One 8-1 for 4.
It certainly brought some interest to the game, hasn't it?
Certainly has. Dutt in, and that is hit Milan on the pad. He's been sent back and he's been given out LBW. I think this might be reviewed. If I was David Milan, I'd review it. Yes, he has reviewed it. So, out is your decision.
I haven't seen it yet, so I'll...
Give us a description now.
Well, I'm waiting for it to be
Oh, he does not move his feet whatsoever. That does not look good for him. And given it's been given out, it just has to clip, obviously.
Umpire's call now obviously belongs to the bowler.
Yeah, I think this is
might
going
be
to be
going
out.
down.
So, Jez, you're saying not out.
I'm saying it might be going down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Colin, you think it's out?
I think it's out via clipping.
Well, it's straightened. Unless that's too high, he's an absolute goner.
Yeah.
He's an absolute goner. Well, we know he's not edged it. There is a vast yawning chasm of air between bat and ball. The only thing is that it's hit him high above the knee roll, but on the back pad.
Yeah.
So, we now go to graphics. Milan looks like a man worried. Judd thinks he's got his third wicket. It's like this ODI stuff's easy. So, pitching in line, impact in line, and it's missing over the top of the stumps.
Wow.
Umpire Jez 2 for 2.
No, I misread it. I hadn't seen the replay you had, but I thought it was going down. It wasn't. It was going over.
It doesn't matter how. It just matters that there was one green light.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's 4 if it's over the wicketkeeper's head, isn't it? Yeah.
Too true. That's the end of the over. Milan's a lucky boy. Jez?
Yeah,
what's
that
going
was
on?
well bowled. So what is going on? Jez, nothing new there. Pokey Bumfinger's getting fed up. He says, "Get a move on, lads. Twat it." And he said, people like Mike really. The implication being they're not that keen on the current captain of the ODI side. I must admit, I'm not particularly keen on Owen Morgan. I haven't had the pleasure of seeing him leading and being happy about them winning the World Cup. But since then, what's he done?
It depends what he's doing in the background, I guess. If he's nothing but in the nets, trying to recover form or seeing something that they can tangibly see.
Apart from roads and sanitation, what
Yeah,
have the Romans ever done for us?
Yeah. Well, a bit of education.
Cooper's going to bowl the next over. Big loopy around the wicket delivery, which Ali pushes towards deep extra cover, and there'll be a comfortable 2.
I can also make you both happy by telling you that Sri Lanka beat Australia by 6 wickets with 9 balls to spare.
What country was second in that game again? No, I've managed. Big loopy outside around the wicket delivery, which Ali, I think, maybe squirts off the outside edge of his bat down towards third man. Fielded just in time, but there'll be another comfortable 2.
I think the thing with Morgan in Friday's match, where he got out meaninglessly for a duck, and then all we did is see him eating his food.
Yeah.
With a carefree attitude.
A very wide, like second or third slip now for Cooper, as that is flatter and faster, but Ali will still push the ball towards the conjoining of extra cover and deep cover, and there will be a single. So 5 off the over so far.
And another result which will make Tony happy: Middlesex beat Kent by 7 wickets with 15 balls remaining in the blast.
As another loopy around the wicket delivery, pushed towards a deep extra cover, and there'll be a single to Milan, and he'll be 20. Ali will be 8. So Middlesex, it sounds like they absolutely they did for their opponents. That's good.
It's not going to do them any good.
Is it not going to do them any good?
No. They've only won 4 games out of 10.
Nah.
No wonder if they're playing Morgan.
Wow, so he's not only to blame for England, he's to blame for Middlesex as well.
Yep.
I think we can blame him for the Titanic by the time we finish this. This is pushed by Ali to backward of square. I think there'll be another 2 here as well. Although I can't see the batsman running. No, just a single.
Well, it was killed in Ireland. That's no coincidence.
So 4-7. Someone take that trumpet off that lunatic from the Barmy Army. As we got the last ball of the over. A real effort ball from Cooper, which is pushed down the ground by Milan. So there'll be another single. Well, at least pour a drink into it so it drowns him out. So 8 runs off that over, and we're down to a total under 50 left to win the match.
Oh dear. Leah says, I have to say YouTube is pretty bad at banning accounts called Juicy Bradmans for you to lick, or something to that effect, from Gorilla Cricket stream even after we report them. Yeah, YouTube are not great at customer relations, in my experience. They're bloody slow to tell anything unless it's bringing money in for themselves.
It's because they're not actually breaking too much rules. They simply put in emojis, which is not really breaking much kind of rules about it.
Well, the spam rules are certainly being broken.
Yeah, but that's more singular rather than YouTube-wide kind of rules, if you know what I mean.
Dutt will continue. His first ball is attempted to be played back. The bowler seems to have hurt his hand there trying to field that ball, but the result of it all is a single down to long off, as my feed goes a bit sporadic. And we're back. And Dutt will come in to bowl the second ball, and that is no footwork from Ali whatsoever, just plays it to mid-off, and there's no run. 190 for 4.
Technology has been challenging us today, hasn't it?
Well, I just a bit of atmospherics, I think, maybe.
Yeah. By the way, the question Tony was asking, what was I doing around my chair? I lost a piece off my vape, which I couldn't find anywhere, driving me up the wall.
Third ball is played back to the bowler, and there'll be no run.
You and your trendy vapes.
Trendy, huh?
You tell me you're young.
More looped.
My means of giving up smoking.
More of a looped delivery by Dutt, which is taking the outside edge of Milan's bat. Sorry, Ali's bat. There's no run able to be taken from that fourth ball, and just one run off the first 4 balls of Dutt, who's really turned this spell around as again Milan tries to force the ball into the offside with a ball that could be probably a little bit more easily turned to leg, and there'll just be a single to deep cover.
I can quickly tell you in that Middlesex game, Klassen got 2 for 43 and ended up on the losing side, so not sure who would one see as the winner there. 2-time loser, really.
That ball is gone on with the arm, and it's hit Milan on the pad. No footwork to speak of there again. Looked like it hit fairly high. There'll be no DRS review, and that's the end of the over. Tony, I'm not sure is that the end of the 29th or the 30th over? All these overs are now blending into one.
That was the
end of 29th.
That's 29th. You've got one more to go. It has been a marathon stint for you. You've done very well.
Thanks, boss.
Spangley Sai says, would it be considered bad form if one was to pour cement down that fucking trumpet at the game? Yeah, you'd have to run pretty fucking fast though, because he's surrounded by a whole heap of drunks who'd try to thump you. Probably not very successfully, but even so. Mind you, compared to what are they, Vuvuzelas?
Vuvuzelas.
Vuvuzelas.
Yeah.
I couldn't stand being surrounded by them.
Monotonous noise.
Does sound like monotonous noise from a Vuvuzela. One more over from me, then I absolutely promise somebody else is going to do ball by ball. That somebody else is going to be Tony Bishop.
He will definitely have a good feed.
Yes, if he doesn't, we're all in trouble. Cooper's going to bowl this over, and it's wide, and a ball that maybe would have been hit in a different way by Roy and Salt is only tamely hit into the covers by Ali, and there'll be no run. This one arrowed in towards Ali's off stump, which he can only block back to the bowler, and there'll be no run.
He seems very determined to straight bat.
Cooper in again, and that again, no footwork at all from Ali. All he's able to do is to play that to a short cover, and there'll be no run.
the mood of this game has changed entirely in the course of the last 8 or 9 overs, hasn't it?
I think that's probably me, as Ali tries to rock back and cut the ball away, but can only get to cover, and a dot will be entered into the scorer's notebook.
No, even Netherlands sense it.
Cooper quick about his business. That ball attempted to be hit harder through the covers, but Ali can only find the fielder, and Cooper is 1 ball away from a maiden.
With a slip, a short cover and a short extra cover.
Here he comes. That ball is more on the legs. Cooper can't feel the ball off his own bowling. That will dribble to long off, blotting an otherwise perfect over from Cooper. Just a single from it, and Tony with 10 overs left to go. 11 overs left to go.
11 overs, yep.
Probably a place that we didn't think we'd find ourselves. We probably thought it'd be all over by now.
Well, I think we all rather hoped it would. Thank you very much to Messi Jez, as ever.
Big JB as well.
Nothing short of magnificent. Yes. I think you're handing over social duties to Al. And we're up to date. England need 44 from 66 balls, though that gap between balls available and runs to score has got rather narrower. They lost 3 for 9, did England, until Dawid Malan and Moeen Ali together are doing something of a review. Joss Butler being held back. Clearly, they think his exertions the other day have earned him a rest. Didn't keep particularly well. A couple of byes went through, one particularly right through his legs, although it was a very hard one. We're going to see Nidamanuru is going to be brought into the attack. It's going to be his first bowl off break from the Mulder's end. He's going to be operating. He's going to be bowling to Moeen Ali. We'll jingle him up in a minute. Ali comes forward, strokes it away towards cover. There is no run.
For an off-break bowler, he's got an awfully leggy type action round the side.
He does. That's the voice of Jason G. Hiscox, who we're delighted to have with us. Moeen Ali has lofted this just short of deep mid-wicket where Tim Pringle fields. Here is Teja Nedmanaru.
What will you do when faced with Teja Nedmanaru? You'll shit yourself and run. That's what you'll do.
Well, I'm not too sure, having seen that first delivery, whether one would do that. Here he comes, slants it across Ali, who steers it. Malan, who steers it around the corner. Malan, the left-hander, of course, steers that around the corner, but neglects to run on this occasion, or declines the run. 43 off 63 is what is needed. Should still be England's game, but they've made tough going of it. Although Malan has said, right, enough of this nonsense. That was slightly shorter for Nedmanaru, and Malan picked it up and hoiked it high and handsome over deep mid-wicket for one of these.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
Not a great ball, was it, Jace?
It wasn't. He bowled quite well for the first 3 balls.
Captain Nedmanaru. Ooh, and that one looked like a bit of a wrong one to me. No, I mean, it wasn't. It was a more of a classic off-break. Beg your pardon. He's an off-break bowler, and that was exactly what you'd expect from an off-break bowler. Plenty of air on that one. Malan strokes it just away towards cover. They'll only take a single though. Means this first over from Nedmanaru has gone for 8, including one huge 6 over mid-wicket. And we'll go to Al, who's now a man of many hats, but he's wearing his social media hat.
We're all completely up to date, so yeah, that's nothing for you to report on either YouTube or apart from messages, who just has now said it very much looks like Jason Hiscox has fallen under the orange influance.
Ooh, I think you do look rather orange, Jason. Yeah, you do.
It's a lighting issue, I think.
It is a lighting issue. I've got a warm tone light here, and I haven't put the overhead lights on, so I'm looking more orange than I would normally be.
Not quite Trumpian, but
it doesn't mean that I'm supporting the Netherlands, although it's pleasing to me that they've actually made somewhat of a fist of their defence of 230.
200 is up, 200 for 4. Dawid Milan is on 29. And this one, he again just works off his legs to the man on the 45. They take a swift, sharp single.
I get the feeling
that strike. It was a leg by, and indeed, I thought it probably was.
I get a feeling they just decided to play risk-free cricket because there's going to be a bad ball every over, and they're going to knock it for 4 and just rotate the singles as they can.
Well, winning is the key thing. Oh my word, Tommy Cooper it is who's bowling this over, and that so nearly got through Moeen Ali's defences. As Moeen Ali, Owen Morgan's having a chat with, not quite sure who. That's been turned into a full toss. Ali has launched it just short of a maximum though. It's down towards cow corner, fielded on the bounce by a man in the crowd who gets a few high fives. I mean, basically it came to him and it wasn't even a catch, so I'm not quite sure why he's so pleased with his work.
Well, I don't know, if you're 2 rows behind him, you think that ball's going to hit you in the head.
Well, but it is one of these.
2 + 2 is our man. 2 + 2 is our man.
And Moeen Ali, I think, has just done it again. Same place, this time all the way along the ground, a clip away, pass long on for 4 more. A little flamingo styling as well from Moeen Ali there. So he moves on to 20, off 27. Tom Cooper has gone for 2. That is an attempted swing from Ali, and catches him on the pad, but I think he bottom edged it.
Well, if he didn't get an edge, then he was absolutely stone cold OW, I think.
Exactly, so it must have been a bottom edge. Yes, it was. Actually, it might have gone just. Might have. It was more nearer to being played on. I think he would have. It would have missed the leg stump. Around the wicket comes Cooper, driven away between cover and extra cover quite gorgeously. Moeen Ali, who has decided, I think, that time to get a move on. Enough is enough. It's 4 more. He's very round arm, is Tommy Cooper, isn't he? And that was exquisitely directed from Moeen Ali. He knew precisely where he was aiming that, and that's precisely where the ball went. 213 for 4. England, it's the end of the over. 1 for 25 for Tommy Cooper. That over went for 13, including the leg by. It's 213 for 4. 32 overs are complete of the 41. Remember, we had quite a lot of rain this morning. We went into Wibble overdrive on Guerrilla Cricket. And Al, is anyone with us, or has everyone given up?
Completely up to date. I think this, if the next couple of overs are going to go like that, then we're not for very long.
Well, that will help all of our evenings. It's going to be Logan Van Beek back into the Axe Bowl 4 so far, number 21. I don't know. I'm not sure. I know in T20s the etiquette tends to be don't bother to jingle returning bowlers, but here he is anyway.
Van Beek, I know what you're bowling. It's a hard cricket ball, so don't hear me come.
It is, of course, Van Beek as this one is pushed back down the track by Dawid Milan. There is no run, just 113 kilometres or 70 miles an hour from Logan Van Beek.
Oh, pretty well in his first spell. The first over he got taken apart a bit by Jason Roy, but once he tightened his line up to the stumps, he bowled quite economically for the next 2 overs.
Well, yep, round the wicket he comes, pulled by Milan, but pulled down to long leg. Just be a single, bring Moeen Ali back onto strike. He's 31, is Logan Van Beek from Christchurch. He's played for Wellington and a little spell with Derbyshire in 2019. Holds a Dutch passport through his maternal grandparents. And as a cricketer, compared his play to that of Shane Watson, who he also represented New Zealand at the World Under-19 Basketball Championships, would you believe, did Logan Van Beek. So he's a bit of a sporting all-rounder. He's clearly quite a tall fellow. He's coming right arm around the wicket, and Moeen Ali guides him away towards cover. They take a single. moved the score on to 215, 81 miles an hour that. So
if you
just,
play,
two singles off this over so far.
If you played for New Zealand's basketball team, their nickname is the Tall Blacks.
Very good. He works as a sports coach as well, does Logan van Beek. So he's clearly quite an all-round character. That one is wide of the off stump, and Given in fact was wide. So that'll be one more to the score for England without having to worry too much about how they get it.
Unless you lift it from side on, it's
down on the boundary. A bit of a double teapot from Tim Pringle, who's obviously thinking, well, what's the point of me bowling brilliantly if people serve up that nonsense. This one's worked into the onside, but it's a dot ball on this occasion. Finding out more about our friend Mr. Van Beek. He was named in the New Zealand squad for the Under-19 World Cup in 2010. He's the grandson of Sammy Gullen of Trinidad, who played Test cricket for both West Indies and New Zealand. Played 8 tests as a wicketkeeper between 51 and 56, as this one's pushed into the onside by Milan. He gets a single. 4 off this over so far, fairly sedate, only 19 needed off 49. And I think, Jason, these two, at the end of the day, they've done they've hit the ball when it's bad. They haven't tried to force it. They've recognised it's a different nature of game.
Yes, precisely.
And I think I saw a Hampton and Richmond flag there, in which case, yay. As this one is guided away towards point, another easy single. 18 off 48 now. I think we can safely say England have ridden, well, no, we can't safely say it. England have ridden the storm.
Well, they've gone over their bumps and hiccups period, and hopefully they're out of the back end of it now, and just nudging their way to a win in 35, 36 overs.
Yeah.
Couple of comments on YouTube for you.
Oh.
Someone whose name is written in a language I cannot understand has asked how Owen Morgan is even in the squad. To which Pokey's responded, "World Cup winning captain in it."
Well, there is very much that indeed. 218 for 4. It's the end of that Van Beek over. So we wait to see. It's going to be our friend Mr. Dutt.
He's going to bowl the 9, isn't he?
He is going to be the bowler of the 9. Remember, with 41 overs, 4 bowlers bowl 8 and 1 bowler gets to bowl 9. They have decided, I think, with reasonable justification.
Yeah.
What's he got so far? He's got 2 wickets for 49. Including.
Well, he wasn't too far away from Milan's wicket as well, was he?
No, he was not indeed.
Double teapot by the umpire for something on the boundary edge, I think.
He's going to be bowling to Moeen Ali, who steps back, punches him, but punches him straight to Max O'Dowd, who is fielding at point. And there is no run. There's our friend Dutchberg Kate again. Focusing, is that Dutchberg Kate? I think it is, yeah. She's been there all day, hasn't she? Yes, it is. She was our guest, Bear and I, on the Bishop and Bear this week. A lot of choice things to say about the organisation of Dutch cricket. A lot of it not superbly complimentary, I must say. Onto the back foot goes Ali, guides towards cover, gets a quick single. 17 now needed. Peter Saylor is up there with his feet up on the balcony, looking a little resigned. But he's done sterling service for his country, not available today. I'm not quite sure. Does anyone know what's wrong with Peter Saylor today?
I don't know if it was a tactical thing or not.
Around the wicket comes Dutt. That's short, slapped by Milan, but there's a man riding the boundary at deep cover. It's Tim Pringle. They'll just get another single. 60 miles an hour from Dutt. Just the 2 singles so far. He has bowled well for his. He's gone for 51, but he's bowled pretty nicely.
He got the 2 setbacks from out who'd made major scores, so that's got to something.
Oh, he did. He got Jason Roy as this one back foot, steered by Moeen Ali out towards deep cover. Another easy single. Yes, indeed, he got Roy and Phil Salt, didn't he? And as you say, those were the two who were really motoring. So I think he can be, on that basis, pretty happy with his day's work. Can Aryan Dutt. He's going to be bowling to Milan, who stands tall, steers it out towards extra. They're going to take 2. He'll need to just get a bit of a move on, which he does. Reduces the total required now to 13 of 43. So that should be, it's just a question. I mean, if a bad ball comes all of a sudden, then you feel this game's as good as over. I mean, it's as good as over now. You could do it in 2 hits and a quickly run single, really, couldn't you? So,
well,
and I think we rather wish they would.
If Moeen gets something that's appropriate, probably next over, then he might try that.
Around the wicket comes Dutt. Forward comes Milan. Drives away past mid-off. Gets a single. 12 of 42. So they are 2 hits away.
Adrian Bourne on YouTube says Dutch missing a lot of good players. That they are.
Well, they are. Klassen was playing for Kent today against Middlesex, who won at Lords. Middlesex won, so not such a great day for him.
Leah has declared me a Puritan, and not the cool kind, like Solomon Kane, who kills demons and doesn't afraid of anything. I really don't know what you're talking about, Leah. So
are you more sort of Cromwellian in your puritanicalness?
Yeah, ban Christmas. Yeah. Okay. Mark Zip says, see what you made me do, and there's some pictures there about a July the 4th, a huge weekend yard sale, declare vinyl independence record sale.
Oh, brilliant!
So more of that to come.
224 for 4, 12 needed. Tim Pringle is going to be back into the attack. 1 for 40 for him, but off 7. 6, what's that? That's 6, just a shade under 6 and over. That's not too bad, is it?
This is going to be his 1 over spell to take it to another over afterwards.
As we're waiting for stand-in captain Scott Edwards to just arrange the field with Pringle. Pringle's going to be left arm over, punched by Milan, half stopped at point, and they are able to just take a single.
It's a good stop because there's no one out there to save the 4, is there?
Well, no, there isn't. There's
normally the way the offside is up and the leg side is back. Certainly in T20 cricket.
Actually, he's got a bandage on his non-bowling hand as that one goes past Ali's outside edge. Went on, but I don't think it moved appreciably. Just went on with the arm. But it was too good for Ali, who thrust forward. Let's have a look. Does it move? No, I just think it went on with the arm, Jason, didn't it?
Yep, that's a skidder rather than anything else.
It's a skidder or a slider. Back foot beats him again. Just too quick outside the off stump. Moeen Ali was looking to cut, trying to find that space either side of the man at point, which would pretty much nail on 4 runs for you. But Pringle throws his head back in exasperation. It was a good ball. He's going to be bowling again to Moeen Ali, who's on 28 from 36, 36 from 44. The fact that these two are going well under a run a ball tells you 2 things really. One, they've had to come in and play a slightly different way because the wheels were threatening to come off England's innings. 2, that they've had some rebuilding to do. Slapped by Ali out towards mid-on. Mid-off. No run taken on this occasion. In comes Pringle. High. This has been launched. Oh, he's got all of that. Has he ever? That is straight back down the ground. I think that's going to send the ball hunting squad off into the woods. It's cleared the black sight screen, and it is one of these. In fact, rather interesting. The next shot we saw was an aeroplane into the distance, almost as if it had been somehow it had landed on top of the plane. It wasn't quite that big a hit, but it was a monster from Moeen Ali, and we may now have a delay while they decide what to do about a ball. 5 is all that is needed off 37, so don't worry about the 37 really. Moeen Ali is thinking it's tea time.
Have they
and here comes the man with the ball box.
Lost any balls today? Or
well, they have now. Yeah, the ball hunting squad have gone off into, it's like Field of Dreams, as they're all disappearing into what, well, it's not a wheat field obviously, but it's sort of long, tall grasses.
Yeah, they're not going to find it in there.
I don't
Considering
think so.
they need five more runs, just get another ball.
Well, that is what they're doing. How many are looking? There's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Kind of battering their way through the grasses there.
They will get it after the game is done and dusted.
I'm not sure. Yeah, well, most likely that's true.
Like most recreational clubs end up doing.
Yeah, go and search the outfield. They certainly seem to have places to hide balls here. So yeah, we reckon it was about 1,200 quid's worth of balls were lost on Friday, mainly courtesy of Messrs Butler and Salt and Livingston. And who have I missed? Milan, of course. 36 for Milan, 34 for Ali. 5 is all that is needed. It's 2:31 for 4. I think the final, the final opportunity of the GPL has come and gone. So that will be loading up nicely to about 110 quid, I think, come the next game on Wednesday. Drop short, slapped back down the ground. That's going to go along the ground for 4. Leaving just 1 to win for England, and Milan on this occasion it was who just said, right, or was that, no, it's the end of the over, so it's Moeen Ali who's trying to move things along. Milan who will probably have the honour of the winning hit. That one was one of these.
Adrian Bourne on Twitter: players should be made to play for their country or be heavily fined. The reason crowds are deprived of value. No decent balls this year. Pokey bumping hard when you're an associate. County wages are the best money they can make.
Well, yeah.
What did the Netherlands players get? 100 euros?
Well, this was a
I'd expect to choose the money over national pride.
It might need to be validated, but that was a number we were given.
Yeah. And that'll be everything. Single off the next ball. That's it from social.
Well, it'll probably be a fairly quick wrap up for sort of slightly selfish interests, I think.
Yeah.
It's going to be Van Beek. Not going to be the single on this occasion. There's a ring of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players on that offside, and Milan found the man at point, which would mean that there won't be the winning run on this occasion. The crowd may be thinned out a little bit.
Yeah.
Knowing that the game is up for the Netherlands, but they've certainly made a real decent go of things today. Round the wicket, short, ducked under by Milan. That's the one for the over, says Pistol.
You know what? Just give it that. Let's all go home. Give it a wide. Come on,
Paul. Well, he's not going to.
Umpires are loath to give away with the result score as an extra.
Milan left his bat up as he ducked. So he could, it's all smiles now. Well, Liam Livingston's having a good time.
Especially when he batted.
Oh, swing and a miss. That was a lovely ball from Van Beek. He took the pace off that, and Milan was through with the shot. Just about half an hour before the ball went past him. I exaggerate, obviously. But nonetheless, it was a beautiful, slower delivery from Van Beek. Probably back of the hand. But, it flummoxed Milan on that occasion. 1 off 33 is all that is needed. Dawid Milan has faced 3 dot balls. In comes Van Beek. Pushed back to him by Milan, who's frustrated with himself. Fielded off his own bowling rather well by Logan.
What odds would you get for Van Beek bowling a maiden, I wonder?
Well, shorter now.
Given the fact that we've all got places to be, probably about 100%.
Yeah, I think that is actually true, yeah.
This is not just sod's law.
This is very much the law of sod. Round the wicket comes Van Beek. Solidly met by Milan, who says, right, well, you're not going to get me out, but I'm not going to score a run either. Defends it back. 5 dot balls. The England team bench. Right, they don't look really concerned. They probably just look a bit miffed. I think there's a hint of a, come on, Darren, for goodness sake, get on with it. There's a ring of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the on and 5, and also on the off. That's wide of off stump, and still within the tram lines. There it was. What were the odds, do we think?
100%.
Retrospectively, what do we think the odds at the beginning of the over might have been? Where would you place them? But it was a maiden over by Logan Van Beek. Well bowled him.
Probably about 1 in 10.
Yeah.
Ordinarily. And yeah, he gets warm applause for that effort.
A point to Mr.
Quite
Singh
right
saying,
too.
it's your turn now.
And never give up. It's going to be Snater, cousin of Roy.
Adrian Bourne on YouTube says that they need to find those lost balls. They cost more than the team's pay.
Well, there's a bit of real granddad dancing or dad dancing going on in the hospitality tents there.
Well, he can't be a fan. He's not in orange.
I have to say, well, I've seen a lot of people really looking at tucking into some what looks like some splendid food. This one's pulled by Moeen Ali, pulled backward a square, pulled for 4. Moeen Ali says, oh, for goodness sake, Dawid, leave it to me. Bang, 4 runs off the first ball. He has to face off Snater. England have won by 6 wickets. Curiously, whilst it was quite literally a walk in the park or woods, they've actually made slightly harder work of it than initially it appeared that they might. Very quick question to you, Al. Is there anyone else on social?
No.
Very quick question to you, Jason. Can you sum up in less than 3 words?
No, I can't.
Brilliant. That's the best answer I've ever heard to that question. Well done. Roy 73, Salt 77, Milan 36, Owen Morgan, big old blob, not a first baller this time though. He actually faced 7 balls before being caught by Snater playing a very bizarre attempt to, well, I think sort of half sweep, top edging to point. Liam Livingston just 4, but Moeen Ali, old pro that he is, 42 or 40, 36 or 50 for Dawid Malan. They have seen England home. It's been a funny old game, I think, but we're going to call it a day. We are delighted to have had you with us. I can actually even see the bear is already remotely starting to turn things off. So we're going to love you and leave you. Thank you so much for everything, for being with us, and we're going to see you again for more of this on Wednesday. Take care now.
See you soon.
Bye.
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 Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary,
At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Feed